our friend back.
No. Have you watched the little video of the sky crane? Did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah, I saw that crap.
Yeah, what's the fumes, right? They're showing us animation with rockets and exhausts. So where is it? Is it invisible? Is it?
Well, you can only see them on a side view.
well, it's you can see it in an angle, right? There should be some kind of hot air distortions, right? You should how do you call this when hot air rises?
You mean heat haze and stuff like that?
Yeah, you should see some distortion in the image, but nothing of it. It just flies away. And
you see how it drops when they drop the shield? You see how fake that looks?
Oh yeah, I was more interested in the rockets they claim to use, because we are shown all kinds of animations with rockets, and when they show it, I see no flames, nothing, right? Invisible thrusters.
It's kind of like the LEM. You remember the LEM?
Yeah.
Where it takes off?
Yeah.
Right? Now, most people don't know that there's no... They had to come up with a system because they were afraid that it wouldn't fire, right? So what they did was they combined two gases, volatile gases together. Now, when these things combine, it's like all hell breaks loose, you know? They had to evacuate a whole town when they were firing this thing.
Hypergolic fuels, right?
Yeah.
Hypergolic fuels.
Yeah, but on the moon, you see nothing. Just a couple of sprinkles of fairy dust. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Hank, are you still there?
Yeah, bro, I'm just waiting on dude to come back.
Yeah, whilst he's coming back, I've never really understood Ethan Halski's position on this Bart Sibrel stuff. His position is that anybody that argues that, and then he gives a reason for whatever it is, immediately discredited or something like that, and I've never understood what he means by it. Have you got any idea why Bart Sibrel's video would be considered dodgy by ESA?
ESA? Huh. I have no idea why he would say that.
I've never had the opportunity to ask him to explain it. I just don't understand why he thinks it is whatever. I can't remember exactly the word he used, but he said something like disingenuous to even bring it up or something like that. And I was like, really? It looks like they are faking it to me. But at the time, there was about 15 people in the room and they were all hugging each other. And it was that period when he was being very Blertha friendly and making friends with everybody like Mark Taylor and all them. And I was like, what? How is that disingenuous? What's the explanation for that?
I don't know, man. I think I met you on ESA's, and I really enjoyed ESA's, but I really wasn't into the law at the time. But I regret not listening now because now I'm studying it. And I understand that you're going to be a lawyer. I don't think you call it lawyer where you're from.
Well, I qualified a long time ago, 15 years ago. I don't work in it anymore, but I understand the legal process. I understand what they've got to do and how it works and how it's being totally eroded at the minute. I mean, I'm beginning to wonder whether civil liberties are a science fiction, because they're just being destroyed at the moment completely and utterly by the police and the state and everything that we're supposed to stand for: the freedom of expression, the freedom of opinion, the freedom to disagree, the right to disagree with the state over how they police us. That seems to be like a taboo story at the moment, that if you disagree with the way that you're being policed by the state, then you're going to be thrown in jail. But if you're a Black Lives Matter supporter, you can literally set fire to police cars and you won't be arrested and shit like that. I'm beginning to wonder what society we're living in these days. None of it makes any sense.
Yeah,
Bunch of bullshit. That's what it is.
That's right, Neil. Got a question. Don't you Brits all have common law and have the right to Queen's Bench?
We do have common law, but it's being massively misrepresented. I'll give you a quick example. Murder. We all know what murder is. We don't need a definition. And the judiciary know what murder is, and they don't need a definition. We know what it is. But when you get told what the definition is, then all of a sudden you get it formalized, but it's not contentious because it's such black and white that it's not an issue that you need to have a fight over. So there is no need to standardize the common law position of murder because it's that black and white that we all get it. But the reason why the standardization and acts of parliament is because in historic times, there's been variations between the shires over how certain laws were applied. For example, riots used to be a common law, and it was standardized within an act of parliament so that it was the same law up and down the country, because you could get charged for a riot in one part and get convicted, whereas in another part you wouldn't, and it shouldn't have a disparity. So the common law position was standardized with an act of parliament. But in what's happening now is common law is being argued because common law derives from judges setting precedents where they basically add to, create, or so in some way create judge-made law, and it's considered to be okay. It is an alternative.
I thought it was the jury that made the law, because the jury is the one.
No, juries decide matters. Juries decide matters of fact. Judge applies the punishment, but the common law is historically it's derived by judges, and it was done in the different parishes to different levels of success, different levels of fairness, and where there is a conflict between how judges were applying certain common laws differently in different parts of the country, where it became contentious, they would standardize it, and the government would say, no, if the judiciary can't sort it out amongst themselves and stick to certain rules, then we'll do it for you. And they'll introduce a standardization of set rules. So murder would become formalized and it would become standardized with an act of parliament. And that is the way it works. But the common law argument at the moment is this free man sovereign movement thing, like I am a free man of the land and all that. It's complete and utter hogwash. I mean, I've heard people arguing for Magna Carta, and there's two Magna Cartas. There's there's the 1215 and there's the 1297. The 1215 Magna Carta was essentially like a Bible in the sense that it didn't have any legal status, but it influenced people to work around it. So in the sense that the Bayeux Tapestry was like a detailed picture drawing thing that documented a fight, the Magna Carta was essentially like a biblical text of the time, but it was based in law. So it kind of set a framework, and from there it was refined. But it was basically an agreement between the landowners, the vast landowners called barons, and the people that were paying taxes to them. So it was an it was an agreement between the barons and the people that were taking the taxes from them. In other words, the state. And it was an agreement that barons would not get hammered in certain ways by the state. But it was only ever an agreement that formed the framework for the 1297 version, which did become law, and it is still in play today. However, the way it's being presented online at the moment is disinfo. There's no other word to describe it. You can research it yourself. You can find the information out yourself. I've looked at it from two perspectives. I've looked at it from the legal perspective, where I've gone onto the actual legal databases and checked it, and it's the same information on there that is open to the public that you can normally find just by looking on legislation.gov.uk. It's exactly the same information. So one of two things is true. Either it is a complete and utter fabrication. It's a complete and utter falsehood that the legal system is literally being created by something that is fundamentally flawed, which is possible, but I don't think it's likely. Or it's being totally misrepresented as a red herring argument or as a total distraction to stop you looking somewhere else, like perhaps human rights, because we do have human rights and they are of really strong power. The magnitude behind human rights is huge. So in my opinion at the moment, the common law arguments are being vastly misrepresented as something fundamentally different to what they ever were, which was basically a parallel legal system, but it was judge-derived rather than parliament-derived. And I can't help but think it's to cause confusion so that people are not arguing human rights. That's my honest opinion.
I think it's God-given rights. But we'll have to argue about it later. I have to get back to Jackalope. Sorry.
Yes.
Jackalope, did you watch the the piece of the documentary that I sent you?
So, yeah, I watched that. I don't really know about that video, man.
Okay, so why do you think they're still using Eratosthenes, nearly 2,500 years later, as a proof of the shape of the Earth? Because I sent you that picture. According to Eratosthenes, this table is a ball, right? And I posted it in the live stream voice text so everyone else can see that. That's not a very good proof, is it?
No, so I kind of looked into it. I don't know that he was really proving that it was a ball. I think he was trying to find the diameter or radius of the Earth if it were a sphere. Then.
So he measured the circumference. So if we were to measure these shadows, what would the circumference of this spherical table be?
By R?
Well, the math works out, right? But it doesn't refer to reality because this table has a circumference, but it's not a sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you were to measure those shadows, you wouldn't get the circumference of the table, right? But you could make it out mathematically because mathematics is a language. So Henry drives to Dallas. He drives at 80 miles an hour for 1 hour. How long does it take Henry to get to Dallas if Dallas is 80 miles away, right? I could tell you a story with mathematics, right? And we can write all these equations and fill up the entire chalkboard, right? But eventually you kind of lose touch with reality, right? Because you can't drive 80. It's against the law, right? And if you drive through Rockwall going 80 miles an hour, you're going to get pulled over and you're going to get a ticket. And you're not going to get there in 1 hour. Right? That's just how it is. So, can you think of any time in history, how and when and who has ever proved that you can have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system? So let me explain. So you ever messed with a propane tank? Jackalope?
Yeah.
All right, so you know that you can set it down and open the nozzle, and if it's full with 250 psi inside the tank, it's going to spew out like crazy, right? So how is sorry?
Moves from high pressure to low pressure, yeah.
Right. So how is it that the Earth is sitting in the middle of a vacuum and we're still breathing right now?
Gravity.
Does gravity
Maybe.
hold in the gas pressure at the surface of the Earth where it's the strongest?
Well, we're going to need a definition for gravity. Can we have a definition for gravity, please? What do you think gravity is?
9.81 meters per second squared.
Okay, that sounds like a sun. Do you want
Towards the middle of center of mass of the Earth.
say that again? But in a sense.
9.8 meters per second squared towards the center of mass of the Earth. It's one of the fundamental laws of physics.
Oh, okay. Would you be surprised if I told you that in 1915, Albert Einstein redefined gravity? He told us what gravity is. He also told us what causes it, and it's the current position in physics today. And Albert Einstein described gravity as an effect, not as a force. So if you think that gravity is the reason why the atmosphere sticks to the Earth because something's being pulled towards the center of the Earth at 9.8 meters per second squared, great. But that's not the position in physics today. Gravity is not a force, it's an effect.
What's the...
I'll prove it.
I didn't really...
You didn't know that?
What's the position today?
Right here.
I've got to get going pretty soon.
It's okay.
I get it.
Yeah, can you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
All right, so I cited a few sources, and guess what? I have some more. Can you read those real fast? Just like super fast? just the quotes. You can click on the links later when you get some time.
Start reading, mate. Start reading. Okay, I'll do the first one for you. Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century.
I'm reading it. I'm just not reading it out loud.
Please read aloud so that we know that you have read it, because we want to go through these things with you.
I don't have time for that. I have my computer science midterm in 3 hours, so I gotta keep studying for that.
Well, you really should copy these down so you could read them later, because I don't know what grade you're in, but you sound like you're almost a grown-ass man, and you don't know what gravity is. But you believe in it. So how do you believe in something you don't know? I'll never know. But,
See, here's the thing. You're getting taught physics in science class, right? But what you're getting taught in school is not what the current position in physics is. You're being told an alternative reality that's not actually the current position in physics. And you're going to have to go and learn that and pass exams and answer the questions that they ask you, all based on Newtonian gravitation. But it's not the current position. So my question to you is, now you're aware that there's an alternative position that is the current position in physics, the very least you should do is go away and look into it. Because you're being taught a lie, sir. You'll be literally regurgitating bullshit because it's not even true. It's not the current position in science, but you need to know that because it's in the national curriculum. Well done. You're learning lies.
You should always also learn the difference between the two gravities. There's two gravities. You're aware of that?
What?
That's what I thought you'd say. You know that there's two models of gravity, right?
Yeah. Newtonian theory of relativity.
And Einsteinian. Do you know the difference between those two?
In most situations, you could use the Newtonian theory of gravity.
So with Newtonian, it's spooky action at a distance, right? Hold on. With Newtonian, it's spooky action at a distance, right? And that's simultaneous motion of mass attracting mass. Now, if nothing can move faster than... Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. I just want to get finished, and then you can say, hold on, bro. Just relax. If nothing can move faster than the speed of light in Einstein's relativity theory, then how is a spooky action at a distance instantaneous faster than the speed of light?
Warping space-time.
No, you don't understand. How can something move faster than the speed of light if with Einstein's theory of relativity, nothing can move faster than the speed of light?
Nothing is moving faster than the speed of light.
It is under Newton.
It is with Newton. Spooky action at a distance is instantaneous. Is instantaneous faster than the speed of light?
Let's give him the background for this. The argument
Nothing is moving at the speed of light.
Hang on. So this comes back to the question, what would happen if the sun was switched off? If somebody flicked a switch and the sun no longer existed, right? Gravity, light from the sun, everything that's to do with the sun disappeared. Under both models, what would happen? So under Einstein's model, because it's limited to the speed of light, because nothing can move faster than the speed of light, the claim is that Earth would lose its orbit about 9 minutes later because of the distance of the sun. But under Newton's model, because he claimed, a lot of people say that he claimed, which he didn't, but a lot of people ascribed gravitation to him as a force. Under his model, it would be instantaneously lost. The orbit would instantaneously be lost. Now, we laugh at both of them, but you've got to understand that the point that is the difference between the two models is that Einstein says that nothing can go faster than the speed of light. Newton's model says that it's instantaneous action at a distance. Einstein reinvented a whole new geometry called pseudo-Riemannian force space, in which 3 dimensions became 4 because of the increased the fourth element called time. Newton's was only 3-dimensional, the normal Euclidean geometry that we normally use. So Einstein's created a whole new geometry that doesn't exist in Newtonian's model.
Did you get what he told you? In other words, listen to this. If you would stop gravity, your gravity, right, from the sun to the earth, right, in Newton's model, the earth would fly away right away, take off right away. But under Einstein, when you cut off gravity from the sun, you're still going to be orbiting the sun for 8 minutes. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got one last thing to show you, Jackalope. I don't know if you're ready for this, but can you click on the Harvard link that I just posted? Did you find it?
Mm-hmm.
Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. So what are we talking about? Gravity. However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. So what's going on here? They're not observing the effects. The effects of what? The sentence before says gravitational effects. And there's a discrepancy between theory, which is the theory of gravity by Einstein, and observation, which is what actually happens, what we actually observe. And it's an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. You know that's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. So is it a little discrepancy? Or is it a large discrepancy? I don't know what word you would use to describe 120 orders of magnitude, but I'll let you decide. There is no generally accepted explanation for this discrepancy, although numerous papers have been written about it. As usually stated, the problem requires the knowledge of quantum field theory and general relativity. See, we're talking about gravity. Topics not normally studied by undergraduates, like yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have tried to make the problem accessible by undergraduates by using the simplest ideas of quantum theory, such as the uncertainty principle and the theory of harmonic oscillation, and the classical gravitational theory. That's why you're learning the classical gravitational theory. Sorry, I'm tired. So, why are you learning wrong shit?
Easier to understand.
Easy to understand the wrong shit? Did Columbus discover America?
No.
No, because there was 500 tribes here before he showed up, right? Why did I learn that in the first grade? Why are they teaching us the wrong shit?
I don't know. I think they changed it long ago. That they
When all the Native Americans said, fuck you, buddy.
Mhm.
He didn't discover shit. There was 500 tribes here before Columbus ever showed up. So, when are you going to ask your teacher why are they teaching you the wrong shit? Go ahead and show them that Harvard abstract that I just posted to you. I mean, it's just Harvard. Just a little college, Ivy League, whatever that means.
I mean, they teach the Newtonian theory of gravity. So, I mean, just for like small physics problems. I mean, you're just using it so you can have a lower level understanding of gravitational forces.
Gravity's
It's
not
a
a force.
theory.
It's a theory. And it's not a good one at that, because here's an idea. Let's take space, right, and time, which are concepts, and let's bend them. So I have another concept. I have a concept of freedom. You might have heard us talking about it when you came back from listening to that video. Freedom, right? Can you bend or warp my freedom? No, it's a concept, right? How are you going to bend and warp time? How are you going to bend and warp space? And if you do have such a large amount of mass that you do happen to affect this metaphysical, meaning non-physical, space-time, and you were to warp it, how is then this metaphysical space-time going to affect a material object? See, I'm not worried about ghosts. Ghosts are the last thing I'm afraid of, because these metaphysical ghosts have not a hand to punch me in the face with. There's no physical body. So how does something physical affect something non-physical, and something non-physical affect something physical? The truth is, quantum mechanics, quantum physics is the real science, because it's strictly adhering to the scientific method. That's called natural science. You know what that is, right? You know, the scientific method, hypothesis testing.
Yeah.
So that's quantum mechanics. You want to know what's really going on, you learn about quantum mechanics. If you want to wonder after equation with math magicians, then you go study Einstein. E equals mc squared.
Which only happens if it's traveling twice the speed of light.
Isn't the speed of light constant?
No, the photon slows down when it goes through water or glass.
Yeah, it's not.
And it speeds up again right afterwards.
The one-way speed.
That's
the
not
one-way
true.
Speed,
That's not true.
the one-way.
That's how
one-way
diffraction
speed is
works.
also. The one-way speed is also unknown. So.
All right, dude, good luck
Even
with your
though-
test. Go pass your test, and then come back here if you want to know what's really going on. We'll show
Right,
you.
maybe, come back. All right.
Yeah, come back, dude.
Talking
Alright.
Hank.
I don't think of
That was beautiful, Hank.
From what I understand,
one
it's
sec.
just their understanding of light.
One more question. Do you have a physics degree?
No, dude, I dropped out of high school.
Oh.
Self-taught. But there are people in here that have degrees. Electrical engineers, doctors, all kinds of people in here that are educated.
I got a degree. I have
I'm
a
one of the
postgrad as
dumb
well.
Sorry, what is your degree?
I have an undergrad degree and a postgrad degree. I have a straight law degree, and I have a postgraduate diploma in legal practice.
Right, I'm one of the dumb ones. So come back. You might learn something.
All right.
You work your way up from Hank to one of the guys with a degree, maybe.
So that was his mic drop. He went away. You have a degree? No. Boom. Is that his way out?
No, I think he's curious. He'll be back.
Don't know, you know.
He'll be back.
It didn't sound like he even believed us when we were telling him that he was being taught lies with Newton's gravitation. It's like, how can I be being taught lies? Why would they do that? It's like, yeah, you are being taught lies, mate.
Yeah, he's young. He didn't believe a word we told him. He's still in the
No.
indoctrination.
See, he doesn't have to believe us because we posted all those links, right? And I made sure that he got those links, and he's gonna go check the links out after he takes the test. He's gonna be like,
Nice.
what were these guys talking about? And then when he goes back and looks at that Harvard link, doesn't give a fuck what we say. But those Harvard professors, they got degrees. What did they say again? The gravitational effects, they're not observed when you match the theory with the observation?
I can promise you, man, he's in the institution at the minute, right? He's not going to think the institution's lying to him. He's going to think that we've got it wrong.
That's a guarantee. That's a
But we
guarantee.
didn't say anything. The Harvard professor said something, not us.
Hank, think of you at his age, bro. Think
Yeah.
of you at his age and somebody telling you what we just told him.
Honestly, when I did all my studying for whatever topic, if I'm being taught it by people that are more intelligent than me at the time, I'm never going to question them over some retard on the internet telling me that they're wrong. Come on, think about it from his perspective.
Exactly.
But thinking about it though, if somebody would have told me that Newton wasn't the current position in science and I was studying physics at his point in life, and someone said, "Hey, that's not what you're being taught there. You're being taught the wrong thing," the first thing I'd be doing is like checking it. I'd be looking it up, and it's like, can you imagine his cognitive dissonance when he realizes that he is being taught the wrong thing? What would you actually do when you're being taught lies? It's like, sir, why are you telling me this shit? What do you mean? Einstein's the current position in physics for gravity. Yeah, but we don't teach you that. Why not, sir? And then tumbleweed. And the answer is because
We're going to get
it's
him
in
thrown
the-
out of school, Sleepy.
Yeah, of course it's going to get him thrown out of school. That's the reason why conspiracy cats can't be honest to his scholars, his students, because if he was honest and said, like, we're teaching you lies, we know this isn't the gravity stuff, but we teach it to you. And they say, why? It's because he needs to keep his job. He's got kids to feed, right? I can understand it from the human perspective, but he should at least tell them that, guys, you should go and do a little bit more research because there's an alternative reality out there that we're not allowed to teach you. Go and look it up. I wish somebody would have told me that when I was younger.
I checked Jack in, and one of the first question was, why would they lie, right? And the minute they ask that question, you're finding their bias all the way through.
You should have just given Chocolate's video. Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Yeah, sure, but if you can't imagine why people will lie to you, then it's, I mean, what can you say?
What is the theory?
It's an appeal to motive fallacy, isn't it, essentially? But the problem is, when you first come into this topic, you have no idea what logical fallacies are. I've learned more about logical fallacies in this topic than I have in my whole life, because I didn't know that there was things called appeal to logic fallacies and appeal to numerous fallacies out there, like affirming the consequent.
You're telling me, bro, I'm the INTP, right? So I'm the logician, right? I had no idea about any of this stuff. Yeah. Everybody kept calling me out when I'd make a fallacy, and finally I had to go look it up. And then when I learned the fallacies, that's all they got.
Yeah. And now they jump off the page. You spot a red herring fallacy a million miles away. You say, so is gravity a force? And they say, explain satellites. Jumps off the page now. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I'd have been like, right, let's go on satellites. And forgetting the fact that I've just had him cornered and he's wiggled out of it.
Yeah, I was telling him yesterday, and Brandon showed us all they got is fallacies. Every single one of their arguments is fallacious, and it starts with a fallacy.
They use red herring all the time. The minute Rumpus does it all the time. If he feels that somebody on his side's getting... I remember Brandon Toy. Brandon Toy was up against GeoStreamer, and they were talking about the ETVOS effect. And GeoStreamer brought up a graph. And Brandon said, where did you get the graph from? He said, it's generated. And he said, what's it based on? He said, it's based on my model. And he says, it's not based on real world then. And like GeoStreamer was like, no, this is what you would expect. And he was just about to say that's literally the fallacy of reification, right? Yeah. And Rumpus spotted it, and Rumpus basically took a tactical foul. He basically jumped in, Rumpus to death out of the point so that the point got lost, got kicked in the process. Once the melee had settled down and GeoStreamer was telling everybody how fair he was as a moderator, Brandon was stood there thinking, what? And he lost his point because he didn't keep on point. He didn't realize he was being rumpused because Rumpus was doing it. But if you listen back to the hangout, you can hear clearly what's happening. Rumpus knows that Brandon's about to make the reification fallacy point. Rumpus knows if he doesn't intervene right now, GeoStreamer's going to get dicked and he's going to look like a fool. And he did exactly that. He got kicked for it, and everyone was saying how GeoStreamer was fair. Brandon lost his point because he didn't realize that he was being tactically fouled.
Took a penalty for the team, yeah? Well observed, bro. Yeah, that's what they do.
I'm going to find it, actually, because it's a brilliant example of how clever Rumpus is in tactics. He knows the arguments and he knows when to obfuscate points, and he does it on Nathan's every single day. So the guy's intelligent when it comes to the debate tactic, but when it comes, he knows these arguments are bent.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that with Brandon and Rumpus and Geos. I heard a couple of GeoStreamer clips. QE played them a couple times.
I'll find it for you now. It's a brilliant example. So I could scrib it out, and it's like about 2 minutes. But you can just see the cogs are turning in Brandon's mind, and he's going like, "So where did you get this info from? That's come from my model. Oh, so it's not from real world data then? No." And then basically Rumpus steps in, ruins it, and then obviously Brandon missed it then. And I'm not having a dig at Brandon there. I'm having a dig at Rumpus for spotting it and jumping in and doing exactly what we know he does.
No, Brandon's good. He can hold his own.
Yeah, he definitely can.
They do that all the time. When they see that you're sinking, they'll either stop and read a super chat, or they'll do what you said there. Somebody will pop in and take a hit for the team.
Yeah.
Just to throw you off the topic.
Absolutely. I've seen George and Rumpus do that, and those guys in there.
Yeah, I've got it here. Oh, it's glorious. Do you know what? We could play. Has anyone got the ability to patch the sound through?
Yeah.
It's worth playing this. It's only literally a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes at the max.
Yes, go. Okay, 1 second.
From 2204. So the midway through the conversation.
Yeah, go ahead.
The midway through the conversation, and basically, Brandt, you can hear the cogs turning, and he's getting to the point where he's just about to point the finger and say it's a reification fallacy. And just listen for Rumpus stepping in, because it's so obvious now. It's like looking back on it, but at the time, under the pressure that's like a live hangout, you don't see the angle. In hindsight, it's really easy to spot it, but this demonstrates how dodgy it is.
Yeah. So the bot
are you playing it through Groovy or?
Yeah, but the bot only plays. I don't know if I can play it from a certain point. So let me check. I have a good mic, so I can play it through my phone, and then hopefully it picks it up. So 1 second. So what is the timestamp, Sleepy?
2204.
Give me 1 sec. I need to log in my PC now.
QE actually made a numpty clip of Brandon calling somebody out on one of their fallacies. Brandon knows what's up.
And it's funny how they apply fallacy as well. When we call fallacy, they flippantly dismiss it like it's a trivial thing. But when they do it, it's like the biggest crime in the world. It's like, how dare you? I don't know, whatever fallacy at the time. And have you also noticed as well, when it's important to them, the meanings of words are really important. But when we try and focus on the meaning of a word, they just flippantly call it semantics.
It doesn't matter. Words, definitions don't matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so so how long is it? 2 to 3 minutes?
You'll just hear it for when Rumpus jumps in and gets kicked out. Yeah, it's about 2 minutes.
Wait. Oh. So Rob goes off straight up off of the.
Stop. I'm sorry, Brandon, but we're not finished with this yet because I haven't finished it.
Please finish, but I want to move on to the Coriolis.
So you see that this graph here, that's actually a parabola. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, and you see that the minimum is here. And now the distance between this point over here minus...
Where'd this data come from before we go on?
No idea. I think this one is calculated.
I mean, what's the source of the data?
This is directly from a geometry program, I guess.
I mean, but who calculated that? Who measured this?
This is not measured. This is calculated.
Oh, so it's not measured in reality. It's just calculated with mathematics.
Yeah, I mean, this is the mathematical curve that we are expecting.
Oh, mathematics. Okay. Gotcha.
Okay, so again, I told you again those... when you asked me what the speed in kilometers per second was, the minus 465.
I was just wondering where this data came from. I thought it was real world data.
It has the experiments.
Mathematicians.
Experiments on it.
Shut up, bro.
Verified. Shut up, you twat.
Shut up.
Shut up, you wanker. You don't understand anything.
Okay. I'm sorry, Rumpus. I have to kick you.
No. Yeah.
Very sorry, Rumpus. I'm sorry.
You go. Yeah.
Pouring petrol on the fire is...
What a clown.
Okay. Was it? Yeah. Did you hear it? Okay.
You know me? Yeah, we heard it perfectly. You know me? You told me that. Hank, you just don't understand. You're making arguments from incredulity.
Yeah.
Rumpus tried to save it. Rumpus tried to save his boy right there, yeah.
To be fair, Rumpus had already been warned a couple of times because he was doing that kind of thing all throughout. Because you know what he's like. He does that. He's the Rumpus, right? But that was the last straw that got him kicked out, right? But looking back on that now, it's so obvious. And that Rumpus knows when to do it. Just deliberately go in and just steamroll the conversation. But now, let's be honest. When you're first in this topic and you're new, you haven't got the confidence or the courage to speak up and say, hang on a second. It comes with experience. But once you get that experience, you learn some of the logical fallacies that they use all the time. It becomes second nature eventually because you see it applied and you see it applied and you see it applied and then it drops eventually. You get it. And then you can spot them a mile away. But back then, at the time, he wasn't that sharp in the sense that he didn't spot Rumpus was Rumpus in. He knows he's Rumpus in, but he didn't realise it was to stop that point being made about reification. because Rumpus knows. That's the kind of tactics that we've got to play against. It's not about what you can prove; it's about not losing, and they'll do anything.
How long ago was that clip from? I'm just curious.
September the 1st, 2018.
Couple years, yeah. I mean, I spent a year in text chat here before I even got into voice, just so I knew what was going on a little bit better.
Everyone's just put so right. I would never want to debate yet because I get derailed pretty easy. That's the point. If you get told that you're a moron in front of an audience because whatever reason, and they can just put anything there, knocks you off your stride straight away. But you go in there beforehand and you've got your script laid out. You know what you're going to say. You know what's going to happen. And then under the pressure of the live event in front of an audience, a lot of people just lose it because it's very easy for three of them to just jump on you and just call you a moron. And then by consensus, because that's how they govern by consensus. You become a moron just because the three of them say.
That's their tactic, bro. That's exactly what they do. As soon as they see you have a point, 2-3 of them jump on you, and if you don't have thick skin, if you don't know that it's just a tactic, you're gonna lose your cool, especially live. People get nervous. Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah, I spent the last year in Gems. I know exactly the game.
Hey, Anthony, I posted that thing you wanted to know about the blades.
Yeah,
it's in live stream, voice text.
Oh,
okay. I just pulled up Cosmic Microwave Background. It says in Wikipedia it's the oldest electromagnetic radiation in the universe. So it's the oldest light in the universe, right? What's the dating method for light?
I hope it's better than the one they use for rocks.
I don't know. I'm assuming they just... I don't know. How do they age light? I don't think they can they?
It's your
the way they do it, it's the farthest they can see. So they deduce, they're 14 billion light years. So it's just deduction. That's all.
The light is your cousins. They're cousins with the rocks. So we're
no, that's the rocks, bro. Get it straight.
Yeah,
that's
but the rocks are cousins with the light.
Yeah. That speaking of that microwave background radiation, the first test they did showed that the Earth was at the center of the universe, and they went like, "What the heck? Yep. That can't be." So they did the test again. Yeah, they did the test again, and surely enough, it shows that the Earth is at the center of the universe.
So this is new. Now they got cold dark matter.
Oh, it's a new one? Really? I predicted dark galaxies and dark universes, so yeah, why not?
Do you know what one of the best examples? One of the best examples that they've got for basically making an adjustment to accommodate it. When we find something interesting and they just make an adjustment and then create something out of nothing and that explains it and then that becomes the position. It's the Marconi transatlantic ping when he was sending the radio signals from Cornwall in England across to, was it New Canada or whatever it is in America? And it's something like 3,000 miles or whatever, give or take.
I think it was in Newfoundland.
We were talking about it last night in here.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? We're told that the last people that thought the Earth was flat was whoever, the Greeks or whatever, until the Greeks worked out that it wasn't, right? So according to what we're told, Marconi must have been thinking that the Earth was a sphere because he was taught it was a sphere and he believed that it was a sphere. So there would be really no reason for him to consider trying to ping something across the Atlantic because he knows it's a sphere. And also the ionosphere, which was the adjustment that they made afterwards, didn't exist. It was created after his discovery, right? So they know, so Marconi must have knew or believed, or were told that he believed that he lived on a sphere. There would be no point in him even trying because he knows he's not going to be able to do it. Yet he tried it anyway. Well, what would the reason be? He's either a flat earther because he's trying it because he knows that the Earth's not a ball, or he just basically, I don't know, he must have known about the ionosphere in advance. I mean, what is the explanation for him even trying it?
The ionosphere was an ad hoc explanation for why it happened. They can't say,
but now they can calculate the adjustment. It's a bit like the stars all rotating, right? They say, well, the North Star rotates and we can see it, and there's a South Star rotating and we can see it. The problem is in the real world, you don't get two observers looking south at the same time to see the star rotation. All of them look in different angles. Now, some of them are closer to others, but basically there's like plus 12 degrees east and plus 12 degrees west for a guy in South America and a guy in Australia, depending on what side they're on. Well,
not only that, that's an affirming the consequent fallacy right off the jump.
Yeah, because what they're essentially doing is looking in different directions, but they've then got to make an adjustment for it. So they use magnetic declination as the adjustment. Well, what if you don't make the adjustment and say there is no magnetic declination and compasses, generally speaking, they line up? There might be a big rock nearby influencing you, but they line up to the fields, right? So if the fields are, however they tell us, be it vertical strips or whatever, and north is a reliable north, magnetic north is a reliable, like universal, I'll use the word direction, then it means that they're all not looking in the same location or same direction relative to each other. In other words, flat Earth. But they need an adjustment for it, so they use magnetic declination. So it's like, well, if you accept that, then you'll accept any adjustment they'll ever make. And obviously Marconi's adjustment was they've introduced the ionosphere. That didn't exist before. You couldn't get a signal to go across the transatlantic. It's just ridiculous to think that you could. Yeah, Marconi did it, and then demonstrated that the Earth can't be a ball. But my question is, well, what made him think he could do it in the first place? Because he must have been a flat earther.
Well, whatever happens at this point. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Or they didn't think the Earth was a ball in the early 1900s, 1901. They actually thought it was flat, and he was testing the technology at the time to see could he get it across. That sounds far more logical to me. I believe they had a reset, and it's probably around about World War I, an education reset. Sorry, carry on, sir.
I found something interesting. I'm sorry. I'll post it. Y'all can read it. Check this out. Does this violate the first law of thermodynamics?
I believe history is totally fucked up. You know, I don't think we're getting it. I don't think we're getting it straight like it actually happened, and they just created it at one point to make it suit their narrative.
I mean, they always say history is written by the winners, right? Well, given that we're supposed to have won World War One, I'm not saying whether we did or didn't, but let's just say that we did win World War One, and we rewrote history. Einstein redefined gravitation in 1915. World War One was 1914 to 1918. Now, England and America are fighting the Nazis against Germany, right? Now, Albert Einstein is a German. So it seems possible, I'm not saying probable, but possible, that they might not want to adopt Einsteinian gravitation simply because he's German and we're fighting him at the time. So it seems to me that it's totally logical and rational to think that he's just going to get instantly rejected, A, because he's German, B, because they've just lost the First World War. And if history is written by the winners, then we can write him out of history just by not publishing him and not pushing his nonsense and carrying on with Isaac Newton, who, let's remember, was English. So naturally, I can see a logical bias against Einstein just because of World War One. So I'm thinking perhaps they've just ignored Einstein for long enough so that they could basically indoctrinate children into still thinking that Newtonian gravitation was a thing. And they deliberately don't put it into you until you get to undergrad studies at university. Because by that point, there's such a small amount of people still in education and specifically studying physics that it's irrelevant, that it doesn't matter, because like 99% of the academic world that's simply started work are now going to be bothered by children and mortgages and all that they don't give a shit. So perhaps it was simply a case that we won the war, we rewrote history, Albert Einstein was written out of history, we wanted to keep Isaac Newton because he was English. Typical, German versus England like disagreements or whatever. But essentially, it allowed them to brainwash the whole nation for 3 generations. And when you work that out, I'm not saying it's definitely true, but it makes logical sense that Albert Einstein would be suppressed just because he's German and because we're English, and he's not suppressed. He's not getting rid of Isaac Newton, and we had to write him out of history. But in doing so, the ball was invented. So maybe it wasn't as sinister as we think. Maybe it was literally about education, and we're not letting Albert Einstein win because he's German.
Yeah, I like part of what you said there about, we're busy raising families and going to work and shit. No one knows or cares how gravity works in your day-to-day life,
That's what they count on, bro. That's exactly what they count on. Somebody smarter than you has the answer. Yeah.
Yeah, before this, I didn't even know about space time. I mean, I've heard of it, but you never get into the logistics of it.
Look, they want everybody to go to work, slave it out, go home, have a few beers, and think of the next day. They don't want you to think of what's going on. That's the game.
Yeah. But yeah, I think history was changed along the way, big time. You know, this Eratosthenes guy and all these people. I don't even know if these people really existed. Oh, the library of Alexandria just happened to burn down. Like, it's very suspicious.
Well, I mean, I think there's enough historical text that the Library of Alexandria did burn down, but who actually refers to people by the surname? I mean, can you imagine Nathan Oakley? Nobody would refer to Nathan Oakley as Oakley. I know he gets an abbreviation name now because it's colloquial, but really, if you were going to be citing Oakley, you wouldn't cite him as Oakley. You would be Nathan Oakley from Flat Earth Debates, right? So that you know who we're talking about. So why would anybody get personified by surname only? It doesn't make any sense.
That's true, yeah.
Especially, not only that, they would say your last name and your location. Like, what's his name from Syene, or this guy from Alexandria.
Yeah, so it would be Nathan Oakley from Flat Earth Debates, as opposed to Nathan Thompson or Nathan somebody else, right? So that you know
it would be Oakley from England.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. My point is that we would have a different, we wouldn't refer to them as just the surname, like this like omnipotent figure. It would be more specific.
Yeah, agreed, yeah.
What's new with you, Anthony? Anything good or?
Well, Boris Johnson was on telly last night telling everybody that we're all going to get released from jail in the next few weeks. Now,
it's a lockdown still.
Yeah, it's amazing because it's like it just so happens to coincide with the end of flu season as well. It's so ironic that people don't spot this. It's like, can't you guys see that this is perfectly correlating with the end of flu season? Because they can't keep it up.
My wife is a nurse at a hospital near me. Nobody has gotten the flu yet in my area and went to the hospital for it. They haven't diagnosed any flu cases.
It's amazing how we keep getting told about coronavirus, and it's supposed to be COVID, but they're now interchanging and have been for months how COVID-19 has become coronavirus, so that they're now synonymous with each other. So basically, they've now broadened the meaning of the word. So it should be specific to COVID-19, but now anybody that gets a cold is coronavirus, and by assimilation, you now have COVID. It's bullshit.
And they're adding symptoms like headaches, nausea.
Yeah, and they're going to probe you up the arse to check to see whether your sinuses are blocked.
That's the new test, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they stick another 3 weeks to our curfew. So
yeah, they're thinking the same up here, where we got a curfew in Montreal from 8 to 5, and they're thinking of adding another month. Yep.
So they just did that in the Netherlands a few days ago. 3 weeks. We're having a press conference tonight, I guess, and probably they're going to give us some quote unquote freedoms back, right? So they just took it all, and then they will say, well, you nice citizens, you obeyed our laws, here's something back.
Hey, I got a question.
You guys heard of the COVID
never mind.
Not a passport, but a permit, or call it whatever you want? It has begun in Europe. The first country to introduce it a couple of days ago was Greece. So other countries are going to follow suit. I imagine the Mediterranean ones, where they want to entice people for vacation. So France, Spain, Portugal. Yeah.
Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, sorry for changing the subject, but so in politics, it's like the lobbyists that like corrupts the politicians the most, right? Like for us in America, it's probably Big Pharma, the largest lobbyist group in America, right? They lobby Congress with more dollars than anybody else, right? Well, check this out. AAAS, the American Astronomical Society from Washington, D.C., apparently these people are pushing the Okay, its current mission is to enhance shared humanity's scientific understanding of the universe. Now, I'm always saying that we're uneducated because we don't understand how the law works and how we get our rights from God. If people are atheists and they're following this Big Bang cosmology, then they think their right comes from the state, and the state replaces, the place that all humans have for a higher power, which
Well,
the state
religion and
becomes their God.
Yeah, religion and science have been at war for a long time.
Well, check out this AAAS.
And if you think about it, if religion and science are in this big, long, drawn out war, and they find out the Earth is flat, that's not going to do good for the science part. You can't even fucking explain that with any kind of coherency using science. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it says it's non-governmental. Oh, that's weird. Post the website for you.
Have you heard the fall of Pegasus? Yesterday there was a glower here and he made some ridiculous claims. So funny. Had you heard it, Sleepy?
Is it the guy that was modelling out how his wife was having an affair?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
That was just silly. What the fuck?
It's brilliant though, because it just demonstrates that what they do is they bring something into existence by calculating it. They can calculate anything they want to at any time for any purpose, and then that becomes a reasonable explanation.
Black matter, black energy.
It's just ridiculous.
What are we gonna do? How many people need to believe in this before we can make something happen?
Dude, you have no idea how many people actually believe. People that I encounter in the wild that are flat earthers. There's no telling how many people. They say 1/3 don't believe in the moon landing. Well, those people were right, decades ago, probably. So now that this is out, it's been out for 5 or 6 years now. And, in the past 5 or 6 years, it's probably exploded to the point to where everybody's heard of it. It's just, have they looked into it yet? And they always have people on the internet, trolling and shilling and all that stuff to make us think there's not very many of us. But if we're all getting shadow banned, it's a full-time job. Shadow banning.
QE was saying last night that only, some of his comments that he posts don't even show up.
I think if Pegasus taught us anything, though, Pegasus taught us a valuable lesson. If you're ever going to have an affair with a married woman, make sure her husband's a hardcore globehead, and you might be all right if you ever get busted.
Yeah.
Can I just quickly check, is Road Dust in? He's VC verified. Road Dust, you in the house? Can you say hi? Road Dust? No? Okay, well, if you do have any questions or you want to ask anything about Earth, let us know. Sorry, guys, carry on.
I mean, they did a great job with YouTube, changing the algorithm, because I was heavy into conspiracies and they kept feeding me flat earth shit. And I was like, I don't know. It's kind of crazy even for me. But they kept pumping it to me because that is what I wanted, whether I liked it or not. The algorithm worked good and it was giving me what I wanted. Nowadays, after the change of the algorithm, you're not getting what you want. I'm getting Neil deGrasse Tyson space-time talks and bullshit, Well, all the mainstream shit is popping up in my thing now. So I mean, they're trying to suppress it as much as they can, and I don't trust the numbers they give for how many people are. This is Google we're talking about, Google, YouTube. So, you want to go see the analytics for who's searching for flat Earth. How could you even trust those numbers? You know, of course they're going to try to minimize them and make them look smaller. It's probably way more than they say it is.
So, Road Dust, are you here? Road Dust.
Yeah, I did try him. I don't know if he's speaking.
He's got a 4-minute-old account asking for a FE role, so just wondering why.
Yeah, you're gonna have to speak for that, Road Dust. Don't just hand those out.
Mm-hmm.
Could be any old pearhead grabbing an FE tag.
Living on a pear.
By that Bon Jovi song. That'd be a good one.
Yeah. We should finally do it.
No radius. There's another good one. There's one in check-in. Maybe he'll be down. Got one in Cogdis VC. He's looking to reach out. I'll go and speak to him. Dip my toes in.
Oh, now I feel bad.
Morning, guys.
Top of the morning to you.
I can pretend to be Glover and play a game.
If you like, huh? No, I'm good, bro.
So wait, you guys really don't believe in gravity? Didn't you?
The world just sucks.
Yeah, how could you guys not believe in gravity? Do you not realize that an apple fell and Newton saw it and said some things?
Gravity's not exactly a force.
What more do you need?
You can think of it as one.
You didn't go to second grade?
What do they teach you in second grade?
Gravity.
You're right. You're on the side of the spinning ball. How? Gravity? What's that? Don't ask me. TV said so, though.
What are you saying? All my teachers are wrong?
Yes.
You're saying the whole world is lying to us?
Come on. That can't be true. And why would they lie? Why would they lie? What's the purpose?
To keep
What does
you
it matter?
enslaved.
And what does it matter anyway?
To keep you enslaved, Copper Top.
Come on, you guys.
That's what it is. Why do you think the first thing you learned in kindergarten was the globe? Before you even learned how to spell your name.
Yeah, because you couldn't sell it to a critical thinking 10-year-old
Okay, wait. How can everybody be on it? All the space agency, everybody.
The space agency. Who are in the space agency? Freemasons. They're all about lying to you. What do you know what a PhD is? It's a doctrine in philosophy.
Piled high and deep.
Yes. In fact, philosophy was considered a science. I thought science was the act of observation and then making a guess on it. So what is a theory? It's called gravitational theory, the theory of gravity. And it's been around since the 1600s. Bro.
Okay, but how about
they haven't found proof of gravity yet? And if gravity exists, and if we're spinning around on a ball that's going, what was it, 23 miles per second? How come the centrifugal force isn't forcing us out?
Well, you don't feel it because
gravity is the weakest force that can be observed.
Okay, it's a constant speed. How about that?
Oh, now you're going to go about the gravitational constant, huh?
Come on, man, work with me.
So what is the gravitational constant?
Well, I don't know, but my teacher told me about it. What are you saying? He's wrong?
If you, yeah, your teacher is wrong. If you're going by the imperial system, it's 32 feet per second per second. That's what gravity is, 32 feet per second per second.
Yeah, once you change the medium, that's our game. Now you're in a relative density territory.
How about all the photos from space? They all show spherical Earth.
Those are not real photos.
Oh, you saying they're all fake?
Yep. Like I said, do you believe in Baal?
You guys don't believe anything.
Do you believe in the Baal?
Oh, that's what my teacher told me, and that's what all the
So
scientists
you're saying your teacher's a Satanist?
I didn't say that.
Unknowingly.
I asked you if you believe in the Baal. And you said, all my teachers do. So yeah, your teachers are Satanists. And they lied to you. That's that, what is it? RS or SRA, Satanic Ritual Abuse. In fact, they make you put a black cube on your head and wear a black robe when you reach a certain threshold of education. And they call it enlightenment.
Who is the light bearer?
Satan.
Ding, ding, ding,
No, it's not
ding.
Satan. It's actually Lucifer. Lucifer means bearer of light. Satan means accuser.
True, true.
But all I'm saying is the religion of Baal, you sacrifice children to it. What are they doing in Planned Parenthood?
Oh, they're doing a lot more than that.
Do they not have a furnace in the basement that they burn the fetuses in?
Look in the side chat for the god you believe in. His name is
Well,
Helios.
When they're not
841.
selling, well, when they're not selling the fetuses to other pharmaceutical companies and other stuff like that, then maybe they might burn them, but I don't think so. That's
No,
money.
they're not. In fact, the Vatican said that only one child that was killed in the 70s for abortion can be used for medical research. So all the vaccines all of this stem cell research comes from this one male child.
Yeah.
Where they
I heard
clone
that too,
the
yeah.
cells. And they call it a cell bank.
But wasn't human cloning illegal?
Above ground.
It's okay if they need to do it to stop an infectious disease like COVIDs.
And I saw some documentary relating to abortion and how they were using the corpses there and selling them. So like, I don't know.
Did you guys ever listen to testimony from Stanley Plotkin, the godfather of vaccines?
Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah.
Sick.
Yeah, these fuckers are
I just
sick.
can't believe this fucking place we're living at, man. It's like every day my mind is just being blown. The evil that's around us, shit that goes on, lies that I've been told. I just can't believe this place, man.
Dude, just be glad that you know better. You know better.
Hey, 2 secs, guys. Just quickly, I invited Ziggy Kerman in to discuss. I don't know if he's wanting to actually talk, but I'll unmute you, Ziggy, if you want to say hello. No pressure. You there, Ziggy? Ziggy Kerman? What's that? Profile pic he's got. Apollo.
He sounds like he works at a laundromat.
Okay, Ziggy, well, if you do want to get involved, just give us a ping and we can ask your questions. Or Ziggy, if you've got questions you want to ask, just type them in text and we can talk them through to you, if you prefer. What else we got? I think that's it. Oh, say Saturnine's in here. Saturnine. It's a fellow F.E. Scott. Good to see you, Saturnine.
Remember when Trump put out the Space Force?
Who could forget?
Cyberspace.
Proud day for all.
Cyberspace. They're the hackers.
Yeah, I kind of do think the Space Force. Because does anybody know anybody who joined the Space Force?
I'd like to know the space plane, what it's going to be. You need a space plane, right?
Well, you just need one of those Mars helicopters that can fly in 1% atmosphere.
Yeah. Space helicopter.
They're actually waiting for the aliens to land so they can take their spaceship.
Have you seen those spacesuits that the SpaceX has?
Flashburn did a meme with him in Gems, and he had it. He made it. Is that the one with the stars on it? He made the astronaut like giant in the sky, so it was like camouflaged in with the stars. It was funny.
No, they were designed by one of those guys that designs those superhero suits. So apparently, the genius they wanted to look half tux and half superhero.
It's fucking stupid. I can't fuck with them dudes over there no more, bro. I got like, I'm shell shocked from that shit or something. I need to start fucking with you guys more over here.
You mean at Gems?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're delusional, of course. We know that.
Toke. What a beautiful sunrise.
Ooh. You watching the sunrise?
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't see no sun in New York. Skies are gray. It's looking like ancient Babylon out this bitch.
Dude, just like not even a week ago, Texas was covered in snow. Now it's like 70 degrees. I can go ride my bike again.
We got mad snow here. It snowed last. I was up till 1 a.m. shoveling after work.
Did Texas feel like weather control at all?
I think so. No, we've not had a snow that bad in 187 years.
Did you see any kind of chemtrails, HARP pattern reproductions, or
Yeah,
was
you
there
can
any
watch
kind of?
Mike Morales if you want to see what was going on during the whole thing. But they've been manipulating the weather since the 1940s. I can cite my source with Operation Popeye, which extended the monsoon season for 6 weeks in Vietnam.
Well, if you're getting married right now, you can go on the internet and just order a day with no rain. I think it's like $100,000 it costs.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's like $100,000. They guarantee weather, no rain, or your money back. I will make the same offer for $90,000 though. By the way, you know, if you need a day that it's not gonna, that you don't want it to rain, give me $90,000. This is guaranteed or your money back. So
Yeah, if it does rain, just give the money back.
yeah, just give the money
big
back.
deal.
If it doesn't rain, I made $90,000. Boom. I think they actually do like cloud seeding or something though. Some of these companies. But yeah, you can order. You can legit order a non-rain day, rain free.
You want to hear something interesting? So, this dude in here, Battlemod, he said one day that the Native Americans, they would dance around the campfire, kicking up dirt, dust and stuff, and as they made like a spiral vortex around the campfire, the dust would kick up and the campfire would make it rise, right? Because heat makes the dust rise. And the dust particles would go up into the clouds and attract the water, making it rain. He said that the rain dances weren't just like dancing around like, young people in a nightclub. It was like a legitimate, like scientific, I use that word lightly, way to make it rain. Because when they see the clouds, they're sending out like particles, allegedly, right, to seed the clouds, because everybody thinks that it's gravity up there, right? It's not really gravity that forms clouds. It's the static, right? Obviously, thunderbolts, lightning bolts, or whatever. That's what makes the clouds form, because it's all lighter than the air at the surface, so it rises up, and then it all draws back together because of static, But anyway,
I told Zanuck one day it was static, and he laughed at me.
Oh yeah, he'll laugh. It's static. Why would you think that there's static involved in thunderclouds?
Anyways,
if you want a better phrase, if you want a more scientific sounding phrase, it's called the London forces of attraction. They are electromagnetic. It is caused by static. It just sounds more scientific than saying static. It's called the London dispersal forces. That's that's how clouds are formed.
But yeah, you think there's something to that? Like the dust was going up. It was like basically an early form of cloud seeding where the dust would make the cloud heavier and make it rain. This almost sounds legit, bro. If you put some math to this, come out with a pseudoscience theory.
It would have to be like not very windy.
They were probably making some big ass bonfires and shit. So
yeah, but still, that dust would go up into the atmosphere and it would travel downwind.
Yeah,
it would travel to the west.
That shit hits a jet stream. Yeah, that shit hits a jet stream or something. It's gone.
Next thing you know, there's a.
Or is that above the clouds?
A monsoon in Cameroon.
They won't chemtrail if it's windy. They will not do it.
I've noted, like right now, I'm looking at the sky and it's clear skies above me, but right where the sun's coming up, there's all these contrails and chemtrails and spraying that you can see are spraying. Why are they hiding the sun when it rises and sets?
Things are always done for multiple reasons. So I'm sure there's multiple reasons.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Possibly because there's conjunctions or something around the sun and they don't want us to see what's there.
Well, it's not mankind pushing the drag queens, is it?
I keep desyncing.
English?
I keep getting disconnected from the voice chat.
Oh.
Well, still on the school topic, I remember a globe. We had like a globe in every single room in our school or something. It was crazy.
I work in a high school, and I was in the library the other day. I don't go in there often, but there's like 5 or 6. There's globes everywhere. I'm like, what are all these globes doing?
Meanwhile, it says on the bottom, not for educational purposes on each one of them.
I'd be having debates with these guys, and sometimes the teachers will overhear me. I clean the math and social studies department, and one time a math teacher heard me debating with these guys, and she's like, "You're right. You can't do that." It had to do with like putting a protractor on a sphere to measure the angle. And I was trying to tell these guys, I'm like, "Yo, you can't do that." And the math teacher like interrupted me. She's like, "You're right. You can't do what you just said."
What did they say? Oh, she's obvious. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She don't understand.
Yeah, they said I misphrased it, or I got it wrong, or
yeah, that's why I don't talk to those dudes no more. Because no matter what, they can't lose, even if they got to lie through their teeth. And that's why NASA has the fork tongue. I mean, the vector. Just like all of the space programs, they all got the vector, right?
Did the math teacher know what you were talking about in context of flat Earth or globe Earth?
I try not to mention those words. Those are like key words. Like
yeah.
I try not to say a lot, especially like in my house or in the school. Some of the teachers know. I tried to debate one of the earth science teacher. I was gonna have a little debate with him on the Coriolis, but he didn't know what the reference frames were. So I was like, well, never mind. He wrote it down. He's like, I'm gonna look into this, and he wrote it down. But he teaches it. I'm like, you teach this, right? He's like, yeah.
Wow.
He was taking notes
bro.
as I was talking.
They don't teach. They disseminate doctrine.
Yeah, they propagate what they were told.
Right. So if I were to teach you how to fish, right, I wouldn't pull out a book and go, now remember, there's going to be a test. If I teach you to fish, right, I'm going to hand you some stuff, And I'm going to show you, like, this is how I do it. Try to do it like I do it until you figure it out, okay? And then
The
when you get
test
the
is,
cast,
are you eating fish at the end or not? Yeah.
right.
But yeah, it was funny because I was talking to the earth science teacher. This guy's taking notes on what I'm saying. I don't know. It was awesome. And the geometry teachers are agreeing with me. Like,
I once asked my English teacher, "Ma'am, why is cat spelled with a C?" You know what she answered me? Because that's the way it is, okay? Now, what do you do with that when you're a kid?
Yeah, I mean, there are some things that's the way we spell it. What else do you want? I mean,
That means some jerk decided one day that cat should be spelled with a C instead of a K, and everybody said, "Okay, yeah, that sounds good. We'll do it like that."
It would have been way cooler if you'd have been like an American in the 40s. Because that's the way it's spelled, see?
Yeah. Mobster style. So that's the way it is. One guy comes up with something, consensus, and then that's the way it is. Big bang. Boom.
oh, did you hear the talk yesterday? They were talking about, was it yesterday or the day before? Don had him stuck on the space that's expanding between the galaxies and where all the stuff, he's like, that's space, right? Then he's like, well, what is space? It's empty. You got nothing coming. It was good.
Yeah, they double speak. They have to say there's nothing, but there's also 0 point energy where things just pop into existence out of nowhere.
They really have cognitive dissonance. Like, you can see it all the time. They'll have two opposing views, and they'll say it within minutes of each other, seconds sometimes. The next sentence.
Sure, the Coriolis, perfect example. Open, closed, isolated, perfect example.
Yeah.
You heard Zanuck with the Coriolis, what he declared? There's a new description for the Coriolis.
When did this happen?
This is recently?
Yeah. About a month ago. I was talking with him.
Yeah.
According to Zanuck, the ball in the one reference frame travels straight, and the ball, as viewed from the rotating reference frame, actually curves. Now I asked him, do you mean it looks like it curves? It's an apparent curve? He goes, no. It's an actual curve. So one ball is traveling straight, the same ball, and it's curving in the other reference frame at the same time.
Bro, I got Zanuck in DMs like quadrupling down on that. He's like, the ball is taking two different paths through the air. I'm like, dude, it can only take one path. It's one ball.
See, that's because it's all relative, right? It's subjective, right? These subjective moralists, it's not just their morals that they're subjective on. I mean, I hate to think about what they do with their own family members when the doors are closed.
Bro, they have the ability to hold two opposing thoughts in their head at the same time. That takes some doing.
And that's why I say they're all suffering from psychosis. Look up the word for psychosis and think about Zanuck.
Yeah. That's him.
Well, they do these things. I mean, when you tell someone two different things, it creates a problem in their mind, and they have to, I don't know. I think they're doing it.
Sometimes I wonder, are they that dumb or are they pretending?
They think this is totally legit and everything's fine. Like, they think we're the crazy ones.
Yeah, like you tell somebody you're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour at 10, 11 vectors, choose which one you want, and they believe it.
I told my people at work, I'm like, You guys are moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour right now. You know that? They're like, no, that's fucking stupid. Get out of here. I don't believe it. I'm like, bro, you have to think that. That's the heliocentric model. I'm like, you have to think that.
Yeah, it's like it's like the height of double think, right? It's not necessarily their fault. Maybe it is at this point after being subjected to trying to point it out to them as much as Xanax, but most people, that's just what they were indoctrinated to believe. They never looked into it. They're too book smart for their own good. They read it in a book, therefore it must be true, even though the sentences could be completely counterintuitive because they use certain wording and they just paint a picture in your mind, and you've already gotten the globe image in your head. So it's just, well, they must be. But the fact that, in one sentence they can go from the ball is taking two different paths is the height of doublespeak.
And I think some of them think that they're too smart to be fooled. You know what I mean?
That's exactly it. Yeah, they're too book smart for their own good. Like my dad is the same thing. He's like, I've been reading the books for fucking 25 years, whatever. Like I've read, you're saying all the college. I'm like, yes, it's all bullshit. You've been tricked. Nah, can't accept it. Can't even go there. You're too book smart. Someone would have figured it out, and they're completely living in the idea that the way that the world worked in the 50s. With the homebody moms and the dads going to work and the one it's not the way the world works. That was a lie as well, but people still cling to it.
See, these people like Zanuck and the like, they're all incredibly left-brained. Like the right side of their brain has been shut off by the educational system, right? You notice flat earthers are often artists or free thinkers or musicians or music lovers. They're into the arts, right? I mean, FEMA camp was a flat earth meetup that was, I think, in Colorado, Denver, Colorado, I think. Flat earth music and arts. I mean, those two, they kind of go hand in hand. You guys know about that, right?
I would really like to just test all these globers out and scan their brains, see if they have actually holes in their brains.
It's just the people, and here's the problem: is that like they're too trusting. They're innocent in a way because they believe that what they were told is true, and they believe that they wouldn't be lied to. They can't see it for the illusion that it is, and it's like they think that the magician is actually sawing a woman in half, and they're astounded by it because they read in a book that magicians are real. So it's. I don't know. It's weird because part of me thinks that they're stupid. Part of me thinks that they're innocent. I don't know. Maybe both.
Something about the discernment, like when you take in new information, try to lie to a flat earther. Let me know how that works out.
Yeah, nowadays.
I just think they have been abused too much, and therefore their brains are broken. Damaged.
Psychological trauma, right? From birth, right? I mean, every time, at least in my lifetime, right? Every time I hit like a milestone of my life, of like I graduated high school, my gosh, wow, the new millennium, 9/11 happened, and the world changes. Okay, so I was in like first or second grade or whatever, and then Iraq War starts, right? I'm now like in my 30s or whatever, and I've my career and all these kinds of things, and now COVID happens. It's just like everything happens in cycles. It's like a 20-year cycle of this crazy shit, and they're just rewriting the world every single day, slowly but surely. 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
So check this shit out. When my kid was in school, when he was young, he had cancer. When he got older, he went to school, and teacher calls me up one day and said, we want to spank your kid. And I was like, no, I don't give you permission. You're not touching my kid. And she said, I was like, what did he do? They were like, he climbed a tree. I was like, really? They were like, okay, well, you need to come up here and spank him so we can watch. Like, we want to see you spank him.
What?
I was like, I'm not spanking my kid for climbing a tree.
Did you record that and stuff, dude?
No, I didn't know better.
But this was years ago, right?
Yeah, it was years ago. He's 17, almost 18 now.
Yeah.
This is grade school, right? So I was like, no, I'm not spanking my kid for climbing a tree. I want him to climb the tree. And if he falls down, he'll learn, that's part of growing up. And they're like, okay, we're going to give them in-school suspension. So they stuck them in like a little closet with this dinosaur of a woman all day long. I say closet. It was like, okay, maybe 4 closets. Okay. But it was like this tiny ass little room with this huge woman. And I just remember thinking, like, this is like trauma-based mind control. That's exactly what it is.
It's exactly, yeah. Not like, basically is. I mean, it's about learning and retaining the information above all. Anything else is secondary in a way. It's like, it depends on the teacher too, but yeah, I don't know. We're in a, I don't know what you call it. Well, I don't know what to call it anymore. It's beyond any rational explanation I can come up with or any vocabulary I'm privy to.
All right, guys, we need to get the flatter numbers up, and then we'll run for office, and we'll change 2 things. First, we got to fix the schools, and then take away the qualified immunity from the cops. And those 2 things will fix America, I promise.
Well, but when you say fix, what exactly do you mean? Because I think there needs to be it needs to be entirely different, and we need NASA's budget at least, right? In addition to everything else, to make it worthwhile, to make it what it should be in the world. In this day and age, the fact that we can have schools that don't have books or whatever you want to call it. And again, it's all politicized, well, we'll give money to the schools and it's all a political ploy. But the fact that this can exist in the world in which we're living in at the height of civilization, we can put a fucking helicopter on Mars, but we can't get clean water to a town or fucking kids in a school. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we can't get clean water to Michigan.
Yeah, right?
Michigan.
But kids are going, yeah. It's like Michigan next to the fucking lake. It's like, isn't it surrounded by not 1, but 2 Great Lakes? That's a cool story. I mean, it's his clown world. There literally is no other explanation for it. Like,
Well,
it's.
Speaking of clown world, wasn't it the CIA that said that once all Americans believe a lie, their mission is complete?
When they believe the opposite of reality or whatever.
Yeah, it was 1982. The
CIA director.
Director of the CIA.
We'll know our
What's everything the American
is
people
complete
believe?
when everything the American public believes is false.
Yeah, and then when you get those Congress hearings where they're like, "Have you or any member of the CIA ever infiltrated an organization of the media and news networks?" And the guy's like, "Well, maybe we should go into a closed session for this question."
I mean, is there other fundamental things we should look at, like how we're being financially crushed right now?
When have we never been financially crushed? When has that ever been?
I know that there's been a lot of historical events where countries have been financially crushed.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. When has that ever not been the case? The whole modus operandi is to financially crush the entire area, and then
You think maybe history will repeat itself, or will wisen up, or anything, or?
Well, when you say history, I'm talking. I can't validate any history that's beyond 100, 150 years ago. Beyond that, I think it's all bullshit. But that's just me. So when you say history, how far back are we talking?
World War II.
I'll take 150.
Oh, cool.
For 150.
Yeah. All right. Right. Explain anything that happened with any validity the past 150 years ago. Right. We don't know. But yeah, it's like the financial thing. They started the whole financial system. I mean, in 1913, right? Wasn't it for the Federal Reserve, and now the Act of Congress, and then we've just been slowly going down that road ever since. I really think that World War II, every war, I believe, is a way to just consolidate power and at the same time to get rid of the old world by bombing out places and cities that don't follow their agenda.
I also think it's not good for the economy. I think they make that up, that part.
Yeah, well, what's the economy? It's the thing that they've created. The economy is a very, very, very controlled thing by a few people in charge, and it's just the illusion that it's this free market. Not really very much controlled, but to their favor. Every once in a while, you might get some people might. It's up and down. It's like the house is always going to win, right? You might win a little bit of money gambling here or there, but the house is going to win, no doubt. You're operating within their system and their structure.
If the house didn't win more than it lost, there wouldn't be a casino.
Right, but and if they want to get rid of the casino, they got to get rid of themselves. Which
wouldn't it take another form? Wouldn't it be some other game or some other?
Oh, it'd have to be something that we would physically create naturally by ourselves, and not have to adopt an institution we were born into. And
wouldn't they take something else and reinstitutionalize the game idea and create yet another type of casino?
The problem is getting all the people on board out to that new game, because everyone is hopelessly conditioned into accepting and only playing this one game because they've been indoctrinated from birth to only accept and play this game. And to do anything else is just weird, and I don't know, and I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
You're talking about it's illegal. I can't play cards with my friends with actual money on the table, or we might go to jail, right? So they got the game rigged, right? It's just like the whole marijuana thing. Marijuana is worth a lot more being illegal than it is being legal, right? And they take things and put them on the black market so that they can make money off of it to fund their black ops.
Drugs are now your global policy. Now you will rule the world. Isn't that what they said?
I mean, the fact that how much money have we spent on the war on drugs, and plants are still winning? That's funny.
Yeah, it's called Operation Stick It to the Man. So you save up your seeds all winter long, and in the springtime you go out and plant them near a source of water and never, ever, ever, ever go back.
Is that why there's all that growing on the ditches in Texas?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, I've been through Texas. And I was like, holy shit, that's a lot of fucking weed right there.
Yeah, I was talking about tomato seeds. Tomatoes.
Yeah, I know.
What we used to do when we were kids is, this is in Salem, Oregon. On my birthday of all days, we could go down to the courthouse and smoke a joint, as long as we didn't cross that state seal. The cops wouldn't do anything about it. Underage, doesn't matter. Now, my birthday happens to be April 20th. I don't know why everybody celebrates that on my birthday.
And you joined the server at 420. I noticed it, but I didn't say anything about it.
Yeah, something else I've noticed too. There's a lot of false flags or red flags or whatever they want to call them. Hot flags, hot events that aren't really hot. It's perpetrated by clandestine operations that usually happen on my birthday that causes a change in things. For instance, Waco, Oklahoma City, Columbine.
That's weird. All those dates are 420?
Well, Columbine was 420. I think Waco was 420. And Oklahoma City was 419.
Wow.
But the moon was on a different cycle.
Yeah, I think it starts with education. Like,
it's the children, yes.
It's all about the children. That's why they want them so bad. They want them so bad so they can, teach them about the global eye and teach them their cosmology, right? Because it's like you don't want your slaves to know anything much more than just what they need to know. Like back in the Roman days, it was illegal to teach your slaves the trivium, the 7 liberal arts, you know. And now they like take like $100,000 worth of your time and then pretend that they're teaching you the liberal arts, but are they really? They're supposed to teach it in a certain way where it's grammar, logic, rhetoric, and then you learn in cosmology like in the end, like when you're older, right?
Right,
but
right.
they're teaching cosmology to kindergartners and paleontology to first graders. It's like, here, kids, learn about the dinosaurs. Don't touch the bones.
Our media seems to be a big problem too.
Oh, it's the main problem. Yeah.
Yeah, we're herded. We're herded.
They're never going to. Yeah, they're never going to teach you enough to overthrow them. You're never going to teach your slaves that they are actually free. You're going to convince them that they're free, even though they're slaves, and make them think that they're. That's the whole. It's all about mind control. The whole thing is about mind control. Much easier to do it with kids.
Well, don't skip the brain damage they causing to the people as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, mind control. You're controlling how you. Yeah, right.
The chemicals, the injectables, all the stuff in the newborns and the young ones. That's actual.
Hi, Timmy. Welcome to Earth.
Actually,
is that
brain damage.
Is that your foot, Timmy? Jab. Wouldn't want you catching any gonosypperherpalades.
Yeah, the fact that we're injecting infants with something that ridiculous when we know the history of any kind of mothers, it's like
Dude,
again, it's clown world.
The schedule used to have Hep B vaccines on day 1. Are they going to be banging any needles or hookers on day 1?
Well, but the mother might have, maybe, possibly in her lifetime. So we might we don't know exactly if they're telling the truth. So we might as well inject all babies.
Right, you might break your arm, right, in your lifetime. So come here, let me break your arm to make sure that you don't break your arm. Right?
Yeah.
Because we would, God forbid, you break your arm. Now give me that. There we go.
But you might as well just walk around in wearing the cast all day, just in case you might break your arm, just for protection.
No, I'm literally going to break your arm to keep you from breaking your arm. Here, watch.
There's also another problem besides the brain damage from the abuse. There's the domestication syndrome. And they're full on trying to domesticate humanity, which will reduce all our brain sizes.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, like, if the Amish are, like, non-domesticated, right?
We're definitely getting domesticated inside nowadays. We're just saying you can't even leave.
They can't tell that to us that live in Arizona.
Well, I mean, they are telling people.
We are not afraid.
A lot of people are afraid, though, around you. I guarantee. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I'm in Vermont. I mean, there are a lot of people who are like, "This is utter nonsense," and other people who are like, "Oh my God, how can you think this is utter nonsense?" Divide and conquer.
Yeah, those are those ones that live in California.
Plays a big role.
Right, but then here's the thing too. Now, anytime you say anything against the government, what are you going to go invade the Capitol now with Trump? You're going to go. You're now labeled a domestic terrorist if you just even the idea of thinking that the government might be full of shit. You're labeled as a terrorist.
No, I'm going to take out mainstream media.
Yeah,
I'm going to kill the so-called fourth estate.
They have better lawyers than you do.
No.
The fact that we can't
stop nothing that my virus cannot stop.
Well, that'd be fantastic. That is part of the main problem, because the TV and the news and the radio, they all they really do is mirror what you were taught in school. Therefore, you must be correct, right? That's all you ever see, and that's how they inundate you every 24/7 with the global lie, right? The way the world doesn't even have to be the globe. It's history. It's everything. It's the whole, almost everything they want. They just put it out on TV, and people eat it up. They're not going to read. People don't read anymore.
Every news broadcast starts with the globe. Every movie starts with the globe.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
And there's a globe literally in every movie. Like once you start paying attention, you will find a globe in every movie. It's somewhere in the scene. It's somewhere in the set. Like literally every movie. Not just the intro in the beginning, like Universal Pictures and all that, but in the movies itself, there's a globe in every movie.
Yeah, they're basically conditioning humans like they're dogs.
Add a little bit of fluoride in our drinking water. And, what more can you ask for? The fact that for over 60 years, no one even cares that the rat poison is in our drinking water. That no one can stop it. That fucking tells a lot about humanity, man.
That's one hell of a frappuccino machine.
Yeah, not only, I mean, you see the globe, or you see, if it's not the globe, it's whatever other agenda that they want to put forth in movies and TV. It might not be the globe, but it's something else. They work double, like even the things that don't make sense for it to actually have that in there. Or it's just,
Right, they just want to push the feeling on you that you have to do what they say. Yes.
Good observation. You know what they're doing now, and for a while, the gender thing.
Yep.
Notice in the movies they got like
100%.
Ghostbusters.
Yeah. Yep. Check out the new Star Trek. They got a gender neutral person there.
Yeah, and then now they're celebrating actors and all these different people, and now they have actors' names, and if you don't call them by their name that I've been calling them for 20 years, I'm now a terrible person.
Yep.
You know,
have you heard of the new terms they have? Sirs, Mers, identify as a cow, a giraffe. There's like, I think, 20 different terms for these, whatever you want to call them.
Mentally ill individuals?
Yes, I would go with that one, yes.
But you know what really infuriates me? Hollywood is making a movie right now about a lesbian Jesus.
There you go. There it is.
If you've
all
ever
these
seen a
people
picture
are
of Jim
degenerate
Panta,
freaks, pedophiles in Hollywood. They're all not normal, so they push their agenda.
Now, see, I share this with some people, and they look it up and they go, "You're just pissed off because it's a black woman." No, that has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. I'm pissed off that they're painting Messiah as a sodomite.
Well, what about the follow-up involving a lesbian Muhammad? Are they worried about that?
They wouldn't do that because they know it would cause a huge terrorist attack.
Yep.
Are you sure it's not the Baphomet? Are you sure it's not their Jesus, their Antichrist that's coming, that they are introducing to the world?
Well, that's the thing. The
This is what he
Antichrist
looks
is
like,
already
the
here.
The Baphomet.
Muhammad was a lesbian, right?
Muhammad was a child abuser. That's what he was.
Well, you can't really say that about Muhammad marrying the child because one of the patriarchs in the Bible also married a child. I can't remember which one.
Well, he was a child abuser too.
But the thing is at that time, when you were 13, you were kicked out of the house and considered an adult.
We're talking a 6-year-old child and had consummation at 9. That's child abuse.
I thought she was 3 when she was taken from her parents.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I thought we were agreed that we can't really validate anything beyond 150 years. So what's all this 2,000 whatever years and years and years ago? No, we can't validate any of that. Those are stories.
Sure, but it is the story that we're told. So whatever. But anyway, we shouldn't really talk about this anyway. I mean, this is like we've got 2 religious rooms, so if you want to talk about this stuff, maybe go to one of those.
Yeah, but all historical and religious lies are occurring on a flat Earth, so it's all.
I mean, while that is true, that means you can
I'm
talk
kidding,
about
I know.
literally every topic.
Well, that's why everything is connected to the flat Earth. That's why it's so important, right? Everything is happening over a flat Earth.
Yeah. I agree. It's interesting though, like when someone will say, I forgot my point. Never mind. It was a
Crypto,
very
did you get-
interesting and thought-provoking point, I promise.
I'm already provoked
What
by
are
that
those-
crypto, even though you didn't do it.
Awesome, shit.
You blew my mind just thinking about what it could
Crypto, did you see the clip of Pagus that someone put together?
Oh, really? No, where is it?
Yeah, I'll post it in the live stream. Oh, it's gold.
Nice, man. Does it involve me?
Yeah, you started. It's
Yeah.
so good.
Sweet. Let me listen.
Yeah, I'll post it in.
Something about sex robots.
It's been making me smile for like 24 hours now. Here you go. It's in the live stream, Crypto.
Oh, you know what? I saw that image earlier and I was like, that's a weird image. And I didn't realise it was that thing.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just going to go listen to this back in a few.
Yeah.
I was always told that I know enough to be dangerous. Don't know what the hell that means.
It means you're a troublemaker. That's what it means. You're trouble.
To the who, though?
Oh, yeah, everyone.
To the person that told you that.
To the environment, to the matrix, the simulation, to the system.
System. Latin for sewer.
Yeah. Anomalies.
So you guys scared all the ballers away, huh? Nobody's here.
I think they're hibernating.
I think somebody should go to one of those YouTube channels about astronomy. There's a lot of Globers there, and maybe invite them here. Send a link for invite. Because a lot of them have a lot to say in YouTube comments.
I'm still waiting for a couple of replies to my accusations against them.
Any particular channels or?
I don't think we should even worry. When you look at what's happening on YouTube, on the media, on the internet, all the efforts, right, are being focused on countering, not just any alternative model or belief. It's just this one. So just the fact that they are doing that, trying to counter this, says a lot to the people
True.
listening. Like, why do you have to defend the truth if it's true? So I don't think we should get all worried about anything because they're the ones who are worried. Because they're worried people are waking up. All we got to do is keep doing what we're doing. We don't need to get baited into any of their tactics, you know what I mean? Into any of their plays. So I think people recognize that.
That's true.
So yeah, I mean, you can only convince so many people, right? Like, and even the people that do listen and realize, they might choose against their better judgment because of fear or because whatever, you know, their situation is where they have to, you know. But yeah, I think it's crazy that they spend so much resources and effort to counter that. I think it's funny. I think we're powerful as, you know. That's just the truth, you know, standing by itself, and we're just, you know, looking at it. That's all.
It's just funny, man, how these major astrophysicists don't have balls to have a simple debate or simple conversations with people, you know, like Astronomy Live or Dr. Becky or
exactly
whatever these people are, you know. Yep. They just don't even want to talk, you know. Tells a lot about their intellectual confidence, right?
Well, it'll reveal more because the more they talk, the more they expose themselves. You know, the devil's in the details. So they also have to be careful with that, you know. The world is watching, and if they engage with us and we force them, cause them to make a mistake or say something, it's over, you know. So they're not going to engage. They're not, you know. Their job is to, you know, play, you know, to be on TV and to play
bamboozle blind believers.
Yeah, yep. That's funny.
Actually, the channels that I've been trolling lately are those that have Masonic teachings in them, but they don't respond.
Yeah.
Then I say, shall I expose your royal secret?
Yep. Expose everything in the dark. Just bam.
So I do expose it, and they sit there and they laugh. I was like, why are you laughing? You're just a lowly 32nd degree slave. You don't know nothing except for Islam with your Moorish science. Well, I am telling you, you can challenge any of the 40 sitting capstoners, and you can overthrow them. Use my knowledge. Destroy the temple. But they won't. Because they love their lives.
Yeah, they don't have any secrets. Whatever their so-called mysteries, they don't know anything. They just know lies.
Well, that's exactly it. Okay. The Masonic secret is that they are going to tell the world to worship the wrong creature, the wrong thing.
Creator.
If you think about it, in the churches, everybody worships Jesus. You're not supposed to worship Jesus. You're supposed to worship the Father.
I believe Jesus, the Son of God, is God. You know, I believe that in heaven he is worshipped by the angels. And yeah, he did say worship worship God in spirit, for his spirit. But if he's the high priest people have to go to, then you know,
Yeah, but you don't worship the Son, you worship the Father. I mean, you know, the whole thing of invite him to live into your heart. Well, if you are the temple and your heart is the Holy of Holies, they claim that Christ took away the law. That's the lawless one. It's very simple. So if you have the lawless one sitting in your heart, that puts himself above God by your own admission, that is part of the abomination, which is actually eating pork is the abomination of desolation.
I actually thought that for a long time. I don't know anymore, but I thought that for a long time.
I know it because it's in writings.
Yeah, I just don't believe any book anymore.
Same.
Yeah, I don't think eating meat or pork is gonna cause somebody to go to hell, or for God to send somebody to hell. You know what I mean? Because if that was true, then I think I would rebel against that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll see. I believe it's in Amos where it talks about the temples being sacked, Jerusalem's being sacked, and this foreign king brings swine into the temple to slaughter it. And it's called the abomination of desolation. I think it's Amos. That right there caused the destruction, and then the children were put into captivity for 70 years, for one whole generation. And it was in a wave of 3. See, if you think about it, the children of Israel did not keep the way for more than a generation at a time. As soon as Solomon died, or as soon as David died, Solomon was already building temples to foreign gods. And then as soon as Solomon died, they went back to worshiping Baal instead of Yahuwah. It's one of these things where they just...
Yeah.
Also,
It's interesting.
Baal just means the Lord.
Yeah.
that's
interesting.
That's what you think.
Like
It's the
what we
all-seeing
call
eye.
what we call a temple isn't that like a portal that people create to try to invite heaven or God to come down to them, and if our bodies are the temple, you know what I mean? Like, because that's what these Masonic temples are. You know, it's a portal. You know, and if it's a temple and it's a portal, then it's an entity or deity, whatever, you know, they're praying to or worshiping. And
Well, the Masons call them Bethels, which is house of God.
Bethel.
However, it's not the house of God, it's the house of Baal. There's one of these things
Yeah.
to where if you think Baal means Lord, which it does, which is why in the Bible has Lord so many times instead of Elohim, Eloha, Eloshai, all of these different names, Elohim, Yahuwah, all of these different names for God. They removed them and they replaced it with G-O-D and L-O-R-D, which are not the proper names. In fact, the word God or Gad, Gimel Dalet, comes from the Babylonians, from the Chaldean way, which is literally Babylonian deity of fortune, which is luck and wealth. That's why it's on the back of the dollar. Everybody thinks it's guns, oil, drug, right? But it is an acronym, but that's not exactly what it is. See, many Christians today are unknowingly worshiping the beast. See,
I agree.
If you go to what John wrote and you look to the Greek, he didn't write 666. He wrote the equivalent in the Greek for 666, right? It's chi, psi, stigma.
Can I just be very quick? I need to just come and then go. Wolfgang, I just watched that video. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. It's amazing, eh? Oh, so good.
That needs to be shared far and wide.
No, I agree. Good work, bro. Good stuff.
Anyway, catch you guys later.
Catch you,
I
bro.
downloaded the audio. Have a good one, Crypto.
So
some people think it comes from Gadriel. It's from one of the Apocrypha.
yeah, but Gadriel is one of these titles, but it's the thing is with the Greek name or the Greek number, which means 666. I don't speak ancient Greek, but there are some that do. Now, CHI space XI is Chi-Su, right? Chi-Su. Well, if his name was Yeshua, where did they get the name Jesus from?
They get it from the letter I that was made by a Roman. By a Roman.
Yeah, Isu. Esau. Edom.
I think there's another. I think there's a pronunciation, Yosu or Yesu. Yesu.
Well, the name means Yah is salvation, or God is salvation. Do you know what name in English means God is salvation?
Nope.
Joshua.
Joshua.
See, I recently found out what my names mean, all three of them. And for some reason, I have Messiah's name and the gift to man from God, which is Matthew. Now, you're going to ask, what does that have to do with the cost of tea in Singapore? Well, it probably has nothing to do with that cost of tea. I'm just saying names have a meaning. Just like if you wanted to know somebody, have a relationship with somebody, you got to know the name, right? I mean, you can't just sit there and call them something that somebody else had said, oh, well, this is his name. Because if you actually look up the name Jesus, it means Yeshua HaMashiach, which is Yah saves the anointed. Now, the character named Joshua in the Bible has a different spelling. It's Yah-shu-ha or Yashuhai instead of Yeshua. It's a different kind of spelling, and it's even known as, or they signify him as the son of Nun or the son of Nun. Right? So it's one of these things
Joshua.
It's one of these things to where you got to think, why did they make that distinction between the two names? And they even screwed up in the King James, and they translated the name Joshua to mean Jesus in one of the Old Testament books, where it says, was it not Jesus that caused the sun to stand still? That was Joshua. So
it's out of context, though, isn't it? Like, because we obviously know that these are two different people. It's just the names that are being confused. You know what I mean?
It's the same name. It has the same meaning.
I can't even be sure what the name is because there's so many names.
Okay,
And
like
and
for
then
instance, if
yeah,
I was Spanish, my name wouldn't be Joshua, it'd be Josue.
yeah,
And it
yeah.
means God of salvation. So it's one of these things where you have to look to find out what the names mean. This is part of the royal secret of the Masons.
I agree. Names are important, but people used to name their children according to the attributes of the child or a prophecy or a vision, and the person who has the name. When you have such a name and you know the meaning of your name or why you were given the name, you try to follow. You try to match. What the name is. Like I was named this for this reason, right? Therefore, you start discovering who you are or what. But today, people just name. Names are thrown around. Because you like the name. It has nothing to do with the child anymore, right? So that's one thing to look at. I think is the meaning of of names are lost now. It's just a label that we use it as a label these days. But
Yeah, but see, I asked my grandfather if he knows how my mom came up with my name. And he says, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I asked my mom, and she says, your grandfather named you. So maybe she had a dream where he had said something, and she had thought he was the one that named me, but she was the one that filled the paperwork out and named me. So she says, I don't know where your name came from. It's just one of these things to where, like with me, I'm perplexed about it. And then, like, I don't know. So
you ever notice it's a common name, right? I mean, a lot of other people have these names, right?
Well, Muhammad's the most popular name in the world.
Yeah, right. So that's what I mean. We've stopped naming our children. We've stopped giving them names that relate to maybe whatever event that happened or whatever a special name. And we stopped doing that. You know what I mean? Like, so I think to know a person, yeah, you should know his name so you can pick him out. I want to talk. But if you don't know the person, you know what I mean? Then I don't think the name matters because it's the name that goes with the person, but it's the person that's, you know what I mean? Like God has a name for us. I read it's written on a stone, and only known to him that name.
Oh, you're talking about the white stone.
Yeah. Yeah.
What you're thinking about is the Book of Remembrance, where God knows our name and it's written down in a book that only He knows, that only He can read. It's called the Book of Remembrance.
I think it's also in Revelation. That's where I'm remembering it from, Revelation.
Yeah,
at the end, when everything is renewed.
The stone is the white carnelian, and this has a lot to do with Masonic rituals. That white carnelian stone with a name written on it that nobody can know except for that stone, which is what's given to him.
And I think the Masonic is a counterfeit of the real thing, of God's stuff. But the example is you remember Simon the sorcerer, right? He heard Paul and Peter preaching Jesus, so he tries it out. You know what I mean? He tries to cast the demon out in the name of Jesus that Peter and Paul preaches. I cast you out. So he used the name, right? Then the Spirit said to him, Peter and Paul, I know, but who are you? You know what I mean? So, I'm trying to say, like, the name is not like a magic word that we can just invoke, to make bad things happen, go away. But when you invoke it out of, desperation or whatever, then there's some faith that's being applied there. Knowing who the person is, I think, is more important. I mean, the name is important, right? But if you can't figure out what the name is, like, you are still referring to a person with a personality, a real person. What do you think about that?
Well, see, grace. That's what grace is, right? What are these things to where those that are ignorant, that don't know the truth about it because they were told lies from their fathers?
Yeah.
You're not going to be held accountable for what you do not know. Right? Just like Cain. Cain was held accountable for lying, not murder. Murder wasn't a thing at the time because the law was not given. The only law that was given is don't touch that tree, don't eat of the fruit, don't sit underneath it. And they blew it. Right? So he lied to God. That's what cursed Cain. So it's one of these things to where you're not punished for the things you don't know yet. So if you didn't know his name was Yeshua and you referred to him as Jesus, then he would answer. That's dogma. You know what I mean? It's one of these things. It's one of these things to where
I don't think that's the case with Cain, though. You know what I mean? The curse was based on, his brother's blood. And, he was called the first murderer, and God did tell him, sin is crouching at your door, and you must master it.
But he was asked, "Where is your brother?" And he says, "Am I my brother's keeper?" In other words, I don't know where my brother is. Even though your brother's blood cries out from under the land, or from the land from where you hit him in the head with a rock. It's not a salvation issue.
We'll come back to that later.
Yeah.
we should move it towards the flat earth.
Well, see, I don't really think the world is flat. I think the world is more shaped like a dish. You know what I mean? To where it's got raised up corners, the ice wall, so to say. To where it's more of it's like a flattened area that has an upraised edge. Almost like a saucer.
That's not in space, right?
Space is water. That's why the sky's blue. You remember that age-old question? Why is the sky blue?
Because
the ocean is reflection. Because the reflection of the water. Yeah.
It's a great statement, but it needs validation. Space is water.
But water is not blue, guys.
Hey guys, the more I look into scientism and science and all the stuff that they believe, I can't be the only one. I'm starting to think it comes from the Cabal.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm starting to, dude, it's so strange, man, the way they match up. Dude, it's so strange. Man, and this quantum physics stuff, oh my goodness.
Yes, exactly. You've made the connection. That's it. Yep.
Quantum physics is their grasp on the light.
Kabbalah.
And in fact, and Kabbalah is where we get the word Shekinah from, which is where, Leonard Nimoy, Dr. Spock from Star Trek. That's where he got the live long and prosper sign from, because he was Jewish, and when he was a kid, he was told not to look at the rabbi when he says not to look, and he screams. You're supposed to hide underneath your towel or whatnot. Well, he didn't. He looked and he saw him putting up the pyramid with the rays coming out, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, why are they doing that? Well, it turns out that's the Eye of Baal, the Shekinah. The Shekinah is
But what?
it's only 1,500 sounds. They're adding 5,000 new sounds.
Wow.
They got 5,000 new sounds.
That
And
is
I'm like,
incredible.
wow,
Like new
5,000.
instruments and stuff. Yeah.
Everything, instruments, sound effects, all kinds of shit they're adding into it.
And
man.
I did think I read somewhere where they almost like redid the engine from scratch. I mean, they're really upped it. And then the new sampling, there's a whole new sampler, or they redesigned the sampler from ground up. I mean, some of this stuff is just it sounds so amazing,
shit.
dude.
Yeah, there's groundbreaking shit that's in there right now. Yeah.
Fuck, amazing, dude.
I can't wait.
I've never got. This is the thing. I've never been excited about any computer software as much as I am about Ableton.
Ableton.
I mean, it's the one piece of software I've used in my whole life that actually excites me. It's that good. And the thing is, and I can't get anybody else to see that excitement. Everybody I talk to about it, I don't like that one.
Because everybody's on Fruity Loops, man. Everybody got used to the Fruity Loops.
I know. Crazy.
I should have started with Ableton A because I had to choose two. I was there when Fruity Loops first came out, and I was like, oh
yeah, it's so colorful, it's so bubbly, it looks so nice. You know, the UI is so fantastic. You know,
it's only because I grabbed a cracked copy of the FL Studio before Ableton, and now I'm thinking back, like, I wonder, if Ableton. No, I'm gonna grab it. Yeah, of course. I should have learned that one.
There's just something about it, but I think people I think the bottom line is people are just intimidated by it when they look at it. They don't understand how to wrap their head around it. But if you just take a little fucking time and then dive into it, you're gonna be like, oh no way! And you're gonna. It's just incredible. Some of the stuff.
I like the layout. Yeah.
Well, the frequency tweaking, the way you edit your songs, you can literally, like, as soon as you get your main loop down, the rest of the song is easy to build.
Yep,
right?
all of it. It's just incredible.
It's just so easy.
I think if you could just transfer your skills over, that's what I'm trying to do too.
Hell yeah, all you gotta do
figure out how to do it on Ableton. Yeah.
You can. I go look at people that are doing like Fruity Loops. Like I check how do you build like a trap song properly, like with the drums and shit, right? So, and these guys are explaining it on Fruity Loops, and I'm like, I can easily do that same shit on Ableton, It's easily like once you know one piece of software like that, the other one's easier to learn, and you already know Fruity Loops pretty easily. Yeah, it's just it's gonna be easy for you, bro. So I'm never gonna go to Fruity Loops. So fuck that shit.
Hey, Fruity Loops, they've got some stuff too that Ableton doesn't have. So
like what?
It's got its pros and cons.
I mean, they all do. They all have like the good and bad. Yeah.
What does that's the one thing I want to know. What does Fruity Loops have that Ableton don't?
Well, it's not really that simple, but they all have pros and cons. That's it.
But I really want to know because I've seen people demonstrate Fruity Loops all kinds of ways, and that's why I'm able to imitate Fruity Loops on Ableton anytime because it's like.
Yeah, but it's not really. It's not really about like comparing which one's better and which one's worse. It's just that people that really get Ableton, they really understand how awesome it is, and then unfortunately, people don't get it, and it's their loss, I guess. It's weird.
If I had a copy, I'd be working on Ableton.
Go on Pirate Bay. You can download crack versions up there.
Man, the crack versions are shit, man. I hate crack versions. You just have to fuck with them, and you always have to make sure that they don't lock you out. You have to get disconnected from the internet because they're.
Nah, that doesn't. Yeah, but just follow the directions. Usually, it's easy.
Yeah, I know.
You gotta know the right.
Yeah.
You gotta know the right crackers to get it from. The guys that are reliable, that are really doing it, and not the guys that are trying to hack your computer and use your whatever.
Yeah, exactly. No, but I mean. So I'm saying,
I've been running like the pirated version for like years. It's just only maybe the last 9 months or more that I finally kind of felt like, well, maybe I should try to go legit as possible. So then, but now I'm thinking about going back to the pirated version. It worked great, dude. You just don't update it. You go into the options and say do not auto updates. It's really simple. I think there's a DNS entry where you can tell it so if it tries to call back home, it never reaches. It's not that hard. Just a couple things you got to do, and then it's great.
Yeah, I guess.
Or just don't connect your studio computer to the internet.
Well, I keep mine connected all the time. I never had any issues with that.
My studio computer is always connected.
Yeah, you don't worry about disconnecting it. Just follow the directions. They'll usually say add this entry into whatever your registry or whatever your DNS host file is, and that just makes it go nowhere. And then of course just don't update it. Don't do auto update. But I might go back to the pirated version just because I want to get back the taste of the Ableton Suite, the whole deal.
Well, yeah, you want the whole deal. It's so much.
Oh my
better.
God.
Well, if you can get the pirated 11, do it. If you can.
I will. I think I will. I'm gonna wait now. I'm gonna wait until Ableton 11 comes out. It might be a couple weeks before maybe the pirated version will be out quick too. I don't know. I'll be watching.
Because there was a beta running. There was a beta for the 11 going. You know that?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep watching. Sometimes it's hard to find a good cracked version of the newest one, though. It's almost like they're sticklers at trying to not make it available or try to take them down. But you can find them on Pirate Bay. But I'll look in the next few days. Wow, Ableton 11.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here losing my mind, bro.
We should probably start talking about flat Earths and stuff. People are probably sick and tired of hearing us jabber on about fucking music shit. Let's. Is there anybody else in here that's a Glober? Who's Money's Goblins? Who's that? Moni's Goblins. Is that a? Oh, he's deafened. Who else we got in here? None dare call it conspiracy. That's a flat earther. Okay. Road Dust.
Pagus is typing.
Oh, Pagus is Pagus. Oh my God, the return of Pagus. You're right. I'll let you guys take that. I'm gonna just shut up for a while.
Hello, Pagus. Is he in here? Is he here? Hello, Pagus. Welcome back. You muted? You are muted. You are now unmuted.
Oh, well, thank you. Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
Well, I'm doing quite fine, actually. A bit tired from work, but that's life.
Yes. So, any thoughts? How's it? You've been thinking about it?
Actually, and like if one thing I wish to do is to make flat, like where we have like if the world then is flat, is to try to make try to figure out why the stuff like why stuff happened. Basically make a model, which my definition of a model then the explanation of why everything is happening and try to figure it out. And I thought maybe if you want to discuss what could possibly be the alternate explanations for the Coriolis effects on a flat plane.
There is no Coriolis effect on the flat plane. What are you talking about, guy?
You don't have to explain something that you can't even prove to be true. You know what I mean? You don't need an explanation for something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, we don't see any Coriolis effect on any hot air balloons. And they tell us that we shouldn't see the Coriolis effect because everything rotates with the Earth. So they say that there is Coriolis effect, but we can't detect it.
Well, we actually detect it, but you need to move quite a far distance. That's the thing.
That's just your imaginations, bro. You can't validate that.
But we see it on if you go on these these big databases with all the hurricanes. That's where you can see it. You can see the rotations.
Yeah, that's called by heat. It's done by heat. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Are hurricanes real or just apparent?
That's it.
You see swirlies in the sky. Oh, that's the Coriolis.
Is a hurricane a real?
It's crazy.
Yeah, hurricanes
thing?
are real
is it turning for real or is it apparently turning?
like it's the air is spinning.
Yeah. Is the air
Around.
going in a circle, or is the air just going in a straight line?
Depends from which perspective you look. So if you
an object can't go both in a straight line and or curve, depending on if you're looking at it or depending on what it's doing. It's either going in a straight line or it's actually curving. Which is it?
You are delusional, my friend.
No,
I don't know what Coriolis
You
is.
recognize, like if I shoot a bow and arrow, right? If I shoot an arrow,
yeah,
is it going in a straight line or is it also curving at the same time? You realize that
the bow and arrow,
can't
then
do both
it will
things.
just move in a straight line. But let's say what I'm trying to say is, if you then, if you are standing and you're watching the arrow go, the arrow is moving away from you. But if you are
in a straight line,
in a straight line, yes,
away
in a
from
straight
you.
line,
right?
But if you were the arrow, let's say I would shoot you with a bow, then you would see me moving away, right?
Right, but we don't see either of those things actually happening in real life.
Well, there's a problem with that, right? Because you're gonna see the person that shot the arrow and everything else moving away. So it's not really the same thing, is it?
Yes, that's true. But
And
that's
it's
just
moving
like
in a
bad
straight
example.
line. There's no
And we
curve
don't-
there.
Well, and the object's not curving. And where do you see that in actual real life?
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, this is a fact that on the northern
it's
hemisphere.
not a fact.
Can you answer
Well,
the question?
Fact. If you. No, he's affirming the consequent right there. He says this is a fact, and then he's about to talk. No, that's not how it works.
Definitely
like
not.
if. So you are right now denying that hurricanes have a different spin. Like high pressure hurricanes have the different spin, and low pressure hurricanes a different spin on the northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere.
The first thing.
They don't
the
always
first thing.
the same way.
The first thing you need is curvature of ball, and then the second thing you need is for that ball to spin. So you're like, not even like, what are we even talking about? You know what I mean? So.
How do you say stupid shit like that, bro?
If we look at the
there are cyclones, and they don't actually follow what he was taught in school. That's just indoctrination and doesn't have any relation to reality. What actually happens sometimes is there is it's more common for them to rotate that way because around the equator, just because of the heat from the sun being the greatest at the equator, and this causes air to rise. And the displacement of air causes air to rush in, and this causes circular motion. And this is well understood. None of what we're talking about is not verifiable. What you're talking about is just stories you got taught in school, which have no verifiable evidence to back it.
And you just see some CGI on the screen saying, "Oh, that's what it is." Congratulations, you believe CGI the whole fucking time. CGI planets, CGI fucking weather maps. It's all CGI, and you think, "Oh, even CGI Mars. We landed on Mars, bro. It's CGI." You must believe it. It's true. They said it. Bro, where's the curvature, man? What's the radius of Earth and what's the drop rate? Okay, can you find that drop rate for me, please? Because it's supposed to be visible even on ground level.
I can't.
We can't. Okay, that's what I thought. I think I'm gonna make a song like that.
Sample that, man.
Let them think, man. Don't distract them.
The Globers always go,
Where's the curvature, man? Where's the curvature?
Buddy. Where are you from, man? You're Eastern European or what? Where are you from?
Sweden.
You're Swedish?
Yeah.
Can I ask?
God damn.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If the spin caused the hurricanes, the spin opposite on the southern hemisphere, how does the transatlantic winds occur?
Could you explain what you mean with transatlantic? Because as you probably figure out with me not being Swedish, that English is not my first language, and I don't really know. Haven't heard that.
I'm gonna post a picture. Wait.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
All right. Trade wins. Are you talking about those wins?
Yeah.
Trade wins.
Yeah, the Atlantic trade wins. It goes against what I was just saying.
Trade wins.
Yeah, sometimes they'll blow east, sometimes they'll blow west.
They blow both ways actually.
Yeah, but yeah, it depends on
Constantly.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find a good demonstration.
I bet you didn't know that.
That's how we're able to sail back and forth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then they.
You didn't know that.
So these winds. Then they then deviate onto against different sides, like onto the left or right, dependent on the Coriolis effects.
Because
You are so boring.
Because that's how the Coriolis effects affect them, and therefore that will happen. Or like, what do you mean with because?
Hey, listen.
You said the spin caused the hurricanes to spin the opposite direction.
Why are you making this stuff up for them? Like, they already lied. They lied. Why do you have to make up additional nonsense for them?
I'm not making up additional nonsense.
You're making up a whole bunch of nonsense right now.
He's just trying to put two and two together. What he knows.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Is Pagus back?
Yes.
So much nonsense.
Pagus.
This guy has nonsense.
Welcome back, bro. How you doing?
I'm doing quite fine.
How are you feeling after yesterday?
It turned out to be quite funny, quite absurd.
Yeah. Have you thought back on that discussion at all? Have you reflected on that situation with the wife and the neighbor?
No.
You haven't reflected on it?
Been reflected, and I still stand by the point, because I feel like just because it got so absurd, I didn't really succeed to get my point across at all. So I feel like I was just very misunderstood.
Okay. Well,
but
I mean,
don't really want to go into that right now again.
No. That's fair enough. I was just about to say, well, if you're feeling misunderstood, you can feel free to correct what you believe was misunderstood, but we can just move on from it if you'd rather. I mean, it sounds to me like you have done some reflecting, enough to say that you should just move on from that.
So is this the guy that was asked that if your wife is cheating, and then he was trying to create the model of his wife? Holy fuck, bro.
Yeah. But it's okay. That was yesterday. Today is a new day. As sure as the sun will rise, today is a new day.
He was just trying to apply. He was just trying to apply what he was taught, and didn't work.
Yeah. This is just what the Globe makes people argue like, Pagus. You see, it gets into the realm of the absurd, because eventually that's where this line of reasoning takes you. If you have to do these kind of mental gymnastics when you're faced with the logic, the observation, the measurement of what Earth actually is, this is where it takes you. So, I mean, I just think it's good that you've come back, and don't worry about all that. It's a new day, a new page in the chapter of Pagus figuring out where he lives. So why don't we go back to your current thoughts on where you live right now. If you were to take a scale 0 to 100, how sure you are that you live on a ball, 100 being the surest, where would you say you are?
Like right now, I'd say I'm 96% sure.
90s.
What a lie! You could already see the lie.
What's the main thing that gives you that level of confidence? If you could pick one thing, is it the NASA stuff? What is it?
No, it is that like with me, I don't really actually care. If you could say that, if what the Earth is.
Okay, but you don't have to care about it. I'm just saying what you think it is and what makes you think that.
What I think is that, like, if the Earth were a ball, and I would use all the modern physics I've been taught, I feel like it adds up and explains a lot of stuff. Like I see that through my.
That's a bit vague, though, Pagus. That's a bit vague because all of these things that you're talking about, like dropping objects and that, those are occurring on an observably flat surface, not a curved one. So things work on an observably flat Earth.
In this world, what I have observed, more stuff, more different effects and other like things which I've been observing make sense and is explained than through the globe Earth. But I'm not saying that stuff could not be explained through a flat Earth. It's only that I have not heard those explanations through the flat Earth.
Does it make sense? Does it make sense to you that you observe a flat Earth and how that would work on a flat Earth? Does that make sense or not make sense?
I think it makes sense that I could be observing a flat Earth on a globe, and
right. But no, I'm saying, but on a flat Earth that would make sense, wouldn't it?
yeah, that would also make sense. Yes.
Okay, so if it makes sense that it looks flat, and it is flat, and that's why you see it look flat, what is it that would make you make the assumption that what you don't see is more logical, 96% more logical?
Well, so it's because if we look like this, my main two problems right now with how with what it like if the Earth were flat, I would have a problem with like if the Earth were flat, then stuff would. Then I have the question. Then gravity would not be a thing, right? Or would it?
Well, I mean, when you say it wouldn't make sense, I mean, this is just what you observe. Your initial assumption should be what you observe, at least to some degree, if you're just thinking logically.
Yeah, but like,
I don't know.
Because if the Earth were flat, if gravity works as we say it works right now,
it doesn't work.
Then then the flat would slowly bend together.
But you're just talking about things falling down on an observably flat Earth, though, aren't you?
Okay, if we say like that, then we need another explanation. I've heard buoyancy as a reason for why stuff.
I drop helium. I drop a helium balloon. Is it going down or is it going up?
No, that's because of buoyancy, then, right?
Oh, well, then the gravity.
Can I ask a quick question before we move on? Can I ask a quick question before we move on?
Go ahead.
If you found out that the Earth was not a ball, that it was actually a plane we don't understand, would you care then about it? About the topic? Would it matter to you then?
What matters to me is that we get a model and try to explain stuff through.
You don't need a model.
No, you're avoiding my question. You're avoiding my question. Would it matter if you found out that they were lying to you about everything, about what you're living on?
If I found out that they deliberately have been lying,
maliciously. I'm saying maliciously.
They deliberately are lying, bro.
Then it would matter.
Then that would matter a hell of a lot.
Okay, then it's worth having this discussion. Thanks. Go ahead. Let's move on. Go.
So
They
what I
always lying. Why they always lying?
Think about this for a second. If your explanations from the globe model contradict each other, how can they be true?
But I have not encountered any. I am quite engrossed in modern physics, and I have
Sure you
not.
are. Sure
And
you
I've
are.
not encountered any place where they really contradict each other. Maybe like the quantum realm, but that's we don't know that much
What's the
stuff
difference
about that
between
yet. so-
I'll help you. I can help him with this real quick. With seasons, you need on the parallel light race, right?
Yeah.
And with day and night model as well, right?
Uh-oh, he got you there.
What
buddy.
about it?
Yeah.
I mean, yes or no,
They
bro?
actually also have another model called the apparent sun model, which is not factored into that model at all and contradicts it. Then they also have the eclipse model, which contradicts that as well. And then we have actual observable evidence where we always see the sun splaying out from a source, not going into a source or bending around or being parallel. So there's 3 contradictions there.
Uh-oh. You didn't do your research.
Where like these models you were talking about, what were they explaining, and like what were they and how do they contradict each other?
Light cannot be parallel, angled in, splaying out, and being bent around at the same time. You have all 5 different things you can have with it, so it doesn't work.
So
you can't
is this
contradict yourself endlessly and expect it to work.
So what the Drace just like posted, is that the 3 models, or?
Those are part of the models. One is seasons, one is eclipses, and one is how everything in the sky is apparent, and all the light from the sun is supposed to be bent around, and not straight lines, not angled in, not parallel. But we actually see it playing out in real life, which is none of these models. So in real life, we see something different from what you believe, which contradicts itself.
Uh-oh. What do you got to say for yourself then, Mr. Physics?
Don't yet
That's right, you don't. You're right, you
see
don't.
how these
Because you don't.
contradict.
Oh, because you're lying here, buddy.
Just think about it for a minute. I'm going to go eat my food. Enjoy.
Well, you
Right,
never.
no, this is
you
thanks
never-
for that, Drace. That's a good steer. Just quickly, Vlad. Sorry.
Go ahead.
So with some guys, I usually keep it pretty Socratic and just break it down into what can you actually know type stuff. But for some guys, it's better to actually attack the model, which is what Drace is doing there. And I think Pagus is a guy who needs to have the model attacked.
Yeah.
So if any of the guys want to go for that,
Oh, I love. I love it. That model.
2 minutes. Go for it.
Oh, Pagus, my friend. I have a question for you.
I'm here, your friend.
No, Jamesy, you're not my friend. I lost money because of you. Pagus.
Yeah.
Pagus, my question to you is: so you believe you live on a ball? Yes or no?
I am.
It's a yes or no question, bro. Do you believe you live on a ball, bro?
I believe that we live on a ball, but I do not.
Say yes.
But I still believe that there is a possibility that that it is flat.
Okay, then give me the dimensions of the ball you think you live on. What's the radius of this ball?
Then I'm gonna go check my book.
Oh my God, just Google it. You don't need to check your book, guy. Go to NASA, they'll tell you, bro. Oh shit. Okay, it's like close to 4,000 miles, man. Okay, so I'll even give you the higher the number, the better for you. So I give you 4,000 miles, right? With 4,000 miles, can you find the curvature rate of the ball, the drop rate, with basic trigonometry? The answer is yes.
Yes.
And what's the drop rate of this ball? What's the curvature rate of this ball?
8 inches per square mile.
Yes, per mile
most of the
squared.
time it like changes a bit.
Right. Well,
Like dependent on when you go further out, then it drops more.
Yeah, well, that's why it's squared. The miles are squared. It's an exponential curve. Yes, I agree with you. Sure. So okay, so over 30 miles, how much drop should there be?
30 miles, then we have 30 times 30, 300, 300 times 8.
30 times 30 is 300?
Oh, 900, sorry.
Double check your shit. Okay, so how much inches is that in total? You can go to feet if you want, doesn't matter.
So
regardless of the situation, we both agree, even if it was an 8-inch drop, there will be a drop, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so here, I'm going to post this for you. Are you in live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Right here, I'm going to post this link for you. I hope you've seen it before. FE Core. So these friends of mine, right? You know what they did? They shot a laser across a large body of water, right? It's about 40 kilometers they hit. The laser was mounted at 2 meters off the ground, and they hit a target 2 meters off the ground. Zero curvature anywhere. Why is that?
Don't know.
Because it's flat, buddy. They lied to you. That's why.
Yeah.
And they did multiple locations. They did, I think, close to 8 or 7 observations, different times. And like on the best one they did was they kept the laser in one spot and they hit 3 targets at 3 different distances, all hitting 2 meters off the ground every time. So if you were to hit something at 6 miles away, it would be a certain amount of drop. If you would hit something at 12 miles away, it would have a different drop. And on the third point, it will also have a bigger drop, right? But guess what? At all those 3 points, always the same, always level. We have a problem here. You understand that?
Very true.
Yeah, it's very true. And this is engineers. They went on at this. These are not some random amateurs. These are actual engineers that did this. They all know it's flat now. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I attacked your model. What do you have to say to that? Your model's shit.
What I presume from this, either the Earth is flat, as you say.
It's 100% flat.
Or it could also be that something from this experiment was wrong.
Nope. They double checked. Listen, they did it multiple times. Hold on. They did it multiple times, right? They presented the evidence the first time. A whole bunch of globers tried to find some flaws with it. They went back, corrected those quote-unquote errors that those globers found multiple times to the point where globers have nothing to say anymore because they accounted for everything. And when you look, it's 120 pages of data. Go look through it. Refraction, temperature, everything is measured and accounted for. Buddy. Now, before you start talking more, I suggest you go look at it and see what I'm talking about, because you're going to start arguing from a point of ignorance, and that's not a good point to start arguing from. Well, you always argue from the ignorant point because you don't know a lot. We forgive those, but at this point, we give you the information. You should go look at it.
I am looking at it right now.
Right. It's a pretty nice piece of paper. And since you say you're a physicist or whatever the fuck you say you are, these numbers should make sense to you. Yeah, whatever, man. We have a PhD physicist that always bothers us too here. His name is Professor Phil, and he's an idiot. So it doesn't matter what kind of PhD you have. If you're an idiot for life. Uh-oh, the model's broken, bro. What you gonna say about that? And then they must have presented the black swan to you already too.
Yeah.
That just reinforces this observation, because now you look at it from a different angle. Now you're looking at from observer height, right? And then towards the horizon, right? And if the horizon should be at what, 1 point whatever miles away, and it should start dipping, and it should be in front of the platforms. But guess what? It's like further than 10 miles away, right? So it's flat. You can look at it in different ways. You can math the shit out of it multiple ways, and you'll still get a flat plane. What's up? Uh-oh. Oh, spaghetti-o.
What up, homies?
What's up, guy? Who's this? I can't see the name.
It's just a guy.
Oh, guy. Are you a good guy or a bad guy?
I'm a bad guy.
Oh, shit.
Big bad evil guy.
That's a good sound effect right there for that. Is that Demok? Demok, that's you, right?
It's Riggs, man. It's Riggs.
Oh, you guys have the same kind of voice. Anybody ever mistaken you?
No, I pronunciate.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you and Demok are beefing or what?
No, I pronunciate. It's a difference.
It's all good.
Rick just woke up. That's why he sounds like Demok.
It's true. It's true. I just woke up.
Yeah, I know.
It's got the just woke up voice.
I had that good brownie last night, so I'm still chilling.
Oh, shit. The THC brownies, man. Fuck. I haven't smoked. Listen, I haven't smoked for so long. I've been having these crazy dreams. The dreams finally came back to me. My God, I even had a flood dream. I was no fucking way.
Oh, no.
Dude, it was nuts. Literally, I live on an apartment. And then in my dream, my whole apartment is flooding to the point where I had to climb out the fucking window of the apartment. And it's like, I'm talking about a fucking full-blown, like, Noah's flood type dream. I was like, get the fuck out of here. That is nuts. And it felt, I had to wake up.
Dude, I had a dream like that too. I live in an 8th floor, and I had a dream that the flood was coming up the freaking street.
I was on the 8th floor too, man. That's crazy. The coincidence, eh? Kind of crazy shit's coming to me. All kinds of weird dreams. Like, there's been 3 days of weird, fucked up dreams. That's what happens when you stop smoking weed.
Yeah, it's good
Then
stuff.
don't stop.
Good to see you back,
Don't
Riggs.
stop.
If you're still here, so if Vlad, unless you want to continue, does anyone else want to fire into the globe on
He's
Pagus?
pretty fucking much nailed us in the coffin. It's done. He understands that his model's fucked.
Yeah.
It's your fault for stopping.
Just add like the Mount Canahu thing I just posted. Like, oh wow, look at all that curvature there.
Yeah, exactly.
So what do you think? What do you think about what Vlad told you, Pagus?
So okay, let's
I have to actually
hold on. Let's ask the same
finish
question.
reading this thing.
Okay, cool. After you finish reading it, we'll ask you the same question. How sure are you at a scale of 100? Right? How sure are you? 100 being.
Well, it just went down a bit.
Okay, what are you sitting at now, Pagus? You were at 96 not too long ago. Pagus, what would you say? What would you say the updated number is, Pagus, from 96 to?
I don't know. It's hard putting a number on it.
I know, but just try.
Oh, bro,
just humorous. Now, come on, guys. Let's let him just have a think, Pagus. Honest, just off the top of your head, whatever comes to your mind.
It's less at least. Like, I have to read this and.
Okay, no, that's fine. You can have a think about it.
He's probably still in shock, so maybe give him a.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fine. Pagus, you continue
Some
reading that. If
space.
you're doing that, that's good that you're reading it. A lot of people don't even read it, so good for you.
Yeah, I want to learn. Like, that's also why I'm here.
That's why we're here.
I'm not just here to like say stuff. I'm actually here to listen, to interpret what you say, and I hope you actually also listen and try
Absolutely, Pagus. That's why we're here. This is what we love to do. So thank you for coming back today, and again, welcome to the server. And if you do have questions, just ask.
Sorry. Now, hopefully, you'll realize that whenever your wife is cheating on you, she's not cheating with some sex robot. You know that. Just realize.
Yeah.
How could I know? Honestly, like.
Well, it's a lesson well learned, bro.
Sure, like there's a small chance that it was this robot. Like,
I know. We all wanted that small chance, Pagus.
Like, it's not so small chance, but there's a small chance.
When we came into this,
wanted to
we
be
were
the
like,
robot.
yeah, we were all like, hey, there's a chance. There's got to be a chance. It's still, it can't be. Come on, it can't. There's got to be a chance. There's got to be a way it's still a globe.
There
we were all
is.
the same, Pagus.
No,
Small chance, even if it is.
Yeah, we were all there. We were all there.
It's a globe because of Amazon Prime.
I don't know, man.
But yeah, no, Pagus, honestly, go and have a read of that and let us know if any questions and what your thoughts are. It's cool.
Great.
It went
stuff,
down
guys.
a little
Thanks for that,
bit. That's good progress. See, as long as it goes down a little bit, not like those staunch
Exactly.
globers.
Hey, listen, we're dedicated craftsmen, you know. We'll be chipping away at this wall as long as it takes. We're here 24/7. It never stops. So we've got the time.
Hell yeah.
I mean, you drop 10% in an hour. How long do you think you're going to last here? We'll get you in a day.
So fast. Especially if you talk to Vlad. Vlad's
Resistance. Resistance is
You're killing it, Vlad.
Physical precision. I read his mind, and then I know where to come from. You know, from any angle. Yeah.
Good stuff.
I also have another thing
If
that
you
you
want
can
it,
consider.
you can get it.
Yeah,
which
like what
is,
I really appreciated with this conversation is like it was calm, it was like calculated, and we slowly went through it, and there was not a bunch of people like talking over each other, and like went smoothly, and you can actually like take in what people say.
You're just lucky Vlad is sleepy.
No, Vlad's here, guy. That's why Vlad's here, guy. Boom.
Very lucky.
Very lucky. Vlad was sleeping on the other conversation. That's why it went all crazy.
You're lucky Vlad isn't losing on World of Warcraft.
I don't. No, actually, I lost a lot of arena matches. Listen, I've been with so long. I am
Death Knight or some shit.
Oh, I'm a mage, man. I'm a mage. Always been a mage.
Mage.
My mage has been played for years now. Years of this mage, like 15 years on the same mage, bro.
Vlad already had a rampage because Bitcoin is down like 30%. So
No,
he's
man,
already,
I was happy that
he's
the
already
Bitcoins
over
were
it.
down. Listen, I was happy the Bitcoins went down. What I'm unhappy about is because you fucking told me that Dodo coin is good, blah, blah, blah. I would literally save that money. I pulled money out of my Bitcoin account just for this dip to buy in more Bitcoin.
This is not financial advice.
Yeah, it's not, obviously, don't take any financial advice from Gemsy. He is terrible. He fucking made me lose money. That's it.
I mean, it's your fault because I made money with the coin.
No, you didn't. There's no way you made money.
Bro, I bought it at 6.1 and at 7.1.
Yeah. Now it's 4.7. Good luck. You made
It's
money.
called
The math adds
investing.
up.
Don't invest money you can't afford to lose.
Well, no, I didn't lose any
Vlad,
money.
if you don't have no money, don't invest it, bro. Come on.
Buddy, don't worry. I'm just fucking with Gemsy. Gemsy's
You're
crying.
still up because you bought Bitcoin cheap. So
I'm always up, bro. Don't worry. I was going to make more money, though. That's the thing. I was going to make more money, but because you said Dodo, you know what? Dodo's going to.
Bro, the whole market is down. What are you talking about?
Because Bitcoin goes down. I know how the market works. Because when Bitcoin goes down, when it tanks, it pulls all the fiat. What do you call it? All the altcoins go down with it. Because Bitcoin is the granddaddy and it supports everything.
Yeah, everything is down at the moment. So yeah.
Well, I know, man. Don't worry. Don't you think I've been through this? I've been through this for years, bro. Shit.
Vlad, don't cry, bro. Come on.
That's why I put a few hundred into USDT, right? And I put it on my Binance out of my storage wallet. I put a few hundred because I knew this was going to happen. I wanted to buy more Bitcoins with a few more hundred because I knew this was going to happen. I was just waiting for it. But no, Gemsy came and said, "Hey, did you look at Dodo? Look at Dodo." And I'm like, "Yeah, I looked at Dodo."
See what
and
you did, Gemsy?
It's the bird that doesn't fly, bro. Come on.
The bird that doesn't fly, exactly. Should have never listened to you. Fucking guy.
And then when it goes to 15, don't be coming at me crying, okay?
Dude, but it could go to 15, sure, but I would have made more money on Bitcoin anyways, even if it goes up to 15, because when Bitcoin goes up, Dodo goes up. You know what I mean? That's what you gotta understand.
You said Dodo, and my computer made like a quack quack noise.
Yeah.
For some reason.
I know you lost a couple hundred, Gemsy. Don't worry. I know you did. As long as you lost some with me, I'm happy.
I'm down. I mean, I said, I'm down from whatever we were up 2 days ago. We're down because everything went down.
I know, buddy. I know. Don't worry.
Oh, that's too bad.
It happens. It's okay. I don't care.
Pagus, I want to ask Pagus here if he realizes that all of the stars are geocentric or not, or if that's something he doesn't know yet.
Yes.
So you know that they're geocentric, right?
What do you mean when you say geocentric? You mean that they would follow the geocentric model, or?
No, what I mean is all of astronomy and all of the mapping of the stars is done geocentric. There's no evidence of heliocentrism in the stars.
So, like, through the global, that doesn't really matter because the stars would be so far away. So the movement when we move around our sun, that's basically relevant because it's such a small distance.
Dude, the star behind the sun is being seen on the backside of the Earth. Regardless of your motion around the sun, your imagined motion around the sun, the stars that are directly behind the sun are always seen on the backside of the Earth. And this bottom graphic here is the only excuse the astrophysicist gave me. They have no valid excuse for why the starlight is bent to the backside of the globe and then rotates as the Earth rotates to give you the illusion that we live on a geocentric plane. They have no excuse.
In other words, the model is wrong.
Just an excuse you posted. Because
No,
the
it
sun
means the
bends
model-
the light.
Look at the path. It's not hitting the dark side of the Earth. It's hitting the daylight side. And we don't see any bending of any stars due to any bending of the sun. It's so retarded.
The model is wrong. It's not your brain. It's the model.
There's actually nothing about the model that's correct in the very beginning. Starting from curvature, it's all wrong.
It only appears to work when you don't actually dig into it and compare all the models together and construct it visually. It only works conceptually if you think it does.
Hot damn.
Yeah. The minute you go observe something in reality out on the Earth itself, the model falls apart as soon as you apply reality to it.
Yeah, then they have to start making up excuses that are unverifiable.
If you apply a healthy dose of double think combined with a healthy dose of double speak, it works perfectly.
And don't forget denial of all your senses.
That's true. And yeah,
for me, that
and believe everything the government tells you.
The government.
I honestly believe that our senses, there's no reason to know that we can be sure that our senses actually see and portray the complete truth.
There is. Yes, there is. There's objective truth. Your vestibular system detects angular motion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're living on a globe, you must know you're living on a globe. You can't be somewhere and not know that you're there, kind of thing. That's just not right. Logically, that's totally illogical. If we're living on a ball, we should be able to see it, measure it, and feel it. Yes.
Yeah. Listen, Pagus, listen. Everything we know about reality, let's say if somebody's doing something in reality, let's say somebody building something, okay? They use standards of measurement in construction and in manufacturing, like metal machining parts, right? So they use objective reality. They have standards of measurement to calibrate the instruments. If this was a globe, there would be standards for this technical measurement of this curve. It would be everywhere, bro.
Yeah.
It would be resplendent in your life. It would be everywhere. Everywhere you look, you could see, here's how we proved it. Here's the actual measurements. Here's the technical data. Here's the actual source scientific data, experiments. Observations, measurements. Here they all are. It would be right in front of you, easy. Well, why isn't it there? That's why flat earthers exist, because it doesn't exist. We have no standards for this thing you're talking about.
Every airport runway would be going east-west. You would never see a runway that doesn't go east-west, ever.
Ever. That's correct. Because it has to land with the spin. It has to land with the motion of the Earth. Otherwise, there'd be many accidents. It crashes every single time.
And all these government agencies that do things with real.
Do you say that if you actually look that they are? What did you say that? Would you say that they have to be like east to west, or that they are east to west?
No, they have to be, but they're not. Is the point?
They're not.
No, they would not have to be.
Of course they would.
Global. No.
How do you explain landing on a runway that's slicing to the side or some angle different than where you're traveling?
Yeah.
It'd be like, those long conveyor belts. It'd be like trying to land on a long conveyor belt, hitting it sideways. Like if the conveyor belt's going left to right and you're trying to hit it going straight on.
Yeah.
I mean,
unless you can tell me how.
But the thing is, you could not look at it like a conveyor belt. That's false. What you would have to look at it is basically like there would be a big blob of yell on top of the conveyor belt.
You don't. You know what? You don't understand. You do not understand your model. That's the problem.
Well,
you don't
I do.
understand your model at all. You don't.
I don't.
No, you don't have an understanding of Coriolis. The Coriolis effect is something that you apparently don't understand.
Yeah, we've already shown you, and we can explain Coriolis if you want, but don't try to tell us that you know when we have already shown that you don't.
Yeah, I hear you.
Alright, so, yeah, we're going to move on from Pagus. He's an old shoe.
Yeah,
usually with
good
old
idea,
shoes, you
Miggy.
just toss them out. For right now, just leave him muted. He can stay sitting here muted. He's just sandbagging the conversation. There's other new people you can get to. He's just a believer right now, so.
Yeah.
He hasn't shown any evidence. He hasn't shown any evidence ever since he's been here, so.
He's an old experiment?
There's no reason to engage. An old shoe.
Yeah, an old experiment.
Yeah,
old shoe with holes in it.
One without a hypothesis.
Yeah, don't let him sandbag the conversation. Just move to somebody new.
Yeah, you're right.
Fucking shoe.
Word up, word up.
Give him the shoe hypothesis.
Yeah, I should have said hypothesis, not experiment. My bad.
This is a shoe.
Flat Earth is a shoe-in because it's so real.
Yeah, if somebody wants to call on the new people that are in here, or VC verified people.
Yep.
What about Road Dust? I mean, looks like he's VC verified. Has anybody talked to him yet? He's right under Pagus.
Yeah, we called on him yesterday. I don't recall hearing him yet.
They were calling on him earlier too.
What about none dare call it?
I was in chat yet. I was in VC.
Yeah, no, I was going to say I thought I heard Road Dust talking earlier. I think he's flat Earth. But who's Danks? Is he new?
Welcome, Road Dust.
Hold on a second. Danks is new. Yeah, welcome, Road Dust. By the way, welcome to the server.
Oh, thanks.
Danks, are you here?
Yeah, I've been listening for a few days. It's been pretty eye-opening, the conversations I've heard.
Oh, good stuff. Well, we're glad you like it. Okay, Danks.
Yeah.
Well, if you do want to join in, feel free anytime. And you too, yeah. If you're new to the server, why don't you tell us, Road Dust, a little bit about what you've heard and what your thoughts are on it?
Okay. I just started looking around like on YouTube for I guess alternative, because I got sick of the mainstream media with all this stuff that's been going on the past year or so. It got overwhelming, and so yeah, I've been looking in. I found Flat Earth, and I've I've been looking into it, and yeah, like I was watching Eric Dubay, his stuff on flat Earth, and you know, it's. I mean, he points out that most people don't trust their own observations. They depend on, you know, the scientists, media, the schools, to tell them what reality is. And I mean, if you could just measure if the Earth is flat or a ball yourself, you can do that. And I mean, he's got the 200 proofs, and I mean, yeah, it just was like, it got me thinking. So I've been listening to him, and then I found this server.
What would you say, Rodos? What would you say is the most profound thing out of everything you've seen so far for yourself personally?
I would have to say, I mean, for me, the water is pretty profound because I can't imagine a realistic model of how you can have a ball covered in water. It's spinning, and the water stays on the ball. Much less.
That's awesome, man. I was waiting. I'm like, I hope some of these people that come on, because if you can't talk about water and its natural characteristics of water, you know, if you can't talk about that is for me, that's one of the most profound things. I might be biased on that, but I was waiting for you to say, come on, man, say water, say water, because that is one of the most profound things, you know? Think about that.
Right.
Yeah, awesome, dude.
Well, it's like an insult to our intelligence that they say that's what's going on, but you can't detect it or feel it.
Right.
It's like bullshit.
No, it's not an insult to our intelligence. That's the how. That's why. That's how they get away with doublespeak. That's how they get us to accept two things at the exact same time.
Yeah, it's incredible. So I think some people may need to start with the lie itself, like, because they come in here, they're not ready to look at the objective information yet. They're stuck on this thing. So if you don't know that these people in power are lying, you need to go back to step one, in my opinion. Like,
well, yeah, it's been decades. Like, for me, 9/11 was like when it sort of became obvious that they're just flat out lying to the public, and the public just accept it, you know. And I mean, it just keeps getting worse like every decade. So
yeah, no, this goes back way farther than most people. Well, probably a lot of us in here know that. But look at history itself. Like, if you think that everything that you've been told about history is correct, you're in kindergarten as a researcher. You're not. You haven't even begun the process yet.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's traumatizing to me because. I mean, I feel like I should be able to trust my government. Like, and I feel it's messed up that I can't really trust the authorities, and I can't trust the media. It's like, you know, I feel like I'm alone. So, I mean, I'm sick of this world by now. I'm sick of what I'm being told is true.
You're not alone. You're not alone, bro.
Yeah.
You're not alone.
It's like,
on the history thing, Newton Fomenko, I would recommend looking into both of those guys because their history work, because they worked on history, but then mainstream does not accept their findings, and they disagree with mainstream history.
You said Newton and Fomenko?
Yeah, both famous mathematicians, but
Okay, got it.
their math is not good enough for history, apparently.
Yeah. Huh.
Right.
Yeah, like I find it, as you were saying that, like people who are still thinking that, if they refer to, well, the ancient Romans or the Greeks or the Egyptian pyramids, they're like, it's like you're trying to figure out Santa Claus isn't real, but Santa Claus is definitely real, but I'm questioning elf magic at right now. Because how are elves? I mean, Santa Claus is still very real, but elves, I don't know. I don't
what's
know
the
if they can.
lifespan of the elves, and how do they mate?
Yeah. Right.
Right. I don't believe it until I see an elf boot. Yeah, right. That's like what we get, you know?
Don't even know what you don't even know, which makes me wonder, what is it that we don't know, or that we thought was absolutely impossible?
Yeah, actually, for me, that has become a wide open scenario now. Completely wide open because no, if they lied about like all these things, you talk about ancient structures, you could go on and on and on about all of the things in history, that don't line up. The timeline doesn't match at all. So that means they lied about all of it. So other civilizations here, put here by the creator.
Flip over the table. You flip over the table, clear it off. Like it is start from scratch.
Yes. So I don't congratulate those people that are like, oh, okay, I'm so great, and I'm going to sit on this moral high ground because I go along with everything that the majority does. Oh my God, really? Really?
Yeah, like people just now waking up to 9/11 thinking they're super woke. It's just, we are all there.
Yeah. So what it is like the lemmings going off the cliff, and there's a real happy one. They're like, I'm so happy.
Well, but again, it's like once you think that, though, now we also now have to turn it inward on ourselves. And what is it that we're not aware of, or what do we take for granted as to be true? And or there's all kinds of things. Yeah. It's like you don't, man.
That's pretty heavy because actually, I think what I'm finding, it seems to be I pretty much create my own reality within myself, and it manifests itself. I never had such an acute feeling of that until lately.
I totally feel. I hear you 100%. There's something to manifesting, for lack of a better word.
Mm-hmm. And it's so like back in the globe. Ideology, most of us I didn't feel good about myself. I felt like crap. I didn't think I had value. Like I knew I had some value, but it was not acknowledged by anyone as far as I could see. So I was like, I must be screwed here, like there's no hope. And it was that way for a really long time. So now I actually have more hope.
Absolutely. I 100% agree. You have to have hope at this point, or at least not hope, but just it is what I mean. Not to just let it be, but what's the serenity prayer, right? Give me, things I can and can't change, and being okay with both somehow.
And we need to, and knowing the difference between, so God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. The courage to change the things I can.
Amen.
And the wisdom to know the difference.
Yeah, Sonny, look at this. I'm about to tag you in something. Look in live stream voice chat in about 2 seconds. Wait there, no, because it's cool that he just said that. Like, he said the serenity prayer. Yeah.
Hold up, what are you talking about?
I bought this for my mum when I was about 10 years old.
Oh, great. Nice.
It's like a carved piece of stone that's got the serenity prayer etched or carved into it.
Yeah, I think that's a very important prayer. Like if you're gonna you don't even have to call it a prayer. You could say it just it's asking out into the infinity, whatever this creator is.
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean. It is kind of like a prayer because you're saying, grant it to me, right? That's what I mean. That's what a prayer comes under. Whatever you want to call it, but I'm saying you're reaching out, asking for those things, yeah.
Yeah, it's a prayer.
It's cool, man. It's a good one to know.
Sure is.
How you doing anyway, Sonny? You good?
Pretty good. Just feel like sleeping today. I'm like, some nights you just don't. Some nights I just literally I do not sleep. I just sit there and I don't know what ruminate. Like I know I'm lying in my bed the whole night.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'm used to it. It's just life.
Speaking of serenity prayer, before we get it, or I was just the idea. I would say mantra. I like the word mantra, but also my mom had or I don't know where she got it, but you want to know the key to enlightenment? So every day we chop wood and carry water, right? The daily tasks and routines and necessities of basic life living here in this realm. Chop wood, carry water at the basic level, right?
Yeah.
The key to enlightenment, chop wood and carry water with a smile.
Yeah.
Right.
do it with a smile. Damn straight.
You do it with a smile if you know the wood's going to keep your family warm and the water is going to quench your family's thirst.
Be happy and smile with the basic stuff. It doesn't take a lot of stuff to make us happier than I look outside right now, and if I was outside in the coldness with the snow and the 33 degrees, that's going to be a kind of miserable thing. We only need a little bit of stuff to make it better. We just need a little bit of fire and a little bit of shelter and some warmth and some food, and we're good to go.
It's at 33.
That made me think about that. Why the fuck did anybody ever make 33 the time, which they made an entire system of measuring temperature based on the water freezing at 33, 32? So basically, I have to wonder if this has anything to do with you-know-who, and anything below us is freezing.
Let's just smoke this.
We're the light. We're the fire. Everything beneath us is just freezing cold, nothing, dead, whatever. I don't know. Who came up with the friggin' Fahrenheit system? It's ridiculous.
Grabble. The music system. Look at all of it. All of it's been changed.
Mate, I was lucky. I just nearly threw my phone about 1 million miles.
Is that crack villain sliding in the water? Crack. That's a crack.
Damn straight.
Like, I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
That's me there.
No, it isn't.
Heliocentric model right there. Only one man can hold the whole heliocentric model in its tidal-locked orbits.
In their belly, in his belly.
I'm right here. I hold it in my toilet.
That actually does look like Dave, doesn't it? That's Dave Hinkle right there, trust. Was that Dave that spoke? Yeah, it was. See, I'm getting good with voices.
David what? I didn't say nothing. Dave's from Kentucky.
Oh no, it was fucking someone else.
That was Denmark, live from Illinois.
It was Demok,
That was
wasn't it?
right.
Demok. You and Demok are the same guy. I don't care what anyone says.
Dave
It's
from
like me and
Kentucky.
Crypto.
A little bit. Denmark's a little bit lower.
Crypto, I hear what
Here's
you're saying.
Denmark to tell you guys how everything's
Let's
going.
prove it,
Go
Denmark.
ahead.
Let's talk over each other. Go ahead. Keep
Yeah,
talking,
let's do it.
Denmark.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's do
Yeah,
it.
you just- And I'll tell you, yeah.
There, we're not the same guy.
Yeah, you just have a pre-recorded copy of yourself talking. It's very obvious to hear.
So Dave
Watch your
Hinkle,
mouth.
Dave Hinkle and Denmark talk at the same time. Just kidding.
Y'all have any heliocentric enthusiasts?
Hello?
There ain't any heliocentric enthusiasts besides Pegasus? Go ahead, Pegasus.
Any proof of curvature, rotation.
If I can chime in just for a second, I'd like to think that it was. I had a very nice time. The beginning of the conversation, the first what was it, 25 minutes? Everything with the thing from FECOR, that experiment, it was just lovely. I sadly have to go, so I think this
Later.
might possibly
Oh, that's good because he's about to have a bad
Okay,
time.
Pagus. Thanks
just
for
kidding.
showing up.
Enjoy your
man.
day on.
Yeah,
Enjoy your day
Pagus,
on the
make sure you
flat
come
Earth,
back.
sir.
Come back, Pagus. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you later.
Pagus
They just say like the best way to possibly turn people over is to have this calm and very like casual and kind of slow pace of talking. It's much more effective.
Well,
Thanks.
we're a
Of
multi
course, when
tool.
you listen to each other.
Opinions vary.
We're a multi tool set. We're a multi tool set. Like we have a tool for every screw.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, if you come here
That
long enough,
works
you'll
a
find
lot
someone.
for me,
who-
and I work.
Yeah.
But regardless, it's a thank you for this conversation. I think I had a good time, and yeah, see you
Welcome
later.
to Flat
someday.
Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth, Pagus.
Later, Pagus. Keep looking, bro.
Later, Pagus.
Someone said no in the background.
Says no.
No.
So do we have any other heliocentric enthusiasts, gentlemen? Or like,
That's got to be crack, hot micing.
Yep.
Oh, mate. 30 minutes.
People are strange, man.
I'm pretty sure that was crypto hot micing.
Oh, crypto. Okay.
We have a member, I am too busy. He has no roles.
no, Roger, he might be too busy. I don't know.
Yeah, you
Well,
think?
I'm
I am too
glad he-
busy.
I'm glad he's not too busy because he's in the server, so he's not too busy.
Does he need a VC verified to speak, or can he still speak?
I think
Oh,
if
he
you
said-
Somebody
hold
get
on,
him a
he-
roller.
Hold on, he
Who's
just
that?
said he's just listening in, but that's okay. We'd like to just, if you could just chime in and just say hi. I am too busy, just to so we know
Yeah.
you're there.
Yeah, just give us a little bit of info.
Who's that?
I am too busy. We're waiting on
yeah.
him.
I am too busy. Do you have control of your mic?
He doesn't really got a mic, so.
Can't see him.
Well, they're probably going to have to put you back on mute if you don't say something in a few seconds here. 5 seconds, maybe.
He's right below God Rockin'.
Yep.
Just say hi. I am too busy. It's no problem. We just want to hear your voice. Okay.
Can anyone name a piece of technology that's been manufactured the last few years without a mic?
No. I haven't heard of one.
Shoes?
Probably gonna be a mic on your freaking refrigerator.
Toaster?
Shoes. He says shoes. I was like, shoes? Wait, that's not technology, is it?
It's gonna be a mic on your shoes.
Brenda. Her shoe. His shoe. It's shoe.
DJ is arriving soon.
I would be really upset if my Air Impact had a microphone on it. But that's a tool, not technology.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that kind of noise, huh? Might make a good sound effect, though, maybe. Or like, yeah, my electric drill right next to the pickups of my guitar, the electric guitar goes comes through the amplifier. It's awesome. Maybe I could make a little recording of that.
Vlad can sample it and put in his next new beat. Vlad,
Exactly.
Didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
Bunch of propaganda on TV.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
They want to see who's going to obey them and who ain't. Oh, I'm sorry, my hot mic. I'm in a grocery
Who's gonna what? Who's gonna what?
There's a woman here talking about how this mask stuff is bullshit.
Thank you. Thank you, lady.
You at the shop?
Yeah.
You at in the supermarket?
She's talking to the woman in front of her. They're talking about how it's a bunch of BS.
Yes, yeah. You know what? Yesterday, it's like 75 degrees here. So, like, there's thousands of people walking out by the water. I can't even hardly ride my bicycle through them. It's funny. Thousands and thousands of people.
All right, look, I know this doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth, but I guess a train hit an 18-wheeler full of oil in Texas not too long ago.
That what happened?
There was an 18-wheeler full of oil that got hit by a train in Texas.
Oh, shoot.
By a train?
Yeah.
At the crossing?
Yeah.
That's
go on. But what do you mean? Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that's just something I saw on the YouTube feed.
Just local news topic.
Oh, okay. This just happened?
General.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I guess somewhere around 10:30 Texas time.
Well, some of those crossings don't have a. I guess you could just
people
cross
died?
that, you know?
Talking about YouTube feeds, this is something strange too. Just so he shared that, like yesterday, I saw like somebody posted a random meme, but it had that Carrie Ewells guy. He like played in a lot of movies, and when I saw his picture, I was thinking like, oh, that guy played in Robin Hood Men in Tights. I was just thinking that in my brain, like, hey, Men in Tights. Maybe I should watch that movie someday. The next day, on my YouTube feed comes up. YouTube says, hey, watch this movie. You know how it gives you all these suggestions? Watch the movie Robin Hood Men in Tights, free to watch. And then today, just like what? If you scroll back, somebody actually posted a meme with Carrie Ewells again, but it came from the actual movie Men in Tights. I'm thinking like, what the fuck's going on? Like the AI is reading my mind, dude.
Yeah, no,
Bong. They're reading my mind, Bong.
They're listening to your voice too. I think they are.
Yeah, but I never said that until now. I mean, I never even spoke about Men in Tights until now, but it's just, so I thought about it. So it's just
They're reading your mind.
Yeah, yeah.
Are they reading your mind, or are
AIs.
they planting thoughts into your mind?
So I'm gonna ask Helio to play. Let's do cinema night tonight. Let's play Robin Hood Men in Tights. God damn it! Shit.
Isn't it a musical?
It's funny as hell. I don't.
Comedy. Getting back to flat Earth.
Yeah. It was just weird. Though, like,
if they are reading minds, maybe they will read everything.
It has to be. There's no explanation for why I would be seeing that. It's just crazy, dude.
been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there. You're tuning into Mickey's 24/7 live stream, broadcasting you a play-by-play of the latest Flat Earth debate. You know how it goes. If they don't bring the facts, wigs get snatched.
If anybody's
Enjoy
looking at me,
the
I'll be down in the crypto world.
Hey, here's the music by Eli and Luluku.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry. Everywhere in myself, I'm looking for high and dry. Everywhere, I'm looking for
What lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow. And I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my world. I'm looking for
Look into a lot of the claims that is made by the globe, and you'll find that it's either just an assumption or just straight up lies. Straight up.
You're listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and YouTube Live. The best place to talk about Earth on Earth. Let's get back to it.
What a great group of people we have here. Oh my God, it's fantastic.
True that.
Calling all heliocentric enthusiasts, come in here and support your globe claims, please. Thank you.
What about that person? I don't fit in. Has that person been talked to yet? Let's see. Oh, they're a flat earther already. Okay. Money's Goblins. Of course, they're deafened right now. Let's see about them. Flat earther, okay.
I just want to shout out to Leluca and Elijah. Oh my God, you guys are freaking fantastic on that track, man. I really want to boost that up, man. That is nothing to sneeze at. You guys are freaking just. I can't even put the words to it. You're incredible.
Flat Earth superstars.
It's a great one for the kids as well. That one, really a great one for the kids. Definitely.
Thank you so
Brilliant
much,
track.
guys. I appreciate it.
Heck yeah.
I thought it sounded like shit, Elijah. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Great one for the Flat Earth kids, man. That one, definitely.
Yeah, it's like a happy song, and if anyone ever wants visuals, especially the kids, you can send them to the original Caravan Palace video. Remember that, Jen? I was telling everybody I wanted to do the cover because remember that video I sent you? That's the cover to that song, where they got like over a million views on that Flat Earth video.
Cool. Maybe if somebody can post it, maybe it'd be cool.
Yeah.
You guys haven't seen it?
Nope.
I guess this is the biggest reason that I did the cover.
Do I just search
when people
Moonshine?
ask- Yeah, I'm gonna find it right now. For
Cool.
people that go, man, is that your song or is it a cover? And I go, it's a cover, and then I could just send them this video, the Flat Earth video, straight up. Got 4 million views, guys. 4 million.
What?
Wow.
I've never heard of that many views
Me
on
neither.
a Flat Earth anything.
There you go. Such is the power.
Check that out.
Oh my God, I'm gonna pull that up right now.
And that's 4 million views for that track already. You're saying I missed it.
Yeah, remember a few months ago, I was saying there's the Flat Earth video, Flat Earth, like it's the, yeah, that's that one, the Caravan Palace, the Electric Swing song.
Wow.
Well, yeah, the Electric Swing group, I mean.
Amazing. Such a beautiful track.
Yeah, I was really happy when I saw that song because I used to listen to this band quite a bit before FE Music became my main music source.
Oh my God, stupid son of a bitches! I'm looking in I'm looking at the comments, and he's like, I can't believe I watched this sad man take a hike to the North Pole just to get to the fucking Zootopia Club. Stupid son of a bitch. It's the South.
So many trolls in the comments. Is that what you're saying?
No, they just don't. They love the
They don't
song
get-
so much they don't even understand. Like they're just like, okay, I
Yep.
love this song. I love this group. So like the Flat Earth part of it is like going over my head. I like the visuals, even though it's
That's
Flat Earth.
crazy.
You know, that's how the cognitive that's how it works, man.
The
Yeah, it does
NPCs,
work.
then
It does
basically,
work.
that's it.
It does work. It does work like that. I mean, what's his name? Stanley Kubrick said it. You have eyes, but you do not see, as in eyes wide shut. You know, usually it's eyes wide open, but eyes wide shut. Yeah.
Yes.
So you're not looking, and he was a good man to try and warn us of what's going on out there in that sense. You know, and when he realised that he had perpetuated a lie regarding the moon landings, he tried to let us know in that movie called The Shining. That movie, from start to finish, is peppered with Apollo 11 and the Apollo missions clues. From start to finish, deliberate messages in the movie, deliberate clues that have no reason to be there if the film is about horror. But no, Stephen King's book took the book and then changed it and left a trail of clues. And that was Stanley Kubrick.
Ooh. So a lot of people follow their videos because like there's like an ongoing theme. One of the like when you get to the end of this video, there's like 3 characters that come from a video called The Lone Digger. But what I didn't realize is he's the lone digger in this video digging through the ice. And I'm like, man,
great track.
Come on, these guys. These
Like some kind of crossover happening or something. Nice.
Yeah, over 1 million subscribers so that's a flat earth video. That's a trip. Yeah. I saw that only the first time through the server here. But I don't sit there and I don't like look at like mainstream hardly anything anymore, so.
But well, you should look at this this BS rover crap that's still going on.
That was crazy. That's pretty crazy.
It's still ongoing. That's the funny thing. Now they're bringing back video feed. It's oh my god.
Who did Jake the Asshole did a video on it? It's hilarious. He's going off lately.
What did he do? Jake the Arsehole? Jake Gibson?
Yeah. He just did a video recently about the Mars thing.
Oh, really? I'm going to go and look at
yeah.
that. I like the way he delivers. Yeah, thank you for that. Let's go check him out.
Yeah, let me see if I think I have him.
But they're really defending their pictures and their video very hard. They're really defending it. Like these are pictures you couldn't replicate here on Earth. They're saying shit like that. You know, it's so funny.
Yeah, such idiots they are. Dishonest fools.
No, they know the spotlight's on them to produce, so they have to produce. You know what I'm saying? So they, it's now or never, right?
They're in a bind. They're in a real bind because people know this is most people know this is bullshit.
I mean, when they took Generism's jingle and put it on their Mars introductory video, right? I knew that they knew we're on their case, okay? Because Generism has hit NASA hard for the past 6 years now. Non-stop assault on NASA, non-stop. Especially the Mars.
They better not come here to the server because their globe is going to be completely demolished. They won't leave unscathed.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't.
Is that a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that it does actually sound very similar? Is it the same jingle, or is it just sounds eerily similar? One of the two, but regardless, it does.
Same jingle. It's that same jingle. I mean, listen, I put it on, right? Switched the video to watch it, and then I was just going to go and get something. Suddenly I heard the jingle, and I thought, what? And
it can't be a coincidence, right, Jim?
No,
Holy shit.
That's not a coincidence. That's definitely them. It's I won't say it's a salute. It's like a poking your tongue out at Generism. You can't stop us. We'll take all your stuff. They're rude, man. They're just rude. They're cocky. They're bold. You know.
You think that's why? What are you saying? Is that why they put that video out? Is that what you're saying?
No, they put the video out because they're going to put the video out anyway. But at the same time, they thought they'd have a little poke at terrorism at the same
Yeah,
time.
it is. It's kind of ironic, Sonny. It's like their little musical jingle in the beginning
Yeah.
is almost exactly like Jeranism's, which is kind of
Yes. Yeah.
it's weird. So, yeah.
Yeah. They know.
I didn't know.
Generism has hit Mars. They've exposed the Arctic lemming bones on Mars. You understand? They found all kinds of fossils and that they found. Okay, did you know that the Arctic lemming was caught in some of their images, NASA images?
I found this out the other day. Do you guys know that 35 of the moon's craters are named after Jesuit priests? 35.
Ooh.
Did you know that a lot of places are named after Rockefeller? A lot. I can't even tell you how many.
Man, how you gonna change the subject to some dumb shit?
Wait a minute. What did you just say? I'm sorry.
Rockefeller, bitch. Rockefeller Plaza.
Antarctica's named after Rockefeller.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What's up, Frog?
What's up, dude? I mean, we sitting there talking about the moon and Mars. He goes about Rockefeller. Man, fuck that, dude.
I really do want to know why they haven't put an A on the damn moon.
But that Jesuit priest being named after craters, that's interesting. Do you have a site for that, bro?
I just saw it somewhere. Hold on. I just saw it. Yeah, it's probably easy to pull up. 1 second.
Well, anybody in their little circle can have that, right? Anybody, for the people who control that aspect of whatever, whoever can name the moon, like that group or organization who gets to like finally stamp it out and label it in books or whatever, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to cross out all the names and put all flat earthers, famous flat earthers names. That's what I'll be doing, I'll tell you.
Hell yeah.
If I ever had a map, I'd just cross
To
those
mock
names
faces
right
on the
out.
moon.
Yeah, I'm just going to cross their name out. They don't exist. They don't exist. They're well dead. They're shit. And then you put the real flat earthers' names on there. Just so I don't have to read their stupid name. Yeah, that's what you do, I love it when I do that. Just rename things.
Well, what a surprise. They're not making that real easy to find. I'll have to go on my other device and see what I was looking at.
Look through your history or what? Your history?
Yeah, on my TV, so it's different. Even when I'm signed in on my Flat Earth channel and doing searches.
What
and
are you
stuff,
looking for?
I'm looking for 35. I just saw it. 35 moon craters named after Jesuit priests.
Right.
35 of them. I just saw it. Hold on. I'll have to go to the other device. Hold on. It's not coming up. Probably if I put Flat Earth in front of it. Flat Earth. 35 moon craters named after Jesuits. Let's see.
Oh, just look up the names. Shit, I'm pretty sure we'll see a lot of them that are familiar.
Yeah, but to correlate to, I have to do that research. Yeah, I can't find it on. That's so weird, man. Not on my PC. Can't find it. Freaking strange.
On it, I was just Googled it. Let me put the link up there. I think I got it here.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah.
Really difficult to find things
Hold on.
you're looking for, man.
The 35 craters named to honor Jesuit scientists. Yeah.
There you go.
There it is.
I knew I saw it.
I'm getting the link right now.
Thanks for that.
Yep.
Because stuff comes across my screen like it's not that I'm necessarily looking at all of them, but I see all the titles. If I put up one video and then a bunch of other ones come up, sometimes I never see them again, which is really bizarre.
Yeah, it does happen.
Boom, there it is.
Luna Craft, what a name. There you go. Awesome. See? 35. Just a coincidence, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of coincidences, huh? It's probably just a coincidence that there's so many coincidences everywhere you look. So you could hit him with that. Give him the little George Lemaitre rundown, and then ask him about the 35 Jesuit priests named, the craters named after them. And they don't think they're a religion. Leluca, did you change your own name today, or was that crypto again?
They should do the rap comparing how they say it's too big and this and this and this and this when you want all the evidence. Like they always had that excuse, like the one excuse for each one. Should do the opposite of that. That'd be pretty funny. You know, because like you're like, hey, can you show me the earth? Or whatever? No, it's too big. Can you show me God? No, he's too big.
How big?
To show that it's a religion, you know what I mean? You compare it.
Too far
The two
away.
things. Religion to all the questions that, yeah. All the things they can't prove. You know,
Mm-hmm.
things religion can't really.
In a world where people think they live in a cartoon spinning ball in space.
This truth right here from the flattered ones. And the truth was right here for all the other ones. You ain't number one. Truth was just some global nuns. Did you like that?
It's fucking
Yeah.
great.
Fire.
I wrote that.
Amazing.
Get your ass in the studio.
It's big. There's a lot more where that came from.
Get this man the music collaborator role.
Yo, bro, I got some good news, bro.
Ableton came through for you. Let me guess.
Oh, buddy, I'm just finishing installing all the packs and shit. Yeah, I'm about to start going live on.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh man.
Oh shit. It looks really good too. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. Don't get your hopes up, right? Needs to start.
What do you mean? I already have number 10.
Okay.
True.
Oh my God, Vlad.
Who did you say needs the collaborator role? I gave it to Vlad yesterday.
Oh, I think Damok. Was that Damok that
Oh, I got it. I got
he
it.
was spitting some pretty good.
No, you don't. You're doing music?
I can.
You want to help?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd like more people to take on some of the songs that Ermiston has written, and we've got other ideas too. For you got a great voice for doing some of the promo type ideas that I have.
Yeah, I like to do the songs too and write them too with you guys.
Yeah, I'll give
Like
you the
yeah.
Now-
Like we
now
get in there and like play something.
The Room
And then,
Collab
like-
Lab just opened up in Red Pill Music for you, so
Okay.
check it out. Yeah, you do those like that movie preview voice so well. We could even, if you look in there, like one of my ideas is, you see I've got a list there pinged for music collaborator of ideas for the music playlist. That's one I could add in there too, like a, you know, like a movie,
Definitely.
like a movie, like a commercial for a movie, you know, or something like that.
This fall, coming near you at a theater far away, The Horizon. No, yeah, I got you.
Damn.
The Horizon near you, but so far away. Catch it this fall, Tuesday, Monday night, 3:00 sharp at high noon. Catch it if you can. The Horizon. It's the
Looks like you
newest
got
movie
your man,
you'll
Lou.
ever love. Stay tuned next year for The Horizon Part 2.
Coming out next month.
Can he be put on salary then now or what?
Sorry, what was
Hell
that,
yeah,
dude?
I'm down.
Can he be put on salary, Luke? And I mean, since he's rose up to the top now.
Yeah, he'll make $10 for every ticket sold to the movie.
There you go.
What? Stand by for electric motor sound.
Oh!
Hey, cool. Vlad's gonna sample that and put in his next beat.
That sounds like somebody getting their tooth pulled.
Sounds like
That sounds like a Glober getting truth extracted from them.
That's pretty funny, man. Wonder what it'd sound like with a whammy bar on it.
Time to meet the truth dentist, Dr. Truther.
Didn't Eddie Van Halen have a song where he put a drill up to it too? I forget. I'll have to look.
Yeah, I think so. But someone that did that is Paul Gilbert of Mr. Big. Yeah, he did it a lot.
What's the song where they're using the chainsaws as an instrument?
Oh my God! I never knew that one existed.
Like
the chainsaw song? Wow, was that Tool?
Yeah, no, it's like it might be. I'm thinking
Alice Cooper or something.
Yeah, no, maybe AC/DC did it, or like
Marilyn Manson.
No. But they're
Isn't
like,
Yeah, crazy.
in fact, I think there's more than one. There might be like two of them that do that.
The truth is out here for all the number ones.
Jackal, the lumberjack.
There's some globeheads in the lobby. Somebody wants to invite them.
Oh snap! Okay.
Pie Master. There's another one. Emerald Skills. There's another one.
Who's announcing these names?
That's me, Vlad.
Oh, you're the other Vlad. Okay. I don't think I've ever heard you speak. Okay, cool. So the other Vlad, how close do you have for Ableton to be downloaded? We're going to be doing some Truth or Music today. Truth or Music?
Wait, you talking to me about the Ableton?
No, the other Vlad, but
Okay.
unless you do Ableton too.
No, I don't.
Almost, guy. Don't worry. I got like 8 more packs I have to install.
Cool.
go
Just
on-
drop
as
the
soon
link
as
when
I
you're.
get-
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as I get on Twitch, I'm gonna drop the link.
Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, a matter of fact, you never go back.
You guys want to do a movie in like an hour?
Oh yeah, cool. Which one?
I'm thinking Fifth Element was requested, but I like who requested it to be on. I'm not sure if he is.
Princess Bride.
I'd go
Oh,
for
shit.
that.
Oh shit! I'm gonna be with Vlad, so I guess I won't be watching. But go for it, yeah, go for it, guys. I think I've seen Fifth Element anyway.
If you only think you have, then you don't remember it.
Yeah, I don't. I probably forgot half of it. It would be a good refresher.
It's a pretty good movie, despite all the fake stuff. You know, space.
Yeah, but it's like a fantasy futuristic world. Like,
Yeah, what's his name's
it's
pretty.
not like they're trying to sell it as reality. It's just a movie.
Good movie.
Yeah, the ones that are more annoying are the ones where they're trying to make it seem like it is real. Like that. What was the one about the moon landing that came out a year or two ago, a couple years ago?
First Man, wasn't it?
First Man, yeah, like that, or like Gravity. You know, or they're trying to make it seem like it's all real. If it's just some fantasy stuff, like just fiction, then it doesn't bother me so much.
Like Interstellar, I still need somebody to try to explain to me the Tesseract scene where he's looking through the bookcase at his daughter or whatever, and he's looking at multiple dimensions all at once. And that's still, I still haven't wrapped my head around it yet.
The people that built that library is him, are them in the future, right? So
Yeah.
they built that and sent, so they were helping him send the message, the data back to his daughter. So it's because love.
Because love, yeah.
transcends.
I have to say that, even though I don't believe in space anymore, I love that fucking movie.
because apparently love allows us to time travel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Have you guys seen that commercial where the thing just gets up and forms into like a big dragon or some shit and tries to eat the guy, and it's like a commercial thing, and where it shows you the other part of the commercial too while it's happening. They're like cut, and then it's like either smoking or something. They're telling you not to do something crazy, but they're just showing you cool, technology at the same time. For what they had, the ability to do on movies. The movie set with the green screen dude walks over from this, and then to here, and then he's getting chased by a giant, and then nothing. You know what I mean? Then he's on set. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's not even being hidden anymore. It's like they got so much technology. Crazy.
I think there was a subliminal message in that Interstellar movie that I think a lot of people may have overlooked. Scene,
go ahead.
Where it was in the scene where they enter the atmosphere of that planet, in quotes, where it's icy, and right before they meet Matt Damon's character, and
you're talking about The Martian, not Interstellar.
No, I'm talking about Interstellar. Matt Damon was in this one too.
Oh yeah. You're right. Okay, I'm the one who confused him. Yeah,
Matt Damon.
Yeah, Matt Damon. Yeah. But anyway, as they're entering, the atmosphere, if you want to call it that, and they're flying through the clouds to land on this icy planet, an icy planet that looks like, Antarctica, sort of, like a pole, like a cold region anyway. Their ship crashes into a cloud that's made out of solid ice that's suspended in the air, but then it just keeps going, just kind of dings against it, and then the ship keeps going. And the reason why I think this is a very subtle subliminal message is because the way that the CGI graphics works, you can't tell by looking at the cloud that it's a solid object until it hits it, And the reason why I think this is a very subtle thing is because it's kind of like, you know, you're over Antarctica, you're flying an aircraft, you don't really see anything in front of you, but you hit it. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. Yeah.
The edge.
Oh, the edge wall. Yep.
Firmament, you crash into it with an airplane or ding your wing against it.
That's kind of a stretch. I doubt that the makers of the movie had anything like that in mind.
Well, I mean, it's just the idea of you're flying through a region in the air where it's all snow below you and all clouds above you, and then you hit a solid object that you didn't think was there.
Yeah,
like a mind fuck. Yeah.
But I think the what pissed me off about that movie was when they started mentioning that they had to go into a black hole to get data to complete a fucking equation so they can calculate some shit to solve to save humanity. That pissed me off. I was like, see, look at this programming right here, getting people to think that.
Yeah, I bet Neil deGrasse Tyson wrote that part.
That their calculations were all correct, and they just needed this data, and they have to risk, like going into a black hole, and then love enters the equation. It's like, man, that was so. Yeah, and I think that's why people, say massive.
Well, how much data do you need to repeat something?
Yeah, I know.
Like if I repeat something and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it and do it here and do it there and do it there, how much data do I need? I just need the initial data, right?
Well, yeah, but it's the fact that they're saying they have an equation, right? They're assuming that their equations are correct and everything.
No, I know. Where'd that come from?
We just need the data.
That came from a chalkboard, right?
Yeah, I mean,
with a guy writing it down in chalk. So how did they lose that? How did they lose a guy writing with chalk? We have those everywhere.
If I were to tell you that if you travel to Antarctica and travel over the ice and just keep traveling, and eventually you'll hit a solid object that's seemingly above the ground, you would turn to me and say, "Oh, well, that's crazy. That sounds like a silly movie with Matt Damon in it."
Like a dome. Those aren't mountains. Those are waves. I don't care. I need the data. I gotta get the data. The fuck. And then
I like the movie Interstellar just because of the robots. Those things are funny. Held together with electromagnets or whatever.
Was it a sex robot?
I don't think that'd be very comfortable sex with those things.
Well, ask Psych. Was it Pagus or Psychic who were talking about this?
Pagus.
Pagus, that's all.
What about the guy getting old because they took too long?
This damn Mars shit is so fake, dude. These guys are so full of shit.
Yeah, that movie was pretty interesting, I tell you.
They keep saying it's real, it's real. These guys are so fucking full of it, man. Why do you need to say that if it's actually real, right? It's like an hour and half of just
They're
nasty.
trying too hard, right? That's what they're doing.
Yeah,
They're trying too hard.
way too hard. They're trying way too hard. That's exactly what it's doing.
Because if it wasn't real, they wouldn't say it's real. That's why it's real, because they said it's real.
And every question we would have would be answered. You know what I'm saying? Like all the video footage, all of that stuff. There would be no need for us to ask any questions if it was actually real. You know?
Yeah.
So like the video feed didn't come back to what 2-3 days later, right? And then you got some still images before. I mean, it's like the perfect scenario for them to fake everything. It's so easy to fake because you don't get video feed till after the fact that they land. All right, now I'll give them the video feed 2 days later, 2-3 days later, right? Can't do anything live. Everything has to actually, they say it's live, but then they give you shit later. Just like.
So at this point, they really need to have somebody like Ed Sullivan come on and say, it's going to be a really big shoe. I mean, really big shoe. That's right. We got a really big shoe lined up for you.
Kind of like NORAD tracking Santa Claus.
And then Rick Astley comes on with the "Never Gonna Let You Go" or whatever, "Never Gonna Give You Up" song. We all get Rickrolled again. Come on, that can't be a coincidence either, guys. I mean, come on, like that speaks volumes, right? But yet everybody's just gonna shrug it off. I mean, what the hell?
Never gonna let the ball go.
What?
That's
no matter
just
what
crazy.
You
You got to watch this conference, man. This is they're really championing coronavirus scare too, right? So every guy's got a mask on, and there's a freaking barrier between each and every one of them. Like
I know. I don't mind telling my neighbors I see out in the streets. I tell them, now you have to wear 3 masks. I'm just trying to look out for their health and safety. I'm always willing to point that out to people on the street, though. It's great.
Triple it up. Yep.
Got to wear 3 now. What are they? What are they gonna do?
You just need a mask jumpsuit.
What are they gonna do? Look at me?
Mask jumpsuit sold for $24.95. Get yours today.
God.
It's a jumpsuit. It's a mask.
All in one.
Like a onesie.
Make sure you're fully, make sure you're fully protected. You wouldn't want your toes to get any harmful
glove mask, sock mask, hat mask, ear mask. Get yours today.
Ass mask.
Make sure to get your a mask today.
Double ass mask.
Hand
Get a mask for your mask right now. Your mask can walk a mask.
Exactly.
You can spill your nachos on yourself and you won't care.
Chest mask.
How many masks does it take to stop a fart?
Back mask. Yeah.
They got people scared to go out.
Probably a couple.
I mean, seriously, they have you scared to go outdoors. That's what they have people doing. Scared to go outdoors and being nature. You know what I'm saying?
I love it. I love it. So I go out into nature more now, and there's no one around. I'm like, this is paradise.
That's true.
And the ones that are around are walking on a trail out in the wide open with no one around with a face diaper on. So
That's why people are dying.
I don't have anything to worry about those people.
Murder.
Sit out there in the sunshine. It's like freaking great, man. King of the hill.
Oh, you're just going to sit out here in the sunshine and kill people?
Mm-hmm.
Shame. Are you serious?
I will if they fuck with me.
God.
They might get hurt.
Oh my God.
Sure.
I'm going to rip my face off. Oh my God. Why? Why are you just sitting out here killing people?
So stupid.
Are you
man.
evil?
Oh my god. Double freaking mask. Holy shit.
Stop
people.
breathing. Why are you
Are
breathing?
you
Stop
that
breathing.
stupid? I know. Are you that stupid, people? Durr.
I'm gonna spill your coffee. Take that. You evil man. or you know, Darth Vader.
I know. I saw when this thing first started over a year ago now, someone at the bus stop with a freaking military grade gas mask.
At least his might do something if there's something to fear.
Yeah, exactly. Let's be real, people. So
I want to see somebody with like scuba gear, like where they're just carrying a freaking like container of their own oxygen on their back.
yeah, I can't wait to see those numpties. I'm sure it's coming.
There's got to be somebody doing that already, right?
Yeah, there's got to be a hat mask with an auxiliary tank for oxygen face mask, like mask.
I'm not cooking meth. No way. I am protecting myself.
You guys must have seen the video of this woman in England, actually, who went into a shop with basically a Zorb, like in a Zorb, and she was just walking around.
A Zorb? What's that? That's like a
you know what a Zorb is?
It's a ball, yeah, a plastic ball that you go inside.
Yeah, it's like a plastic ball that you're on the inside of. Yeah. And she was walking around, and someone filmed her, and she was just like, "No, you can't film me! You can't film me!"
Why not? Why not?
It was brilliant.
If you're gonna do that, I think you just make it. You want people to film you. I think you should dress up as like a hamster inside of that thing or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Just get the tinted ones. You know, just tint them. You know, like, so you know how you have tinted windows so you can't see in.
Yeah, like a tinted Zorb.
I know. UV
like a black ball.
It can be
rolling
dual
around.
purpose, prevent skin cancer from the sun. As if that were a thing.
Yeah, should just go into a Walmart in full scuba gear, like freaking, like everything. You know, the snorkel. Or no. I'm sorry, not the snorkel. You got to have the tank. Damn it! What flippers on?
Rebreather.
Flippers just flap around the store.
The tank's too heavy. You know, you want something portable, something. You're not in the ocean.
A little side rabbit hole report. Look how much skin cancer went up since the invention of sunscreens. Thanks.
Oh, you got to sell sunscreen, so you have to create more skin cancer numbers. You know, like it's just business, right?
Yes.
I mean, you guys know that, right? Like,
Absolutely.
really, you think there's a demand for everything they make?
You think there's a demand for something that isn't created?
They're lying about the cause of the cancer. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. Show me it's not caused from the sunscreens.
But is there a correlation between tobacco and lung cancer? Like, has that ever been? Can tobacco cause lung cancer or cigarettes?
I don't know. There's some people that apparently have smoked their whole lives and didn't get cancer. So I don't know. You know, it's hard to determine.
What about alcohol? Does alcohol kill people?
Oh, guns kill people.
Secondarily, it might not be.
Certain drugs are legal, you know, and it's like is, and then others and certain plants are not because medicine,
because they're good for you.
healing, and because pills heal people.
Right.
Because the pharmaceutical industry
Says so.
cares. Yeah, they care about our health,
Hmm.
and they have nothing. Yeah, it's not like they're working with Bill Gates to.
And they're never going to let it go. They're going to hold on to that ball forever.
Yo, I don't want to brag, but I have the exact same medical degree as Bill Gates.
Me too.
Wow.
All of us do.
What kind of degree is that? And I thought he was I thought he was a computer guy. I didn't know he was a plant guy and a medicine guy, and so is he also the repair guy?
What kind of a degree is that? A 33 degree Mason?
Yeah.
Is he also a science guy? He's a math guy too, right? Because saying that something about math being racist.
How dare you?
Why isn't this guy president?
Somebody
Man,
said something about that the other day. Like they feel like he's being groomed to possibly be president, and all of a sudden that scared the shit out of me. I'm like, oh my god, I think you might be right.
Mhm. Of course. He is the solution. He has all the answers.
Antichrist worthy, loved by many, hated by many. I don't know. We start doing that. They were doing it with Obama, doing it with Trump. Is Bill Gates the Antichrist? Let's hear
It's
it.
not Steve Jobs because he did.
With all those sweaters that he wears, I think he'd be like an evil Mr. Rogers.
He does dress like Mr. Rogers.
Microsoft Research. Yep. So basically we celebrated the live landing of the right? Like but we had to use the CGI, right? That based using the math and our calculations. Like we had to use the simulated version because it's actually landing, right? It's just that we're not going to get the data until 3 days later. So we're just going to go ahead and use the simulation that we created.
Hi, I'm Mr. Rogers. It's a beautiful day to get a shot, a beautiful day to get a shot, a beautiful day to get a shot. Won't you take mine?
Joe Biden took his.
I guess now they're because of the mutated strain or whatever that they're claiming. Now they're talking about possibly having to take a third round of the jab. So like they've got already they were saying you had to take it and come back in 3 weeks, take it again. Now they're saying that you're going to have to come back for a third one. And so if you've already taken the first two, like what would stop you from going to get the third? You're just going to keep piling it on. They're just going to keep on doing it. They're going to keep on adding masks and adding jabs. You're just going to. It's what I was saying a while back before they even had a vax, like that it was going to be a continuous thing. You'll be back in there every few months.
No.
It's because it's CRISPR technology. They're trying to alter your code.
Alter this. I'm putting my middle finger. It's real because it looks fake, I think, is also the same model. Mars. Whatever.
Mic check, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. One of our moderators from this Flat Earth Discord is right now in other Flat Earth Discord. I don't think it's Flat Earth Discord. That is full of globes, and he's alone. And he's debating now with them, and I think he needs a maybe hand again.
Which Discord?
It's Flat Earth and More. Debate Flat Earth and More.
Who cares?
Yeah, I'm not in there. He could take care of himself. Don't worry. One flat earther can take like 500 globers easily, so he'll be all right. I have faith.
Yeah, I would hope, but my language is not so good, so I'm just letting you guys know if anyone is interested to go have some fun, you can go there, and have some,
Wish they would come here, though,
Yeah, they could, Just saying.
Human being? Is he in here? Human being, just go ahead and unmute yourself. Say hi. Heard something?
Hello.
Hello. What's up? You been wanting to join the stream, you said?
Yeah. So I had a question. So I don't know how the stream feels about Eric Dubé's 200 proofs.
Not all of them are great arguments, but what about? But for the most part, it's pretty good.
Okay, yeah. Oh, am I being heard?
Yeah.
Am I on the stream?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think. Yep. I am talking.
Are you nervous or what? Being on YouTube?
Are your friends listening? You want to say something to your friends?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm in. Yeah, so I had a couple of questions, and I think I'm not really sure. I've been listening to the 24/7 for a while, but the information, I don't know when a specific topic is going to be discussed so that I can tune in. I didn't know if there was a way for us to categorize those. Or
We
officiate
don't.
those.
Yeah, we don't really have a schedule. Just kind of play it by ear with depending on who comes in and what arguments they bring to the table.
Okay.
What's one of
I
your
think-
questions?
Yeah, the gas pressure situation is probably something I've heard that I don't know if I can add some insight
Go
or
ahead.
argument for that.
Well, and here's
Go
the
ahead.
thing. Do you understand the logic of that argument?
That you can't have pressure without a container.
Right. Do you understand the logic?
The logic to me would be that you can't have gas pressure without a container.
All right, so you're a flat earther then.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, I would say I'm kind of in the middle of the road, but there's just specific things on the flat Earth side that don't make sense, and I can't find legitimate answers to quell my curiosity.
There's more than a few things that don't make sense. That doesn't
Right.
mean that we have to have an answer to them, right?
Right. No, and I think I'm, if I wanted to clarify, I think I'm basing my understanding of the arguments on my own personal. It's not like, I watched a YouTube video or read a book or took a class and just think that I have a basic understanding.
Right. And so getting back to the gas pressure now, you understand what their claim is about gas pressure being on this earth, right?
Right. The general claim. And you're talking about in relation to the globe model.
Right. In relation to the globe model, you understand where the claim is, correct?
Right.
So you understand what they claim is keeping the gas to the earth, right?
Would be gravity.
Right. So then you understand, well, what's gravity, right? So that's where the next question comes in. All right. So if it's staying here, gravity's doing that. Then how is it doing it? And that's where the subject just goes off into la la land, because these guys, they got nothing after that. They just say gravity. Just because they say it, they believe, all right, that's it. End of story. Gravity's it. Gravity's been proven. And then when people are called to task on it, they can't prove anything. And this debate just goes on because they refuse to concede that they don't know what the fuck gravity is. And no one knows what the fuck gravity is.
Well, I mean, and I think from a middle of the road perspective, I would say that, that's correct. Not every definition of gravity is understood, but there's definitely something that is creating a force.
That is the claim. All right, then you have to prove positive that claim.
Okay.
That's where the trouble starts.
Right. No, and I understand the argument from the flat Earth perspective would be that a combination of buoyancy and density is the replacement.
But see, that's the thing. That's what we see. If you take away all that we've learned in school, that's all you see. That's all you experience is buoyancy and density. Okay, that's all you experience.
Okay, and then I've done a few things in my life, and one of them requires some form of buoyancy, but there is a G in the equation to figure out buoyancy. So if I needed to lift a weight from some amount of water, I would need to compute the amount of displacement needed to make that object positive buoyant.
All right, that's a good example, because I was just watching vehicles sinking in the ice. Right, so there was this truck. I guess it must have been at the bottom of the freaking lake, and this guy used some sort of crane mechanism that displaced the weight plus the water inside the truck, and it lifted it out of the ice. And it wasn't even that big of a crane. And I was like, how the fuck are they doing that? But there's no G in that. That's just displacement and the solidity of the ice that's surrounding the hole that it went down in,
Right.
I mean, all it was is weight. That was weight plus depth plus resistance, and make sure the cable's strong enough, and make sure that your crane is structurally sound to lift this weight out. You know what I'm saying? That there's no gravity involved in that.
Well, I think that for all intents and purposes, gravity would come in the form of the how much the matter would weigh, just the basic weight of the matter.
But here's the problem, right? When you say gravity, right? Everyone attributes Newton and the apple, right? If Newton was in his pool and the apple fell out of a tree or somehow rolled, or if he was at the bottom of his pool and he saw the the apple floated to the top of the surface of that pool, would he then have declared that, oh, the sun's gravity must be pulling things up?
Well, and with the principle of buoyancy, I believe if Archimedes would have seen that, he would have come to a different conclusion.
But, okay. But the point
Yeah, I
being is that
understand.
the apple, but the apple does one thing in one medium and another thing in another medium. It's the same apple, but it acts differently depending on what is surrounded by it. Correct?
Right. No, and that's correct. I would agree with that.
So, am I safe to, if you're going to claim that gravity is what makes that apple go down in the air, am I free to assume that if the reason the apple goes up in the water is because the moon and the sun gravity is pulling it upwards somehow?
No, and I think if we can separate the two, because there is a factor of density in the water and density in the air. So if I have
Right.
basically
So by changing the density, the object acts differently. Again, where does gravity ever going to come into the conversation?
well, you also there's volume as well. There's volume. and
Volume is
weight
not
that
gravity.
No, but the volume does play a factor. Volume would play a factor in whether you can render something
I got you.
neutrally
No,
buoyant.
you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. So you would need an actual swimming pool, right, to determine. You'd need to be able to keep that amount of water in a place, right? You would need a container to keep that amount of water in place.
Just the natural essence of water itself, regardless of, and I understand there's the argument of container, and I think that's something I wanted to address from the
Well,
perspective
you just said
of
volume. Can you have a
Volume.
volume of liquid or fluid without a container?
and I'm trying to explain that. So the amount of volume, and so we have the globe model, which if we all understand that the oceans are contained on a sphere, and if we have the flat Earth model, I'm assuming that it's flat with some medium that contains that water. So there would be a volume in either way.
Or
One
are
has
you
a
thinking
container,
that
one doesn't.
are you thinking that this is flat Earth society where it's going up and the water goes off into space or something?
No, I haven't made any presuppositions about anything.
Okay, no, I'm just making sure you're not, because when you say the water is contained by something, well, all water is contained by something, whether it's the ocean floor or the lake bed or the sidewalk puddle. Like the water is being contained by a volume of area, a container of some kind. Can you have gas? Can you have gas in an area without it going away enough to create and maintain pressure without some form of container?
Right. And so then I think in retrospect to those two, we have to separate, for me, analytically, I have to separate the difference between the two models. So on the globe model, it's explained with the use of gravity and observed phenomena. I can get into
But again,
that as
you
well,
don't
but-
have any measurable curvature and you don't have any rotation detection. So
I
you're
think
going to
those are
claim
two
for
completely
gravity,
separate
your claim
things.
for gravity that it's a giant sphere in either Einsteinian or Newtonian gravity. You have no
Right.
claims of any of the things prior to the cause of gravity. So your gravity is kind of dead in the water because all of buoyancy and density is more powerful than gravity.
Fuzzy,
So-
the thing is also, there's an explanation. I need validation, not explanation.
Yeah, right.
Valid-
Right. Like if this guy, can you show us gravity affecting gas?
In other words, I could say unicorns, and because unicorns, therefore, it comes down. That's
right.
Change it now. If me saying unicorns, then you would say, okay, well then show me these unicorns, right?
Right.
You wouldn't just take an explanation and say, hey, he said it's unicorns. That's it, man.
Well, I can't. I could show you the unicorn, but we wouldn't expect to even see the unicorns because they're obviously invisible. So we wouldn't even expect to see them, but they're there, and that's what's causing it. So,
right.
But it's okay that you wouldn't even need to see them to know that it's accurately working because you always see it working.
So okay,
You see the logic, yeah.
Right. So okay, you say gravity. Now, can you show me this gravity, or a validation of gravity, some kind of experiment, science experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the premise that I was leaning more towards explaining would be gas pressure.
Right, but you're saying gas pressure is, by the globe explanation, is contained by gravity. So you would have to validate gravity for me.
And then also you invoke sphere, right? So then he said to you,
get in a plane and go in a free fall.
he said you said sphere. So at the
Right,
same time,
and
so you're
so-
claiming it's a sphere that's having a gravitational pull, right? So why can't it be a box? Why does it have to be a sphere? How do you know it's a sphere?
Let me-
Then
yeah,
you have
let
to
me-
measure, correct?
Positive,
I
negative
understand.
ions.
Well,
Magnetism
if
plus free fall.
What? Someone just saying words?
No, I'm speaking. You asked how to prove it. Get in a fucking plane and free fall.
Free fall.
And then pull back off and level out and feel the G-force on you.
let's look at the other guy.
I mean, if we
Just pause for a second, man. Just pause for a second. We would definitely like to
We'll
speak
talk
to
to
you
that guy in a
afterwards.
second. We're busy with someone else, dude. Chill out.
Okay.
I just answered your question. That's it.
No, you didn't. You
Right,
just,
and
just
so
said
I
stuff.
think from my
You say
perspective,
unicorns,
what I'd
I
like to-
prove it.
Yeah, from my perspective, what I'd like to do is take a step back and use, just kind of my experiences in life, and that comes from being a commercial diver. So I have a good amount of experience with buoyancy and density. The thing that makes that work, in my opinion, is gravity. I understand I can't explain. We can talk about Einsteinian and Newtonian gravity, but I couldn't explain how that works.
This
What I
is
can
the
do
thing,
is
though.
take-
I could say unicorns or three-toed domes.
Hold on. He said,
Well, but I
if
can.
you're a commercial diver, how far do you go down? What kind of depth are we talking?
Well, what am I doing? So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about when it comes to gas pressure. There's
Now, really, hold on. I gotta hold on before we go. Hold on. He said that he doesn't know how it works, but he's still attributing it to something he can't explain. He did say this.
He's about to, I think he's about to do a reverse gradient of water pressure.
Well, it's on both sides though.
Yeah,
That's
we've
kind
talked
of
about
what I
pressure
wanted to
gradients.
talk about.
But at the same time, right? Depending on how far down you go, you have to switch gases, correct?
Right. That's true. Because nitrogen becomes lethal at a specific amount.
Right.
And that's due
exactly.
to the partial pressure of atmosphere. So a lot of saturation divers switch their nitrogen to helium, so they're heliox divers, and that
Right.
allows them to stay at depth a lot longer.
Yeah, because I got friends in the oil field and that do welding, and that's what they use.
Hey, there you go.
So now getting back to you just said pressure. So still we're trying to prove that gas pressure without a container can happen. So that's where we are. with this whole thing, everything.
Well, but you still realize when you said volume, you need a swimming pool, you need a lake, you need an ocean in order to contain that amount of water to even be that amount of pressure, right? You
Right,
need
but that-
a container to hold fluids. Gas acts as a fluid, and it also acts like gas, and it's not going to stay anywhere unless you contain it.
Okay. And so that's where I wanted to parse the difference between the two models. And somebody brought up that I'm going to go down this road between pressure gradient, but if I just use observed phenomena and I understand what I know about pressure, if my toes are in the water on the beach, the atmospheric pressure per square inch is 14.7. If I go to Denver, the amount of atmospheric pressure changes.
And how do you have
explanation of that?
pressure? How do you have pressure?
It's closed.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
pressure would just
elevation.
be
That's
the-
elevation, man. You can't claim. Come on, that's elevation, dude. That no.
Yeah,
That's
but
it.
no, there's
if-
still
if
but
what
that's
I
still
said-
pressure. There's a difference,
Okay,
right?
but if what I said was factually incorrect, please correct me. At sea level, it's 14.7 psi, and in Denver, it's 12 point something psi. There is a difference in pressure at those elevations.
Right, exactly.
Right, but the whole thing is on the globe model, how do you have this gas pressure and the gradient without a container?
Well,
Next to it, an infinitely expanding vacuum in all directions.
Right, and so I think the thing that I wanted to hit on was container. We keep bringing up the essence of container, like it has to have a container. But what's the thing that's keeping the oceans on the globe?
Well, it needs a volume,
Talking
dude.
about the globe model.
Because the
Dude,
oceans
hold
are
on.
on it's a big.
There's
puddle.
like
We're in a
three
big lake.
people talking to him, and he keeps responding to someone else. So, but the problem is volume, right? You're trying to keep gas in a volume. Forget about container. Just volume is the issue, right? If you look at any equation where you're going to work with gas, it has a volume, right? The problem is that this whole gravity causing the pressure or keeping the gas here or keeping it from expanding, it doesn't really make sense logically, because like if you're standing at the surface, what direction or vector would gravity have? Singular?
I think
It
gravity
has a
looks
single
like
vector,
gravity
right?
of the equation.
No, hold on. I'll give you a gravity, but like if I'm at the surface, gravity has a single vector, right? It's down.
Downward.
You're right. So what vector does the gas have?
Well, the gas would go. It would just dissipate into whatever. I mean, the gas.
Exactly.
So close.
Right. But
Which
then you have
direction?
to-
Which direction does the gas dissipate? In which direction?
All directions.
To the path of least
So
resistance.
Not just down then.
Yeah,
That's electricity,
it'll
man.
fill the available volume.
It's even worse than that. If you have more pressure at the surface, then down would actually be through the path of most resistance, right? Because you have more room up there.
Like
So
the
it's
whole
double illogical.
The whole reason you want to use gravity is because you're presupposing the ball. You know that you need containment, so you need gravity to be your container. You've already admitted that you don't know what gravity is. You don't know how it works, but you need to have it because you're presupposing that ball.
Yeah, we can definitely hit the faults of my argument here, but I have just a statistical analysis of my experiences with diving, and I'm trying to explain those. What I'm trying to do is use the explanation of what my experience in life to see which model fits the theory better. Like I said, I'm middle of the road.
When
but
have
those
you ever
things-
calculated for gravity? When did you ever calculate gravity?
What you saying?
Let's take gravity out of the equation.
Well, no, you're saying you're using
yeah.
gravity as a diver. When did you ever actually use or need to calculate for gravity in your
The
experience?
force
as a diver?
exerted on an object.
Right, but I also said that we're going to go down this road of me trying to prove that gravity
Gravity's.
exists. to you,
Well,
and I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
gonna
I'm
be
so
able to do
sorry.
that.
Gravity is not a force, by the way, according to Scientific American and other physicists. Gravity is not a force. Sorry, you just mentioned force on it. No, that's not a force, though. So
Well, like I was mentioning too, getting a rocket, shoot up into the sky, getting a plane in free fall.
Wow. What?
What kind of force is that?
Wait.
And the
That's
same way,
another,
it's
that's another guy.
Not
Please
a
hold.
force.
Please
Yeah,
wait.
Somebody
Let's.
mute that guy.
Yeah. Just wait for a little bit, bro. We'll get back to you.
But you can think of it.
Let's
Like a
talk to the
force.
guy that actually does something that he believes.
Oh, so I'm
has calculation.
worthless. I'm useless,
No,
right?
you're just right now just saying stuff out of your mouth that you've been taught and you have no idea what you're talking about.
My life experiences don't matter. Okay.
It will.
They're just
It-
interrupting the
You know
conversation.
what? You're just being really rude. You're gonna get server muted if you can't wait your turn.
Just wait a little bit, my friend.
Story.
We'll get back with you. We were having a conversation with somebody else. So let's get back to you were saying the volume. Who was it that was speaking?
Yeah, human being.
Hey, human.
Yeah.
All right. So you were saying about water or whatever. What were you on about?
Yeah, let me reference Boyle's law and the expression P1 over V1 equals P2 over V2. And then if we're given three of those, we can figure out the fourth. So what I'm trying to understand is pressure and volume. The pressure of atmosphere at sea level is 14.7. The pressure of atmosphere at Denver is 12 point something. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't dive. So there's a dissipation of atmosphere between the two based on elevation. There's other gas laws that come into play whenever we can figure these out. Gay-Lussac's and Charles' law. They all
But
deal
none
with
of them
pressure.
show gases containing gases. None of them show that you can do that.
Right, but all of them it's pressure, volume, and temperature. All of them interact with two of those three things to equate a formula. So, they're all relative: pressure, volume, temperature. All three of those, you can deduce that if one variable is changed, it will have an effect on another: pressure, volume, temperature. So probably the easiest example I can give is for paintballers or air gun or airsoft players or whatever. If you have a CO2 cartridge and you expel the gas in that cartridge rather quickly, the cartridge will be cold to the touch. Sometimes it even has some ice on it if you expel the gas quickly.
Getting off track. You're getting off track.
Right. So then what I'm saying is the reduction of pressure causes a variance of temperature. And that's kind of the same
where
thing.
are you expelling it from?
What's that?
Where are you expelling the gas from?
So if you have a scuba tank and you breathe that tank down quickly, the tank is going to be colder to the touch than the ambient.
Yeah. But I asked you where are you expelling the gas from?
Well, if I'm a paintballer, it would just be cycling the trigger. If I load a cartridge and
No. I didn't ask you what the mechanism was.
Where's the gas coming from?
Where? Not how, not what. Where are you expelling the gas from?
Container.
Okay, so so through the
yes, correct. The container.
Okay, and I think container is probably another word that I'm trying to get a thought out so that we can understand what my definition of this container.
Wait, there's more than one definition of container?
Well, and I think from what I've come to understand is we use the Google definition of gas pressure, and since that definition has the use of container, then gas pressure has to have a container.
How about fixed volume?
Can be an open lid.
Volume. Well, and if we had a heavy gas and we put that gas in a bathtub, and the gas stayed in the bathtub.
Bathtub is a container.
Not forever.
Okay, so if we remove the bathtub, where would the gas go?
Omnidirectionally until it equilibrated.
On the floor.
The gas won't stay in the bathtub. Depends on its temperature. If it's colder, it might go down until it reaches the until it equilibrates with the surrounding temperature. Then it will go omnidirectionally. Just like nitrogen or anything else that you can have liquid nitrogen poured on the floor. It'll stay on the floor until it gets equilibrated with the surrounding ambient temperature. It will go omnidirectionally at that point.
Yeah, it will continue to diffuse with the air around it until it's completely gone from your bathtub and you can't store gas in a bucket.
I think you're also kind of conflating the behavior of gas with relative density, where you have two gases or multiple gases.
Okay, now we're going to get into the topic of partial pressure. And that's a whole nother definition. And I think that's kind of what I'm trying to drive a point home is whenever we look at the definition of gas pressure, the atmosphere doesn't have one gas pressure. On all the examples, on all the Google images you pull up, it has gas inside a container with arrows going all directions.
Right. Is there anything else that's a variable in the system that we have besides the air pressure? Like, say, the temperature?
Pressure, volume, and temperature. So Charles law, Boyle's law, and Gay-Lussac's law deal with one of the...
Right. So do we have changes in temperature in the system?
If you ascend in altitude, the temperature will change based on the pressure of ambient atmosphere. There will also be an increase or decrease in volume as well. All of those three.
Yeah. See, if you're trying to go to delta X, which is pressure gradients, you have to have X first.
I've never heard
pressure.
that before.
Yes. You have to have pressure. You cannot have pressure without a sealed container. That's the definition. It has to be sealed.
Okay.
In other words, you can have delta.
The gas can have weight, but it can't have pressure.
Right, and I'm assuming that definition of pressure comes from Google.
What?
The definition of pressure, you cannot. I'm assuming that's an absolute. You cannot have pressure without a container.
Correct.
I don't.
And I DM the definitions with the citations in your DM, also on the voice text.
I mean, we'd like to see gas pressure without a container. So I mean,
if
know,
you use a fan or perhaps an explosion, it generates a gas pressure without necessarily being in a container. So if you take from
That's not showing containment of pressure with no container.
But it generates a gas pressure without there being
That's
a container.
not what we're asking for. We're not asking for instantaneous generation of gas pressure. We're asking for containment of gas pressure against less
The gas
pressure
is
with no
already
containment.
contained. The gas is already contained. Whatever he's talking about with the fan and all that crap, where is the gas being released at?
To take
So would it be
14.7 psi and lift it up into a higher pressure is not what we're asking you for. We're asking you for a demonstration originally.
Yeah, and so the challenge that's been set before me is to explain how we can have gas pressure with a container, without a container.
Correct. And
Exactly.
all definitions define gas pressure or even just air pressure. They define it as the amount of force being exerted on the wall of its container.
Would there be another word that we can supplant with container? I think the word container is probably a bad analogy when it comes
volume.
And volume
The
would be
volume
something,
is
but it would be-
defined. But volume is defined like a container is defined and
Well, you
rigid
can't have
and closed.
volume without have volume without a container. So that's
If the container is open, then your volume would also be variable. So you can't have that.
the container is necessary, so you can't just get rid of it.
Well, and I'm not saying to get rid of the, obviously, I agree that you have to have volume in order to have pressure. That's, that's part of the equation. P1 over
But that's the
P1
problem. Look, dude, in the globe model, that's the problem with the globe model, because if you have an open system, and that's what they claim, right, then you basically have an infinite volume.
Yeah, and I
Basically,
think
all
the
we're asking
understanding
for
of
is
the globe model is that it's a closed system.
Hey, Sonny.
But then you can't send any. Then you can't. You don't have the rockets to
Then you can't
Mars
go to
and
space.
shit like that. So
Sonny, you should do your QE impersonation with the whole container thing. I love it.
All we're asking for is that you demonstrate that the second law of thermodynamics is violated.
What is
how about this? Try to think. Think about this. Can you simulate a vacuum without a container? And if not, why not?
Hey, read the voice text, please.
Yeah, I think.
So that was actually a very good way to put it.
That's a really good question.
Whoever
yeah.
put it there just now.
Yeah.
If
That's a really
you were to, if you want to work out pressure, like you said, it's it's intrinsically over the volume of the container. Now, if you took that volume and you made it infinite, what would happen to the pressure? Would it just stay at 14.7 around the ball and not move into that infinite volume?
No, I mean they're relative. There's a correlation between the two. An increase in one would cause some effect on the other.
Inversely proportional, correct. So like if you increase the volume, your pressure would decrease.
So then with an infinite volume, you would have an infinitely small pressure, which we don't.
Infinitely small pressure. And it would be dispersed throughout that volume.
Okay.
It's inversely proportional. Or yeah.
There's a lot of factors.
Well, and that's kind of what I'm trying to hit on is we are, whenever we're talking about gas pressure, we're relying on, I just logged into Discord here. Give me a chance to catch up. And you said there was a, there was a message in the text channel explaining some of this. Is it something I needed to read?
Yeah, I would read that because well, you have several problems. I would read that first because this is undeniable objective reality about the container. It's not something that's analogy at all. This is actually proven science. This is actual real science. Like this is what happens always. So you could have as much gravity as you want times a billion. It's not going to hold on. Wait till I finish. I'm almost done. So you could have all the gravity you want, but it's not going to affect the gas laws one iota, not at all. You got that?
For instance, like you should be able to check if your hypothesis is correct that gravity is holding gas with a simple vacuum chamber on the ground. If there's a difference between down and to the sides, then you've shown that yes, it's affecting the down, but not to the sides. But we don't see anything. You can't experimentally validate any claim of the globe.
Right. I'm not trying to. I'm not here from. I'm not here from the position of defending a claim. You know, I'm here trying to take the explanation of a phenomena from the globe model, take the explanation of a phenomena from the flat Earth model, and determine.
But but dude, this is the whole problem, because what we actually have is observable phenomena, and what the globe model is claiming is not an observed phenomena, which would be, gas pressure without a volume.
Yeah.
How is that an observed phenomenon? It would literally be just look at the sky, and that must be it, right?
And it goes against direct law, the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy is always increasing.
And that gas pressure without a container is not even ours. Not even a flat Earth argument. Is this actually even a global argument? Because that's not even, that's science. I mean, chemistry. The pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. That's not our argument. I mean, that's what they're telling us. Okay. So if there's no gas, if there's gas pressure, I mean, there has to be a container. Therefore, if there wasn't any gas, any container, it would just dissipate, like the second law of thermodynamics.
What if we switched the word container and inserted closed system instead? Would the definition of gas pressure remain the same, or would it be unchanged?
Is the Earth a closed system?
I'm just asking a relative.
You don't have a closed system. It wouldn't matter. You have an open system on Earth.
It's not irrelevant.
Why does the word container offend you that you need to change it?
Closed system.
Closed system. Hold on. Let me explain.
Let me just tell you then. Welcome to flat Earth. I mean, because we're flat Earth says we are a closed system. But without
for all intents and purposes, the globe model would be considered a closed system as well.
It couldn't be.
Except how?
That's impossible. It says that
if it exchanges matter or energy, it is no longer a closed system. And we send spaceships, we send rockets, we send satellites. In inverted commas, we send. I'm talking hypothetically here, but we are apparently sending all kinds of objects out of this supposedly closed system. So you can't have an open closed one. It's either open and things leave, or it's closed and nothing leaves, including the gas pressure.
Right. And I think from my understanding of that, the system would be closed until you reach and I'm not a mountain climber, but the point of where you needed an oxygen tank to climb higher in a mountain, because the environment that you're leaving is no longer able to sustain human life.
What? Not a closed system. That you're definitely not arguing for a closed system there.
Yeah. So here's the thing: if you're invoking gravity again, so would gravity be stronger? Would gravity be stronger towards at the surface of an actual object, or further away?
I'm not an expert on gravity. I know buoyancy and density. I know commercial diving.
Right. Well, welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's what we have here on Earth. But the thing is, if according to them, gravity is stronger at the location of the object, correct?
Yeah. My understanding of gravity is what it does, not how it works.
I'm just asking a simple question. Is it stronger on the surface? Is it stronger on the surface?
Proportional to distance.
Stronger further away?
Well, is it stronger? There's a lot of people talking at the same time. Is it?
Okay.
State the
Just
question.
go ahead. Yes. Is this gravity force stronger on the object or further away from the object?
I see. I wouldn't know how to answer that question. That sounds like something a physicist to explain.
Well, so it's simple. They say that it's strongest on the surface of said object, not further away. So gas pressure going upward in all directions, how could it then all of a sudden, when you have less and less and less effect that it's now all of a sudden going to contain billions and billions of cubic meters of gas down onto a ball?
He said it sounds like something a physicist would know, bro. Flat earthers know that.
You're
Well,
essentially saying
in the
that it
gravity equation, it's divided by distance. So as the distance increases, the gravitational force decreases. So they're inversely proportional. Gravity would be stronger at the object's surface and not further away.
And if gravity could stop pressure from mediating, you would not be able to breathe upright. You would have to be on all fours.
I'm actually surprised that you weren't able to answer that when you said you were diving.
Right, but I'm not a physicist.
It's okay. It's okay. So yeah, it's just to believe then, right?
You're right. I mean, you're from most of the things I understand. We're trying to compartmentalize my explanation of gravity, and you're looking at ways to poke a hole in it. I'm not trying to discuss gravity.
So you're a diver, right?
Explain gravity. It doesn't matter.
You're a diver, right? So have you ever seen curvature
under the water?
No. I mean, you have to hop on a boat, right? Go to where you want to go and then dive, I presume.
Oh yeah, I've been in the middle of the ocean plenty of times.
Right. So have you ever seen curvature?
Yeah, and that's another thing. It's whenever I'm standing on the earth, I haven't taken notice to look for curvature.
Right. So maybe a lighthouse that you shouldn't be able to see, right? Sailors have been seeing lighthouses for many, 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 many miles, where there should be many feet of curvature between them and the lighthouse, making it impossible to see the lighthouse. But they still could see it, right?
Curvature is one of those things where I like to avoid arguing too, because it just seems like it's one of those things where either side.
No, measurements. No, water lays flat and level, man. You're a diver. You. I bet you never have seen bendy water, right? So it lays flat and level in rest, and where
the horizon has. Sorry,
go ahead.
Sorry, the horizon has never been shown to be 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observer height. So if you lie down on the floor, based on your sphere geometry, the horizon should be no further than 1.22 miles. And if you lie down at a lake, you can often see across the lake if you've got your head right at the surface level of the water. So there's no 1.22 miles and suddenly everything is curving away from you as that geometry would dictate. So 100% of the time, observations show that there isn't this curvature, which is supposedly assumed when we watch a boat disappear into foggy conditions. And as a diver, you understand visibility limitations. Sometimes you get in the water and you just cannot see forever.
Sometimes you can't even see your hands.
Precisely. Now, it's the same in our atmosphere, that as you start to compound the atmospheric conditions, including the humidity, which is like the water that you're diving in, as you start to compound that, it creates a lensing effect and a refractive index, and you start to lose the object the same way you would under the water. So there's a lot of factors that cause what we see, and we've only been told it's curvature, and when we measure for said curvature, it's not there.
I think curvature is one of those things I tend to avoid because it is such a
inconvenient.
Well, it's not. It's not inconvenient. I believe that the study of refraction and all of the visual effects of light serve a purpose. But when it comes to just both sides trying to get their point across on what it does and what it doesn't, pictures like the Black Swan. That's a both sides argument from my perspective, because
do you ever go outside and look like somewhere? Do you live near water?
I don't live near water now. No, I don't.
Do you realize that light bends up and down, not just down?
And I believe that's also part of the study of refraction.
Yes, but they also have you believing that all light bends only down to bend around the curve, because we never see 10 times less than what we should do on the globe, which is what you're arguing for when you say that the black swan is refracted. It would have to be able to refract in the other direction as well, which we have never seen at any time.
But if you're able to, if you didn't know what the black swan was, and somebody held up a picture of the black swan and said, "What do you think about this boom?"
But hold on, it's not just a picture. It's not just a picture, dude. Don't do that. All right, it's not just a picture. There is video footage.
The video.
Right.
It's obviously been cut out to try and attract attention because most Ball Earth believers cannot even watch a 2-minute video. So it's been turned into a GIF, and then it's been turned into an image. And then what they only try to do is to make the argument exactly what it's not about. The entire argument is about the distance to the horizon. And the only thing that you'll see in the debunking is how tall is the platform and what refractive index and blah, blah, blah. It's talking about the horizon, and we have these landmark distance indicators called the platforms that we're simply using like a beacon for a distance measure. And we're focusing only on the horizon and from where that horizon should be based on your observer height. And it's a nail in the coffin. It really speaks volumes. Now, it comes from a video. Now, if someone really wanted to go and look at the evidence, they would naturally go and search out the evidence, which is the video. Watch the video, watch the multiple days that he took this observation. There were some days where there were some refractive properties going on. But effectively, you've got to be able to do this observation multiple times to also factor in any variables that you may have been not considering. So it's not a once-off occurrence that happened between this hour and this hour at some random day on a freak weather day. It's not something like that. It's a repeated observation. And these are the types of observations that are happening over and over and over and over again. And like the previous guy said, it's always 10 times further than it should be. It's never closer than it should be. That if it was simply an optical illusion, we would get variation.
Yeah,
and it's on the clear day. It's on the clear day that we see far. And that's when they invoke the highest refraction.
Exactly.
Is on the clear day.
Also, human being, have you ever heard of Dr. John, the PhD of spectrophotometry?
I'm pretty sure I'm going to look him up. He's the one. Is he one that did the laser
link you
test?
to his tests. He does tests regularly. He tried to debunk flat Earth because refraction is his specialty. So he was like, okay, I can prove that they're wrong, but now he's a flat earther, and he does some of our best work.
Yeah. I mean, hit me with the link. I'll check it out. But I tend to stay away from things like that that are subjective. That, you know, if me and someone standing next to me were to look at the same thing, we could draw two different conclusions. Refraction.
You see two different horizons?
I'm not
Like in
saying
the Black
that.
Swan?
I'm saying, well,
No,
and the reason why
what
I have
he
a problem
did,
with the
what he did was he tried to find the conditions that were the most conducive to show that when the refractive effects are up and not down, we should not be able to bend the light around the corner, around the globe. But you could just see the laser beam going up into the air. It's obvious.
Right. Dr. John D. Okay. No, I mean, and I'm interested in light. You know, I'm definitely a fan of spectroscopy and just electromagnetic radiation in general. But there's so many variables when it comes to those studies that it's best left to the professional. And then,
That's why when you don't look at pictures, that's why I said there's a black. The picture comes from the video, okay, and so you're not going to have something looming up 10 miles away on a video and then have a horizon behind it, dude. That's absurd. Okay,
right.
That's
And
why I asked you if you were a logical thinker, because logic and common sense is mostly what this is all about. You understand? It's thinking for yourself outside of a box that you've been put inside by powers beyond your control. Okay, that's really what it is. You have to step outside and put yourself in the middle and look at things objectively, dude, and stop just and you have to be unbiased. You cannot have an opinion until you have all the evidence. That's really what it comes down to.
I think I've been pretty fair in doing that so far.
Yeah, you have. You've been cool. Like a lot of other people come in here just a bunch of idiots. So yeah.
And there's other experiences that I can talk from, but I think diving is probably the one that I'm most passionate about. And but when it comes to images over water, I know there's so many factors that have to be taken into consideration that, I mean, it's not something that I'm capable of doing.
What about a frozen lake?
About what?
A frozen lake.
I don't think I've ever been in an environment where,
No, but
like I said, I haven't been.
observations of 10 miles lights being seen over 10 miles on a frozen lake, right? So this magical refraction, they want to make you believe in this magical refraction that happens always every time, right? Always every time on a hot day, on a cold day, on a frozen lake, on a salt plain, on everywhere, right? But then they give you this formula, but they cannot reverse it, right? So when I go outside and then ask, well, how far can I see today with this formula? They can tell you, right? So it's always reversed engineered. Just turn
You're super low, Roger.
refraction. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm better now. Sorry.
Yeah. That's better.
Did you get what I said? Sorry.
Yeah, I could hear you.
Okay. So this magical refraction will happen always, every time. And when you ask them, well, so with this formula, can you tell me how far I can see this day? No, right? It's always reversed engineered by turning up or down the refraction dial and say, well, there you go. You could see this far today because of this.
Yeah, and terrestrial refraction is basically they make the globe bigger to a fit observation. But the globe is not growing and shrinking.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to visual observations, I believe one thing that I did as a student is when we started talking about the effects of pressure and the effects of light underwater, because light does vary speed under the water. One of the things that I did to test that was I took a Coke bottle and took an empty Coke bottle and tied it to my equipment and went down to whatever depth I was diving, and then I figured out, hey, at this depth, the volume of the bottle should visibly change, and based on what they're explaining with what light does in water, the red of the label should have some shift. And it was one of those things where I went down and diving, and then the volume visibly decreased, and the red shifted to a kind of a brownish copper, maybe a little bit darker than that. But then that kind of piqued my interest into the study of spectroscopy and just understanding kind of how does it happen. But with the observations over the long distance observations, when we talk about laser tests and whatnot, there's so many variables that need to be considered that it's difficult to get anything that has any substantive evidence to prove without a doubt, no discussion, this is what it is. There's always going to be some room for rebuttal.
I mean, I kind of agree, because there are a lot of variables, but that's also kind of the problem when they just invoke refraction to explain away the observation. Because basically what it means is that you don't really have a predictive model for what refraction should be occurring at any given time. Because if that were true, you would be able to take an observation like the black swan or whatever, and you would be able to tell what temperature was, the humidity was, just from looking at the image.
Can I just jump in for 1 second? I'm going to be jumping down to Cinema One. If anybody wants to watch the movie The Fifth Element, it's going to be starting in like a couple minutes.
Thanks, bro. The basic physics of water is that it must be contained and surface is level. That's the basic physics of water. The water cannot contort to a spinning ball. Those are the basic physics of water. It's not about beliefs.
Okay, and I certainly haven't stressed any beliefs so far. I think the thing that I've talked about so far is experience in.
Right, but these are basic physics. The water must be contained and surface is always level.
Okay.
Those are basic physics of water.
All right, is that an absolute?
Absolute.
Now,
That's the natural property.
Reality.
It's a natural law. It's a reality we all observe. Always is. Always.
We use water as a water level. The Egyptians used it as a water level. If you
Well,
make
they
a
also
swimming
use
pool
astronomy
and it's
to
not
figure out
level,
celestial north.
so but regardless, we're talking about water at this stage. It is level. But I think, look, you were saying that you're not convinced about these long distance observations. I'm not sure. Did guys go through with you about the rotation of the Earth? Do you know how to prove that the Earth is rotating? Like that's something that's physical that we could actually test. That's perhaps
Right, and
not in
I
the
believe-
realm of the refraction debate.
But and I think one of the things that I would use would be long distance shooting or marksmanship to that effect. But then again, I think that's a bad example because there are so many variables. There's just so many variables that come to account with marksmanship at a long range.
Yeah,
That
and you have one
can't
big,
say-
you have one very big problem, right? Because when you claim the Earth is turning underneath the bullet, then it should turn underneath everything that's leaving the non-inertial reference frame of the spinning Earth. So where
that
do we?
doesn't have an individual right? That doesn't have an individual capacity for self-propulsion. I believe would be the difference.
That's just mental gymnastics, right? A bird, it can fly, right? So whenever it has a motor, it can keep up with the 1,000 miles per hour rotation. Is that what you're claiming?
Like, do you understand that the Coriolis effect is an apparent deviation caused when you leave the object that should be rotating underneath you?
Right. So I think my understanding of the Coriolis effect is if I send a projectile from facing north, so basically if I'm shooting north and I send a projectile, it should deviate along.
Coriolis has nothing to do with north. It has to do
North
with
and south.
rotation.
If I'm facing north, it's going to go one way. If I'm facing south, it's going to go the other way. If I'm facing east, the target's going to rise. If I'm facing west, the target's going to fall. So the Coriolis
Have you ever
effect would
shot? Have you ever shot yourself?
Have I ever shot myself?
No, I mean, have you gone shooting? Have you done this
Yes. Long
supposed?
range. I've shot at a distance that would warrant an adjustment for Coriolis, but my experience, and I was going through a course, so my experience level wasn't that to warrant me doing the math by myself to figure out what the deviation for Coriolis would be. It was a simple, the only thing I did was compute what the distance to the target would be. I attempted to engage and missed, and then my instructor made a deviation, and then I hit.
So you're out, you're a sniper, you're going to have your pen and paper at night ready to calculate your Coriolis snipe shot on your enemy. And a compass.
Yeah.
What a magical way of
Aren't you gonna need to do the math to do the refraction too, so you don't miss your target?
Yeah, you're basically shooting an illusion.
Barrel rifling. The rifle
and so I
barreling
think that's
can also cause
Yeah.
the deviation in the bullet either upwards or downwards towards
Did
the
your
right.
instructor make a Coriolis adjustment or a refraction adjustment?
and I think
Or did
the
he
words
just
that
go
my
off of where the
instructor-
bullet hit?
Well, I mean, I could have done that. And I think what my instructor said was, "Did you make an adjustment for Coriolis?" And I was like, "I don't know what the hell I don't know what that is." But that's another reason. That's a reason why I don't use long range shooting as an example. I mean, I understand that and I've never been an artilleryman. I've never shot naval gunfire, but I understand there are formulas that do take the Coriolis into account when you're shooting projectile over 20 miles. But of course, I've never hit anything that big. I've never shot anything that big.
Again, when you're claiming that the Earth turns underneath a bullet, everything else should do this. Everything.
Right, but I believe there's a separation, in fact, where if the object has the ability to change its momentum, then that it has its ability to augment its.
So a
momentum.
balloon.
And if it's hovering, yeah, like a balloon, an unmanned or unmotored thing like a balloon doesn't deviate according to Coriolis. It goes wherever the wind is sending it, and the wind moves in all directions. So the wind is not bound to the planet because we can get wind in all different directions. So the moment it left the spinning object, we should then, if it moves under a bullet, it should move under a drone that's hovering. So if it's not being propelled in either direction, as the claim that a motorized object could manipulate some of the apparent deviation through that engine. If it's just hovering like a helicopter, then the landmass should actually approach the hovering stationary object the same way that the bullet apparently also experiences that the land moves underneath it.
Yeah, and I've also seen videos, I've been on planes before and flipped a coin in the air. Being on the plane doesn't have any effect to what the coin does when I flip it in the air. I've seen videos of scientists driving in the back of a truck. They'll throw a ball in the air. The ball will come straight back down in their arms. I've seen people, examples of...
Hold on. The car and plane examples, that only works if you have the air contained with the object that's moving.
Okay. Video of a guy
it's like if you're in a convertible, dude. If you're in a convertible and you throw a ball up, what's going to happen?
Well, then we have to talk about
because you don't have the air contained with it, right?
It's bye ball. Bye.
Right, I understand that, but if the speed warrants there to be some deviation in the atmosphere, that's understandable. But these guys aren't driving 30 or 40, 50 miles an hour. They're just going fast enough to show that, hey, there is movement in the vehicle. They throw the ball up and they catch it. I've seen videos where guys are spinning on a merry-go-round. They'll throw the ball out, and the ball will continue to travel on the path that it left the person who threw it. It will go straight. It doesn't bend. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, that's the whole deal, right? That's the non-inertial reference frame, right? So when you're on a merry-go-round and you're sitting with your friend your friend is sitting in front of you, and you have your ball and you're spinning, and you throw that to your friend will keep turning. So for you, it looks like the ball is apparently deflecting, but it's actually going in a straight path, right? That is what Earth-based Coriolis is meant to be. It's an apparent deflection from the observer on the non-inertial reference frame called the spinning Earth. But we never see this observation, never. Not on planes, not on drones. So as a glober, you have to make these ridiculous claims that it does do it under a bullet, but it doesn't do it under a drone because the atmosphere is spinning, is Loctite with it, right? It spins with the atmosphere. So the pendulum does do it, but isn't right? It's all these kind of mental gymnastics you have to wiggle yourself into to explain why we don't see it, right? So we don't see this. Okay,
sorry, does this guy even know how the Coriolis works with the reference frames?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, are you the Glober? Yeah. Sorry, I don't know your name.
Oh, yeah, human being.
You know how?
What do I need when it comes to the Coriolis? I'm assuming that there's an absolute. It's an absolute. It either is or it isn't.
There's two reference frames with Coriolis. You're going to need an inertial frame. That's the spinning one. Sorry, not inertial frame. That's the spinning one. And you're going to need an inertial frame. That's the non-spinning one. That's how you get Coriolis. Right? Did you know that, or is that new? Because I actually taught an earth science teacher this a few months ago.
Yeah, but again, I think with Coriolis, it's for me, I put that into the category, the same category as long distance photography, where there's so many variables that it's going to be nearly impossible for me to make an accurate determination on.
What's the variable? Do you understand the reference frames?
No, yeah, I understand the Coriolis effect. I understand what it can do and what it's supposed to do.
All right.
I'm saying I've never been in a position where I could test its validity myself. So that's kind of where.
So this is unfalsifiable. This Coriolis thing. Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, obviously, I'm open to any amount of information, but if the information's given, like the Black Swan, we'll go back to that. If the information's given, if one side or the other can draw and compound so many inaccuracies simply because there's so many variables that come with making the experiment valid, to me, it's just a waste of time. There's no point in investing any amount of energy trying to understand it because.
Right. What are the variables in the Coriolis effect, though? You got these two reference frames, right?
Well, there's so many. I mean, it's the same thing.
Name one.
No.
Name one.
Barometric pressure. You're talking about Coriolis with a rotation?
Coriolis effect. Yeah. Name one variable.
Barometric pressure.
No. Pressure has nothing to do with Coriolis effect. Why would you even say that?
Because in terms of long-range marksmanship, which is what I would probably
hold on. We're just talking about Coriolis effect. Forget the bullets and the whatever. Just the Coriolis effect.
Okay. So then give me an example of the phenomena you're asking me to imagine happening so that I can put that in my own kind of mental thought.
Well, think about it as a first. I mean, not a first. Well, one of those roundabouts.
What's that?
Is barometric pressure an issue with a roundabout in the Coriolis effect?
What do you mean a roundabout? Like a
circle? Merry-go-round, a little thing the kids spin at the park.
I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't say barometric pressure would have any kind of effect on that.
You could definitely or a Coriolis effect there. So then barometric pressure has nothing to do with Coriolis at all.
Okay. Now, whenever you're asking me to explain any kind of instance where Coriolis would be observed and measured, there's only a couple of instances where I can think that would happen on a scale large enough to equate the shape of the Earth. There's so many factors that come into play. It's not as simple as saying
no. It's an apparent deviation, right? It's you watching something apparently deviate. It has nothing to do with pressure, with any type of pressure.
How can we test it?
You can't because it's not there. It doesn't exist. Right? They tell you it does exist, but it doesn't. It's not there.
Right. And as an analytical thinker, as a skeptic, how do we test? How do we test that?
So we know what the Coriolis effect is when we look at a roundabout, and it should be there when we're looking at the Earth, but it isn't, right? So it's non-existent. They want you to make. There are snipers here that they will tell you they never ever take into account the spin of the Earth, right? Nobody does. Airplanes don't. Drones don't. Nobody.
Right.
Yeah. What happened? The thing that happened when you went shooting and your guy told you to make an adjustment, he probably saw where the bullet hit and told you to make the adjustment to where you would be on point.
I could have done that.
Yeah, and your bullet turns, right? Your bullet turns when it leaves the nozzle. It rotates, makes a spin, right?
Yeah, there's spin drift, and there's the bullet coefficient, there's drag of air. There's a lot of factors that go into long
Magnus effect.
Right. There's so many things. Chamber pressure, what the powder load.
The thing is, if there was Coriolis effect on Earth, we would know.
Right.
Because you need those two reference frames. You remember those reference frames we talked about?
Right, inertial and non-rate. But either way, let's say the Department of the Navy has Coriolis tables in naval gunfire. It doesn't matter what shape of the Earth is, that table's there. That's something that can. What? That's something.
What are you talking about?
What, bro?
What the hell? Show us those tables. Bring them up, buddy.
I don't care what the tables say. You need those two reference frames. Without those two reference frames, those tables mean nothing.
All right. And so I think this is kind of, if I would say I'm a middle of the road Earth shaper, and the reason why is, if that didn't exist, why would if the effect didn't exist, why would there be something to account like?
It's visual. It's apparent. It's not a physical effect. Apparent only. Visual. Optical.
I mean,
appears in your eye.
Just show me where those reference frames are on Earth, and I'll be sold.
I don't know what you're talking about. The reference frames, like you want me to show.
Remember
you
the inertial and the non-inertial reference frames that you must have for Coriolis?
Yeah, that would be the spinning ball, and then the other object that's not on the spinning ball.
That's why I asked you if you even knew how it worked at the beginning of this, because without those two reference frames, you don't have Coriolis.
Okay. And I think that question would be better served to a physicist or somebody who could give you an explanation that you're looking for. But unfortunately,
No, we don't need explanation.
Children, for heaven's sakes. What are you talking about? A physicist? They teach it to 10-year-olds in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, but I think you're looking for a specific answer that I'm not going to be willing to give you.
And that's fine. And then you have a belief system, right?
I taught this reference frame thing. I taught this reference frame thing to an 11-year-old. It took about 5-10 minutes. Jimbo wasn't lying.
Maybe I'm of below average intellect. I don't know. Maybe I'm there.
No.
That could be an admission. It's okay. I can live with that.
No,
It's okay, human being. The fact that you believe it's there, it's good enough for you, right? We know that it isn't there.
Let me clarify. I've never been in. Listen, I've never been in a position where I could test the validity of that claim myself.
Didn't you just say that your sniper instructor was telling you about it? I mean, or testing you?
Let me clarify. I've never been in a position where I could test the validity of that claim myself. I don't care what anyone tells me.
All right, not a problem. Not a problem.
Can I test the validity of that? I would say no.
Let me give you a little example. I read a bunch of books about Coriolis before it actually got the name Coriolis, and then it was a flat Earth proof. They would shoot cannons straight up into the air, and the cannonball would fall back down into the cannon.
I've heard that.
How is that possible on a rotating ball? The cannonball would have to get added acceleration as it's going up to keep up with the rotation, because there's greater and greater space to cover. And then as it falls down, it has to be decelerated again. From where is it getting this acceleration and deceleration?
That's the first law of thermodynamics violation right there.
Right.
I mean, it's really Coriolis is super simple. I got it. It took me a while to get it, but the first thing you need to know is without those reference frames, you don't have Coriolis. You can't get it with just one reference frame. No matter how hard the Globers want that to happen, it doesn't happen.
Right.
If you want to play with it, just go to a merry-go-round, find anything that rotates in a circle, and start throwing things up into the air.
Well, I mean, I can do that myself. I can go out and spin around in a circle and throw something in. I can do that myself. I understand the effect. I understand the effect of if I'm spinning. I understand, but there's no way for me to eloquently translate that to an experiment that I can test.
There's no experiment you need to do. Just find where those reference frames are, and you'll be all set.
Well, Albert Einstein said he couldn't prove it himself, even though he knew it was moving, but he couldn't prove it, he said.
Yeah. Like, there's no experiment that needs to be done. Those reference frames don't exist, and therefore you can't have Coriolis effect.
Yeah, so and I think I'm going to put that in the same box as those long-range image experiments. There's too many variables.
There's no variables, guy.
No variables at all.
There's no variables.
Jeremy, what are you doing in here, man?
What up? I'm chilling with my peoples.
Yeah, is that you?
What up, bro?
You've had enough of them lot in there.
Bro, I got PTSD from that room, bro.
Man, I'm stressed out. I spent the whole day in there, and like they couldn't even answer me if they wanted fucking sugar or fucking sweetener, because I gave them a question where it didn't matter if you were right or wrong, but which one makes most sense. The God created it, or it created itself. Like at the two options, what's most likely? And they was like false dichotomy. I ain't answering that question. It's I don't think either. I can't choose. It's like, bro, just what's more likely, bro? Like it doesn't matter if you're right about it, right about any of them, but they just refuse to answer certain questions because they can't handle it.
They can't say it out loud. They can't say it out loud.
Yeah, hold on, Brummy. We're right in the middle of it with this guy right
Sorry.
now.
Yeah.
Listen, there's no variables in this court. Name one variable. Name one.
Right, and I think so you're going to go back to the inertial frame of reference as something that I have to explain to you so that you can validate your question to me. What I'm
No, he's
saying is
asking you to name a variable because dude, you said there were variables, many variables is what you literally said, and he asked you to name one of them.
Yes.
And you're not naming one.
Actually, he said there were too many variables.
So many
name-
variables.
Name one.
Right.
Can you,
let me
or-
complete this next sentence before you guys
Go
go
ahead.
on?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
For me, there's no way for me to test what the cause is. So if there's a Coriolis, how do I test it? Let me put that into an experiment, and the experiment creates too many variables.
But dude, I want to know what you were talking about when you said there were too many variables. That's what you thought. What variables were you thinking about? Name them, please.
All right. All right, so let's transpose this to a thought experiment. Is the Coriolis real or not? Yes or no?
Now you're asking questions. I'm
Give me
asking
one
you
of the
what were the
variables.
variables? What were the variables you were talking about? No, because you're obfuscating now. What were the variables that you were talking about?
There are none.
Yeah. So what is his name? It's human being, right? That's who we're talking to. Yeah, human being. Are you like generally this wishy-washy with everything?
You can go back on the live stream, dude. You said it wasn't good because there were too many variables.
Absolutes. Right, because for me, there's no way. Okay.
So like what? What are these too many variables? Name some. What are you thinking about? How do you see this? Because if you can't even answer that, then it seems like you have no idea what you're talking about.
Every time I try to answer, you interrupt me because you tell me there's no variables, and I can't.
No, I'm fine. I'm okay. There's variables. You said there's variables. I'm fine with that. Name some. It's really simple, dude. Name some variables.
I mean,
no. Last time you asked me a question. Is the Coriolis effect? It's not naming a variable, dude.
Right, and then let's.
So name a variable. Or just admit that you can't name a variable because you don't know. And I think that would be a lot more honest at this point.
Well, yeah, we already did this. So barometric pressure would be one. Pressure, volume would be another.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Let him finish. Yeah, let him finish. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Cuban.
Which is part of the frustration as well. Because if I did an experiment where I was going to go out and test if the Coriolis was real or not, I would go out and set up long distance shooting, I guess, would be the one thing I choose. And I would set up two plates in two different locations. One plate would say no Coriolis, one plate would say Coriolis. I would put a dope on the rifle to hit the plate with no Coriolis based on latitude, what direction I'm shooting, all of the variables accounted for. And I would
hold on. Before we hold on. No. I just want to ask. I'm going to let him finish, but I just want to know before you started the experiment, what was the naturally observed phenomenon?
I'm assuming that I clarified that I was going to test if the Coriolis was real or not.
That's what I'm saying. So, where do we naturally observe the Coriolis? So, you're saying that's the naturally observed phenomenon, right? So, where do I go out and see that?
Well, I guess you would see it in how I print. You would see it in how I print.
How you print.
In the natural environment, please.
No, yeah, like I go outside. So I go outside in my backyard. So what am I looking at, right, to see the Coriolis?
So what you've done is derailed my
No, I haven't.
No.
No, I have not. You're talking about an experiment without a naturally observed phenomenon.
Okay.
Yeah, this started with you trying to name a variable, and you said barometric pressure, and then you went on about shooting your rifle at 2 different plates. So
You guys are pounding me for me to admit
Absolutely.
something to you, a variable, and something I can't even explain how I would test to see if the Coriolis.
Okay, so let's just start off. You don't know anything about the Coriolis effect.
Yeah,
Is
we
this correct?
established that.
Right? Is this correct? We could move on from here. We go to something else that you're more, more informed about. Pretty much, like, because he's a diver. He's a diver. He's. We were talking about air pressure before we, came all the way over here.
Yeah. Are you guys actively? Is this like an attempt to recruit people to
recruit?
Recruit is the word I used. Is this an attempt to get me to see and agree with you that the Earth is flat?
No. Okay, so the whole goal is to get you to see reality.
It's up to you to do the work. We're in here to speak about the Earth, and it's up to you to do actually the work.
Right. So if we present to you things like the black swan, right, where we show that the distance to the horizon is clearly farther.
About that?
No, he wasn't.
I've been here a lot. I don't have to be here for the black swan. Okay. So
No. He spoke a little bit about it.
With the black swan,
Right. What I'm saying is we give you listen. Just listen.
If you give me information, we already talked about the black swan.
We're giving you observations. Okay, you're here talking about how you're on the fence about the globe model or the flat model. Okay, now here's the problem. All right, we're giving you observations that people and us are making in this world that show that the distance to the horizon is much further than the globe model gives us, because the globe model gives us specific measurements. They have already figured out the radius of the Earth. And when you put this radius into maths, right, you come up with the distance of whatever it is to the horizon, right? 1.22 miles squared, the distance, something like that, right? So basically, the horizon should only be a certain distance away, and we see much farther than this. Now, this is something that you can go out and you can go and look and realize, hold on, I am seeing farther, because if I was on a actual sphere, there is physical properties to this sphere. And at some point, I would notice this. Not only would I notice that, but water, which you're a diver, is always flat and level. At no point does water ever curve over anything, which would be necessary if we did live on a spherical object or a giant ball. So it's up to you to go outside and break your own chains, per se, by just looking around and thinking to yourself, am I actually flying through space on a big giant water ball? Let me think about this for a long time. And eventually you come to the realization that you're not.
If you're honest.
Right.
Yeah, I have to lie.
Can I tell him? Listen, if you don't like what people presenting here, if you think that this is some cult or something, man, you need to come back in your global life and leave it this alone. Because this is not that thing.
Hold on.
When I entered this chat, I said I didn't presuppose anything. I'm not presupposing anything. I'm using my own observations to gather information to come to my own conclusions. I'm not presupposing anything. You
don't have to presuppose, though. This is the thing. The globe model is already been established according to them, right? They already have the numbers for it. So you can simply take their numbers that they give you and then see if it matches reality. That's it.
Yeah. And no weapons expert takes in the Coriolis effect or any rotation of the Earth when they fire their weapons, especially the snipers. They don't do that. I never had to do it. I never had to calculate, but Earth's curvature at all. Never had to do that. Or the spin of the Earth. Never had to calculate for any of that. point and shoot, wind speed, distance to target, munition, and elevation. That's what I had to consider.
When I first joined in here, Human was debunking Jeremy by saying that there was many things that I'm still wondering one of them things.
He said that he was not an expert on that, so let's move on from the Coriolis effect.
Okay. I understand now. This doesn't exist.
What other things keep you on the globe side? You said you're halfway. What are the other half of the things that keep you on the globe? Thinking you're on the globe.
Human being. Some of the things that help me kind of like become skeptical about what they're teaching us. Not only the people have said to you that we've tested the dimensions they've given us, like I think I forgot his name, was saying about 3 inches per mile squared. But like every time that you go to actually clarify ultimately for yourself individually without assuming anything, you realize it's impossible. You cannot detect curvature, you cannot feel any curvature, you can't experience any, you can't see any. There's nothing you can do as an individual to prove it either way. So don't you find that a bit strange that you have to believe in something outside of your capabilities, what you can prove to yourself? They're telling you to believe in something that you can't see or detect. At the foundation, the basic level of it is that you can't see or you can't see any curvature, you can't feel any curvature, you can't feel any movement. But you have to believe it's there because your senses are useless. You have to believe us because we've got satellites. You have to believe us because of anything outside of what you can experience for yourself. Now, do you not find that a bit strange?
All right. So, I'm assuming that was directed at me.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I believe you just made an assumption about a lot of things that I may or may not agree with, and
Well, if you have got something, then you can please help me come to a conclusion, because I'm on the fence. Ultimately, I think it's indistinct. It's not knowable between the two. To prove it to be round or to flat. I don't think it's possible as an individual to work that out categorically, undeniably, without actually going up to them sort of altitudes and being able to see it for yourself. Which means that that's something you're not going to be able to do. But if you think you can distinguish between the two different arguments, because everything that they say doesn't work on a flat Earth can actually work on a flat Earth. So they're actually lying to you with saying, "Oh, things disappearing over the horizon, that can't happen on a flat Earth." Well, it actually can, because it's atmospheric conditions that determine when things disappear. They say that radio waves wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Well, it actually works better and more consistent on a flat Earth. Do you know what I mean? Like everything they're telling you that doesn't work on a go on, sorry.
But the study of radio waves is eloquently. I mean, when it comes to radio, there is so much information about all different types of radio waves, just electromagnetic radiation in general.
I'm not saying there is not a lot of information out there. What I'm saying is, how do you as an individual determine which one is absolutely categorically correct by using your means to you cannot physically measure the Earth, can you? You can't physically measure the Earth, can you? I mean, that would be the ultimate
I don't know.
Yes or no, which one's right.
But what about radio waves? What does that do for the globe?
He's too shy for me. I can't. It's like getting blood out of a stone. I know, but I'm
to avoid.
I want you to just talk about what you actually truly believe deep down in your soul. What comes naturally to your mind? What intuitively comes to your thinking when asked questions? It's not like there is a right or wrong thing to say. It's just an honest approach about the reality we live in. And I think I'm quite upfront about what I do and don't know, and that's why I realised that I used to think I absolutely knew it could not be nothing but what they say it was. But now I realise that things ain't adding up. We're seeing further than we should. And they're saying that the reason it looks flat is because light is bending over the curvature, making the Earth look flatter. So I'm thinking to myself, maybe it just is flat, or when we're in an airplane, we don't experience no deviation or change from going over the curvature. So I'm starting to think that maybe it just isn't moving. Maybe it just isn't what they're saying it is. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it ain't the size of what it is. Maybe it isn't moving. Maybe the reason we're not seeing the things that we're expected.
you're machine gunning me here, but no, if I'm playing devil's advocate, with the spin of the Earth, you shouldn't feel it. I mean, if I look at the hour hand on a clock, that hour hand's going twice as fast as the Earth is spinning. I mean, for me, if I just take a step back and I take what I know about life and everything, and I just apply it to the little morsels of life that I can control, can I measure the shape of the Earth? Probably not. I mean, so, I did some study with radio, and there's ionospheric refraction and all kinds of different things that you can test. Does it work in one model? Does it work in the other model? And then I move to the next one. I don't go off of like what this person's telling me, what that person's telling me. Same thing with the image resolution. If you're telling me you're going to show me a picture and then say there's all this stuff that you have to take into account for this to make sense, I just go, look, I don't want to waste my time.
I agree that I was scattergunning you. I agree that I machine gunned you slightly, but you kind of overloaded me with you had something you made a point with earlier, the hour hand moving. Now, I understand that you're not supposed to detect movement, right? I get that. You shouldn't expect to detect it. But all right, we probably shouldn't expect to detect it. But let's both agree that we don't detect it. Ultimately, we don't detect it. We don't see the curvature. We don't detect the movement. We don't see any of the stuff that we're supposed to believe in because it's not supposed to be there. Now.
Hold on.
Go on, mate. Go on.
Yeah, can Reasons finish, and then you can go ahead.
Yeah,
One second.
No one is facing the Earth.
Fraud, let Reasons finish. Fraud, can you let Reasons finish, and then you can go ahead.
Trailer Thought was going. The more you dive into flat Earth arguments and what they have discovered, the more you can realise that there is alternative answers for the things that they claim that there is no alternative answers for, and the more that you're realising they've got something to hide, bro. Like gas pressure without a container is a great one. I mean, they're saying that there's no containment. The container is gravity, but then they're saying that it moves with the Earth because the gravitational pull pulls it around with the Earth. So then there's a thing called conservation momentum that goes into the molecules of the gases. And they should fling off into space because there's nothing stopping it on the outwards because space has no resistance. As the Earth spins, it should, gain it some energy as it's spinning and then go on an elliptical path. And they're saying that gravity is holding it in, creating the gas pressure there. So then we ask them to show us gas being pulled down, and they make every excuse why that you should never expect to see this. And this is a repeated trick that they use at every turn when you get them by the balls. It's like, oh, well, you shouldn't expect to see that. Oh, well, you shouldn't expect to feel that. Oh, that's negligible. Oh, that's just, because of a word. Oh, don't you know what this is? And it goes on in every aspect and every way you corner down the globe arguments. There's always a reason.
Okay, but if you think...
One second, before you go ahead, Fraud, can you get in and then Human Being, do you want to go ahead?
Oh, no, I was just trying to add to what he was saying. I was just trying to sneak a word in there. It wasn't that important.
Okay, no worries. Human Being, yeah, go ahead, please.
No, I'd just say if you approach it analytically from a, remove all of the rigmarole, and if whatever side makes a claim about something, I look at that and I say, okay, can I legitimately attempt to prove or provide evidence or validate this one way or the other? The answer is yes.
I agree.
That. Let's try it.
Okay,
cool. If the answer is no, I don't want to waste my time.
Well, I agree with you, and I would like you to show me how you've come to one of the two conclusions. And if I can do it myself, well, what can I do? What you have done to make your mind up about the two different options? Because bro, as far as I'm concerned, we're both in the same boat, and I think that if you figure out that one side has been lying to you, I feel I'm more, I'm definitely globe skeptic. You know what I mean? I'm very against what they're telling us now because it seems to me very evident that there's more land mass, or there's something they're hiding, or things ain't what they're saying. There's something slightly unhinged. So it's only so. How could I prove that they're telling me the truth, or how could I prove that it's another way? What have you done, or what?
Well, okay, so where I'm at right now, I think gas pressure is the one, and the word container keeps being used. But if we looked at the definition, and I cited 3 gas laws: Gay-Lussac's gas law, Charles, and Boyle's. None of them have container. They all use closed system in the definition of what a gas is. And
how can you have a closed system without a container?
I'm just citing from the law itself.
I'm just asking you because you understand it. So you've used that as a rebuttal. So I'm just asking you as a question as an individual. I don't expect you to know every gas law in the world or be able to cite it. I'm not expecting you to be Einstein. I just want you to use common sense. How do you have an isolated system without containment?
I'm trying to get to that because the gas laws that I understand, they don't use container, they use closed system.
Yes. How do you have a closed system without a container? Sorry.
What is a closed system? What does a closed system mean? Closed system would have to be contained. You don't just close something, you okay? When you close a system, it's contained within that closure.
Hold on. Human being, can you draw me a diagram of a closed system, an open system, and an isolated system?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where me and my thought process. That's kind of where I go because I understand the gas laws. So if I take those,
can you? I just asked you for a diagram of them. Can you?
Yeah,
can you find me one?
Yeah, please.
What you're describing is another word.
You're saying. You're articulating what you mean. So now draw what you mean, please.
You said you understood it, so you need to describe the closed system.
Okay, so if I take what I just explained and I put that into some type of analytical thought, and if I take what I know about gas laws and I look at the globe model, and the globe model tells me that it itself is a closed system. You're asking
it is
me
not.
to draw you what?
No.
You know,
Let's not go to begging the question
about the definition of something. I'm trying.
But you're just saying. You just said that the globe was a closed system. It is not. That is not the definition of what the globe model is.
I can't get it out.
It's open system. It is open.
Where does it say that?
You know, I would love to explain what I'm thinking, but I can't get.
Can I do it for you, please? Because everyone's been quite aggressive towards you. Let me finish.
Let him finish. Let him finish. All right. Can you continue then, human being? You said that the Earth was a closed system as your analytic
human being. Okay, so if I'm standing, and I prefaced this earlier. If I'm standing on the beach, the atmospheric pressure is 14.7 pounds per square inch. If I go to Denver, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 12.7 pounds per square inch of pressure. There is a deviation of pressure on that. Okay. It's measurable. It's observable. That's what it's understood to be.
Didn't we already talk about? Hold on. Didn't we already talk about the gradient in temperature?
Let him finish. Continue.
Okay. If I take that same thinking and I say, can this work in a flat model? Well, it can, because the gas itself has different weights, falls at different values. There can be a gradient in a closed system. The Earth itself is considered a closed system. So would the flat Earth. So what resolution can I draw from that? Is that absolute one way or the other? It's not.
It's not.
Can you cite me? Can you cite me where this says that the globe is a closed model?
Also,
it's not a closed system.
I know. He just made a claim. No, he just claimed. Okay. Can you cite for me? Where did you read
I said
that
earlier.
Can you
make them define? Define closest.
Guys, can I just teach him? Can I teach him?
No, you may not teach him.
No.
He needs help, not criticism.
No, he does not need help.
No.
Holy
You
shit.
need to say that it's sorry.
He said it was a closed system. I asked him for a diagram of a closed system. Then he's going to explain that the Earth is a closed system. Can you give me a citation of where it says that the globe is a closed system?
Yeah, and I think if I wanted to explain it in those terms, I would consider it a closed system because if I wanted
No. You don't need to explain. You need to provide somebody who said. Okay.
But I think that the guy is definitely wrong. But
I'm definitely wrong. But I haven't even finished my. thought
let me finish, bro. Let me finish my statement.
No, let him finish. Let him finish his explanation,
my
guys.
thought.
I think that we should just bring him to the truth.
Let him finish his thought. That's all we're saying. Let him finish.
He has finished his thought many times, saying.
I haven't even started to finish this.
Well, let him, he's still saying he hasn't. So let him get it all out. Get it out now, man.
Yeah.
Get it out.
Okay. Because if I step back, if I take a step back and I look at that, okay, if I want to climb a mountain, I have to use oxygen to assist me to get to the top. Because the partial pressures of oxygen state that oxygen at that level is not sustainable for life. Okay. To me, that would be considered a closed system. You can't You can't just go wherever you want in the earth even itself on land. Okay, if I'm flying in a plane and the cabin loses pressure.
So basically, what the issue here is that you have your own. No, stop, dude.
Hold on.
Moderator here. This is going nowhere. It's turning into a shit show, dude. The problem is that the problem. No, you didn't have to because you were saying it, dude. Your definition of closed system. You have your own imagination of what a closed system is. That's the issue. And what we're talking about is a thermodynamic issue where it's about matter and energy being able to leave the system. It has nothing to do with where you can or cannot go as a human. That's why this discussion is going nowhere.
I was hoping he'd finish right to get to that point. I was hoping he'd finish right to get to that point. I didn't want to interrupt him, but yes, that's exactly how I was going to go.
Okay. How long are we going to go? Okay.
I was the one who kind of brought this up to him because he mentioned it to me and everyone jumped on it. You know, the isolated situation. Everyone jumped in after I brought that to his attention.
No, we've been on this for a while. It's just been derailed.
We've been talking to him for like 2 hours. You guys knew.
Can't give me 5 minutes then? Can you not give me 5 minutes if you spoke to him for 2 hours?
No, because it's just going to go back to the same. But you're going to go around and around in the same circle.
I don't think I'm going to take the same approach. You guys are being quite aggressive with him, and he obviously needs bringing to.
He started out aggressive. No, don't do that.
All right, you guys don't agree. All right, fair enough.
No, and I don't agree with it. We can't know that the.
Again, human being.
Yeah. No, he cannot start with the Earth. It's closed system because it's all.
Hang on a second.
Holy shit!
I do not need to go to space to verify that the Earth is a level plane. I don't need to go there. Okay, I know it's.
Why are we talking about that? We're talking about opening closed system.
He's having a go at me. That's having a go at me.
The moderator just said that he made his own definition for a closed system, not the actual definition for a closed system. So he needs to get through that hump.
Right. Yeah, make him define closed system.
That's why I asked him to give me a diagram of a closed system.
He's not going to do that, though, is he?
No, he can say this is mine. He can't. No, he can say this is mine.
Why is this becoming a shit show?
Human being.
It's like 5 people are talking at the same time. Let one guy talk to him. Pick one, guys.
Provided the temperature remains unchanged within a closed system. This can be stated mathematically as follows, and I gave that P1 over V1 equals P2 over
Human being. You're stating the very key word that you're stating is that it's a closed system. So when you're saying closed system, you're implying that it's isolated. So if I isolate you as a person or I isolate a gas, how can I isolate something without containing it? Now that's what you need to explain, because when you use the word isolate, it's not really like it's not. It's a different way of saying container. That's all you're doing. You realise that you're swapping the word container for isolate.
Where they're close to right. So the mathematical formula for Boyle's law is P1 over V1 equals P2 over V2, and that's the gas law. Now, if we're
human being. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. You're swapping the word container for the word isolate. So I'm asking you now, how do you isolate something without a container?
Okay.
Restrict.
Okay. Can I answer the question, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Answer the question. Okay.
Don't talk about gas laws, just talk about land.
Yeah, you're not answering the question, though. You're not answering the question.
You're talking about gas laws?
You're talking about math formulas.
Right. Okay. And if it doesn't matter what the answer is. Does the earth have air pressure? And does the earth have
how do you isolate the air without a container? You need to listen to the question, right? Don't talk about the earth. Just talk about how do you isolate anything in the world, bro? Calm down. How do you isolate how do you isolate human being? How do you isolate anything in the world? You as a person, how do I isolate you without containing you? How do I isolate you without containing you?
Restriction.
Just answer that question. Don't talk about anything else. Just the question itself.
I really don't know. I have to say specific words that you're looking for, or else I'm going to have 5 moderators yelling at me.
What is the situation?
You're changing the word container for isolate. So I'm asking you, how do you isolate something without containing something? So I just need you to explain that contradiction.
It's a
Yeah,
fair, it's a fair question.
I would just say quickly, I am moderating this chat and I haven't actually leapt in that much, so don't really appreciate your concern trolling. But please answer the question.
Okay. The answer to the question, since I've stated that the Earth is a closed system, the definition of Boyle's law states that if you have pressure and volume, it's going to be in a closed system.
How do
That's
I
an
isolate
equal
you
temperature.
as a person?
Can I
How do
read you
isolate as a
reasons?
person as a container?
Reasons. Can
gas
I read you the definition?
It's within a closed system.
Okay,
Now,
human
if you wanna
being.
say
Human
container,
being.
That's fine, but I said container is probably not a good word to use. because
Human
the word
being.
Container doesn't. Go ahead. Because
Can
the
I
word
read you
container-
the definition of a closed system from dictionary.com? Dictionary.com. Now, thermodynamics. A region that is isolated from its surrounding by a boundary that admits no transfer of matter or energy across it.
No transfer of matter. That's the key part you want to focus on right there. Is Earth transferring matter?
Not only that, the boundary.
That too, but
Yeah, can we let him go ahead and answer? Human being? Is a yes or no
like
question?
5 guys. You guys are all hitting me at the same time. Answer what?
Yeah. So answer El Brocar's question, please.
Restate the question.
El Brocar, go ahead.
No, I wasn't my question. It was Jeremy's question.
No, it was. You did ask a question. Do you want him to answer it, or do you want
the statement?
Contain the system.
No, I just right. So I just asked. I stated the definition of a closed system: a region that is isolated from its surrounding by a boundary that admits no transfer of matter or energy across it. And Jeremy asked him, "What was your question, Jeremy? Did you
no
say?
transfer of matter is what he needs
how
to
do you?
focus on.
I wanted him to define a closed system because he keeps saying that.
Well, I just gave him the definition.
Yeah.
Isolated or closed is still it needs containment. Like
Needs
it's
a boundary.
necessary. Yeah, like, and I think me asking you, how do I contain you as a person? I don't need to talk about gas laws. Don't need to talk about formulas. You as a person, how would I isolate or contain you as a human being without a container? How does that work?
No, the point is he's got open and closed system mixed
Exactly.
up. Open system exchanges matter and energy. Closed system only exchanges energy. Now, is Earth transferring matter?
All right, how do I prove that?
Is Earth transferring matter? Comets, rockets, they're saying we're losing gas to outer space. Is the globe model an open or closed system?
Yeah, and how do I prove that?
No, just answer the question.
The globe model says that we're sending rockets to space. Hold on a second. The globe model says we're sending rockets to space. The globe model says meteors are coming in from space hitting us. The globe model says we're losing metric tons of gas every day. Now, is that an open or closed system?
I'm not here to argue from the
Answer the question.
Answer the question.
Is
You're
it
not
yes
answering
or
the
no?
questions. No, it's answer the question. What you think is logical out of the options that you've been given. Let's say it's a multi-choice question, and you're going to get a little exam, a little green star if you get it right. Yeah,
I get a gold star.
you get a gold star if you get it right. Yeah, you get a gold star. So, would it go to the category?
Whoa, calm it down.
Yeah, guys, can I just take control here a little bit?
I'm not
Sure.
here to argue.
Well, 1 second, human being. I'm trying to provide you with a bit more time and space, so just give me a second, please. Can we make this a one-on-one, please? I've noticed it. A few other people noticed it. No, reasons I want.
Great.
Well,
Okay,
reasons or Jeremy, you guys need to choose who's going to take this conversation forward with human being, and then the other one needs to stay on mute. So you have a choice.
I only want to ask him the same question one more time, and that'll do me. I think Jeremy can go from there. Is that all right?
Okay. Well, no. We need to do one-on-one now. So what would you prefer? Please tell me.
Brahma, your question is nonsense. Answer my question. Is Earth a open or closed system according to the globe model?
All right, Brahma, put yourself on mute then. Jeremy's obviously
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, Jeremy and a human being. I don't want anyone else to speak for the next 5 or so minutes. Apart from me if I'm moderating. Human being either.
I'm still here, yeah. What's the...
Yeah, sorry, Jeremy, go ahead again then, please.
The question is the globe model has this transferring matter all over the place. We're sending rockets up, meteors are coming down. They say we're losing metric tons of gas every day. Now, according to the globe model, is it an open or closed system?
I want to reiterate that I'm not here to argue one model or the other. I'm here to, I think the original proposition was to figure out if you guys discuss certain topics at certain times so that I could be involved in that. I don't want to argue one way or the other, especially with meteors coming in, rockets going. How do I prove that? How can I prove that? I can't.
This is just the globe model. This is just the globe model. This is what they say. They say meteors are coming in. We're losing tons of gas. According to the globe model, we are exchanging matter. Therefore, it's an open system, right?
Definition, I mean, if you would say that's the definition of the globe model, I would agree with that.
No, I don't say that. That is the definition of an open system. You can exchange matter and energy. I didn't make that up. That's what thermodynamically, that's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what an open system means.
So we got an open system. I don't even know where we were going here. If somebody else wanted to pick up, I forgot.
Yeah. I just want a simple question to human. I'm not trying to trick you into any question. I'm not trying to trick you into a question or.
1 second, Jeremy. Are you yielding to reasons then?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't even remember where this was going. I just wanted to make sure you got the.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure it's not a dog pile. That's all. Reasons.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Brilliant. Yes, thanks, Jeremy. I appreciate that. Now, human being.
The reason I'd like to ask him a few questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I've only got one question.
Let's go one at a time. I just want to keep it a bit more.
Human being. I'm not trying to get you to answer some very difficult question. I'm actually trying to make it very simple and digestible, and simple common sense. Right? I want you to understand what you're actually saying. So when I say you as a person, whoever you are, whatever your name is, how would I isolate you, or what's the other word? Or contain you? Yeah. How could I do that without a container? Like, how can I isolate you? Or do you get what I mean? How can I put you in a closed system?
Yeah, I understand. But there's different levels of isolation there, though. I mean, I think you're asking me to answer the question in a specific way that validates your thinking of what a closed system is.
No, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get you to choose between very simple alternates. So you can rather be you could be isolated with a door open, or you could be isolated with a door closed in a room. I mean, what's more likely to be an isolated room? If I was to isolate you, right, would the door be closed or would it be open? Could you go in and out of that door?
Well, I mean, we could be in the same room and you can put me in a timeout with my nose in the corner. I would consider myself isolated at that point. But what level of isolation are we discussing here?
We're talking about a very common sense level of isolation, that you're being intellectually dishonest.
Common sense level of thermodynamics.
Intellectually dishonest, you're being intellectually dishonest and pedantic to avoid answering a simple question. Is it fair to say that you're being pedantic to avoid answering a simple question that common sense tells you? Is that a fair assessment of you? You know what I mean, right? You know what I mean and what I'm saying. It's not very difficult to understand, but the reason you're saying what you're saying now is just to be intellectually dishonest and evasive. Is that more true?
You just gave me an example. I'm being intellectually dishonest. You just gave me an example of being isolated with the door open.
What he's trying to do is say,
Oh yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to get you to differentiate the difference between a closed system
what he was trying to do is say,
1 second. If Maltov is going ahead, Maltov is going ahead. Nobody else.
Right. So what Reasons was trying to say is we keep you in a room if the door is open? And you're talking about standing in the corner.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think I would like human being to answer this.
He can escape anyway, so he's not isolated because
I've already agreed with that.
Yeah. I'm trying to moderate. Why is everyone talking?
Okay.
For fuck's sake, how can I moderate if no one listens? Stop talking. Right, Reasons. Maybe stick to gas pressure specifically, because otherwise it's going to get a bit too meta. And to be fair, I understand where you're going, but you've given human being quite a lot of wiggle room, like either legitimately or illegitimately, to misunderstand your point. So
No,
I do that intentionally because it shows me the honesty of the person I'm speaking to. I mean, we both on a common level understand it. Yeah. I understand.
Right, no worries. I'll change it to gas then. I'll change it to gas.
Thank you.
Okay, so how do I isolate gas without a container? Hello?
No, I'm still here. Have you figured out what was the question? Are you guys?
Yeah, I wonder how you can isolate gas without a container.
Right.
How do I isolate oxygen in a room? How do I isolate the oxygen?
Were you on this debate? Now, I don't want to be pedantic in this response, but I'm just curious if you were in the discussion whenever I gave what my analytical thought was between the difference with the inclusion of pressure gradient and how it would apply on both the globe.
I understand that a gradient, a gas pressure gradient in an atmosphere isn't exclusive to a globe model. It's also to be explained by using the biogeochemical cycle inside of a closed system on a flat surface. So, you're not talking to an idiot. No, you're far from an idiot, to be honest with you. But I'm trying to break it down to a simple, because it seems like you don't want to make any progress in anything that we say because, your intellect, you're doing this intensively, like you're using your intelligence to avoid questions, to be obtuse. And I don't think that's necessary right now. I'm asking you a simple question. Okay. It doesn't mean you're right or wrong. It doesn't mean the world's flat all round. If you answer it, it just means that it shows that you're willing to have a back and forth exchange of information to actually get to a conclusion. Okay.
I am.
So how do you have gas? How do you isolate a gas in a room without a container?
Let me think. There isn't a legitimate response to that question without saying you have to have a container to isolate the gas. You have to have
absolutely. It's a necessary antecedent. That's true. That's good. That's a good first step there, mate. And I totally agree with you.
We're walking down the road, right? But to go even further, I think what you missed was my point on the explanation of the difference between that statement would apply on both models. And then you guys wrapped around.
You just said to me, right? No, because I'm still stuck on the point where you told me that you have an isolated system, a closed system, and an open system. Now, I'm trying to differentiate. I want to understand your understanding of an isolated system, a closed system, and an open system, and in any sort of manner, whether you want to use gas or a person or whatever, they're all consistent. And if we want to talk about it thermodynamically, I'm happy to do that. So I need your definition and your explanation of an isolated system thermodynamically, in any which way you want to categorize it, as long as we can both agree on it. Now, what's the difference between a closed system, an isolated system, and an open system? Did I say open or closed? Three different systems, right? Open, closed, and isolated. So explain to me the criteria of an isolated and closed system so I can get to an understanding of where you are coming from. Because at the moment, all you're showing me is, in mental gymnastics to avoid questions.
Okay. I would love to not avoid your question, but I can't answer the question in the way that you want me to. Okay. So an open system for me would be like if you put a heavy gas inside a bathtub. That's an open system. You can get in and out of the gas. A closed system for me is one that, and I agreed with you guys on that. You can't leave.
So you need a container in an open system. Hold on, let me stop there. So you need a container in an open system. Just want to, because you're going to go dogpile, and I need to follow through this logical step. Okay. So in an open system, you need a container. So first of all, in an open system, you need a container.
Okay, let's reaffirm the definition of open container. We already went down this. So if I put a heavy gas in the bathtub, and then you're like, okay, it's a container. Well, if I take the bathtub, if I take the bathtub away, what happens? Well, the gas will dissipate onto the floor until it reaches equilibrium against the walls. Okay, what happens if I take the walls down? Okay, we already went through this, and then I said, okay, but using that definition, using those definitions, okay, you can have it. The globe model is relative, and if it doesn't matter, you can remove any obstacle, and the gas will still dissipate onto the ground because of whatever it does, and it stays in the globe model.
Well, gas goes from a disorder to order. You know what I mean? Or it goes from order to disorder. Sorry. So it after over time, entropy increases and it will fill the available space and go in all directions. So when you take away the container, you basically allow it to continue. So when you put it onto an open surface, it will continue to go in omnidirectional, all different directions. So what you're saying is, on the Earth, on open surface, when you take away the container, then it lands on the surface. Then it also fills out the available space around it. So, where are we going here? Where are we going with this explanation? I just want you to explain an isolated, open, and a closed system. I mean, I don't really understand why you're talking about all these things right now.
Right.
The question is,
explanation. I'm
just asking you to explain what you postulated, right? That it was a container wasn't necessary, and that you said a closed system. So I said an isolated system. So I asked you. So hold on. So I asked you to explain how you have an isolated system without a container, and you just realised you're wrong, and you. It seems that you're not being honest about that, and you keep telling me that you can't answer the questions in a way that I feel is comfortable with them. But I'm not putting no restrictions on how you can answer these questions. You're just not answering the question.
So what part of that do you think I'm wrong on? Let me clarify what my answer was.
You take away. I asked you for an open system. You said a bathtub. I pour gas into it. You consider that an open system? And I said, well, the bath itself is a container. Then you said, if I take about the bath and I take away, you started spiraling, bro. That's what happened.
Hold on. Now I didn't talk like that. The reason I said that is because we already talked about this like an hour ago, and that's what everyone hit me with. Well,
I'm sorry I wasn't there.
I understand.
But I was here when you said when you said that we can have an isolated system without a container. I was there when you said that. So I want that. That's the only reason I'm talking to you, is because I want you to explain how you just said something contradictory and it made sense to you and not me.
Okay, let me explain what I said then by that. So whenever, and I hope I'm not being disingenuous in how you will receive my answer, okay? But if I'm standing on the beach and there's 14.7 pounds of air pressure on me, and I go to Denver, it's 12 point, I'm not even going to look it up, 12 point something pounds of pressure of atmosphere exerted the force on me. Okay, if I continue to raise myself in elevation, the amount of pressure will dissipate. Now, if you want to argue the definition of open and closed system, that is fine.
Okay, so of that? We don't. But yeah, what do you think causes the air pressure?
1 second, Arian. Jin was trying to get in earlier. Jin, do you want to get in for a few minutes? If Jin isn't there, then just go ahead, I guess.
Okay, yeah. So you're acknowledging, you're acknowledging there's air pressure, but what's causing the air pressure?
I haven't even completed the answer that he was looking for. I don't want to be disingenuous or pedantic with that. I was simply stating that if you put that in either model, that if you take the globe model, okay, that explanation works. You want to argue if it's open or closed, that's okay, go ahead. If you take the pressure gradient, because you can demonstrate that there's a pressure gradient on what would be considered the flat Earth model, that works. Okay, go ahead. So for me, I said,
why does it work on both models? Why does it work on an open system? Why does it work on an open surface spinning around? How does it work on an open system? Sorry to interrupt.
This is the thing, though. It wouldn't work on a globe model because the gas has a volume to be able to disperse to. So, I mean, you're kind of begging the question there.
Just saying it works and not explain. You're just saying it works and not explaining how it works is very annoying.
Yeah, because on the globe model, our atmosphere is supposed to be next to a vacuum.
Right, and you're asking me to go down a road and explain something that I have stressed over and over. I'm not going to argue the position.
If I tell you the time's 10 o'clock, I'm going to tell you how I know the time's 10 o'clock. I'm not just going to say the time's 10 o'clock. I don't know how I know it. I just know it's 10 o'clock. I'm going to tell you the time because I looked at the time or I calculated you to where the position of the sun is or the moon is. Do you know what I mean? I would give you a reason why I believe that. You're just saying it works on the globe, but not explaining how. So that's why you're frustrated to talk to. So back up your claims.
Hold on.
Reasons and moderators reasons and moderators. Hold on, human being, because we've been speaking to you for an hour and you've been going around in circles, not actually giving us an answer. You've just been kind of saying, "Oh, I don't make a claim," and yada yada yada. Can we move on to other people? Because this is like Elijah says.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I think that's fair actually. Maybe we can move on to a new question with him, or if there's any other. Let me go down the list. And then we can see what we can get out of this. We've also got 46 people in the live stream. It might be worth splitting the live stream into two. Would anyone be interested in maybe going down to live stream 2 with Human Being to continue a debate? Maybe we can have a conversation here. All right, Human Being, would you mind going down to live stream 2? Then anyone who wants to continue listening to this can go there as well. And then we can maybe have a different conversation here. I mean, that's yes or no. I mean, do you want to do that? Or why is everyone quiet? I asked a question.
I thought you were directly into Human Being because somebody already said yes.
It was directed to 47 people and no one answered.
Human Being, do you want to continue this conversation on live stream 2?
Right, Human Being, I'm gonna drop you down to live stream 2. Yeah, and then anyone who wants to listen to you can do so.
I think D-Mark's already there.
But before we do that, I've just noticed that. 1 second. Just noticed that Kai is online. Are you there, Kai?
Hello.
Hello. I've been given the green light to make you a gold, so congratulations to you.
Oh, congratulations!
Hello.
So congrats to Kai.
You're a hell of a flag smacker. So
yeah. So well done to you. Well deserved, of course. Yeah, that was all I had to say.
Thanks, guys. Wait, where are? Oh, you changed your name, Crypto. I'm like, where are you?
Yeah, sorry. Me doing my best Lulu impression. No, of course, very well deserved. Fantastic, contribution from you in the last few months. So admin's kind of.
Thanks for giving us some floor room to get aim as well, please, Crypto. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem at all. If you guys want to go down to live stream 2 and talk to him or listen to him debate or whatever, just go ahead.
I want to talk to Jeremy. Like that's about it.
Yeah, fair enough.
He called me out, man. He said that my question was shit, man. And like, I think sometimes, like, how is that a shit question, bro? Like, it was just trying to just.
Nah, Crack put you on. Like, you should have kept it to gas pressure. That was all.
But
Sorry?
regardless, dude said he would stand in the corner. Again, this is yet again another ridiculous answer to attempt to not
avoid the obvious truth. Yeah,
because now you look ridiculous when you should have just said, obviously, I can't get through the door if it's obviously.
Exactly. Edit. I went in the corner. Look, I consider myself isolated. If I walk into the corner, that's when you realise you're dealing with an absolute clown. Do you know what I mean? That's why I give him so much room as well. I mean, I don't trap people into these like completely, unanswerable questions. I literally leave the door open, and they're just hang themselves with the rope, man. That was funny, man.
Just before you carry on, obviously only 2 people have gone down. Shall I bring him back up?
No, the guy's a fucking idiot.
We have more people.
Yeah. Well, I'll bring him up and I'll talk to other people, unless other people want to go down.
I mean, I'll go down if you want. I'll go down.
I need you guys to make the decision. Otherwise, I'm bring everyone.
I'll go down. I'll go down.
If there's only like 3 people in the live stream, I'm just going to bring it back up. Okay, so it's up to you guys.
Come on, Jeremy. We need to talk about it.
All right, cool. Well, let's go down the list and see who else is in. Okay, so we've got Calzas Felizadas. Hello to you. Are you there? And please tell me how badly I butchered your name. No, Calzas Felizadas. Now, I know Feliz means happy. I don't know about the rest. Anyway. Dagger90, hello to you. If you're there, would you like to ask a question or just say hello, don't want to talk or whatever? Absolutely fine. Obviously, I have to say good day to Effie Batman and Hazard Mabru to Flat Earth Solar. Let's have a look here. Hello to Jin. Sorry, I couldn't get you in there, Jin. We did call you, but you weren't actually there at the time.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm getting the kids ready for school. That's why. Never mind.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. MH. Hello to MH. Are you there?
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah. I'm good, thanks. How are you, mate?
So, I talked about something with Roger yesterday, and what was the other guy's name? I forgot. Q?
Quad.
Yeah, Quad. Yeah, so sorry if this is redundant for you, but just so that I can talk about it with these guys. This is something that I kind of wrote up, and I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts on. So from a layman's perspective, right, this isn't my perspective, but just viewing the Earth as a globe makes the most rational sense to them, that layman. But this may only be because of the huge amount of scientific research dedicated towards proving that point. And of course, the alternative, which is proving FE being right, is set up from the beginning to not be an acceptable outcome from that said research. So, what does this lead to? Globe having a lot of proof, quote unquote proof, and flat having a little amount of proof. But
oh my bad.
Likely globe
when we except when we ask, okay, give us one proof. It never comes.
Zero.
Or if it does, and there's a flaw in the logic, and we point it out, it's not answered directly. Like, you answer, hey, that's a flaw, and this is why, and then someone goes, no, it's not. That's not really addressing me pointing out the flaw and detailing why, right?
Situation, which is just, yes or black and white, is it black? Is it white? It's not saying, are you going to beat your wife? It's not a loaded question, bro. There's no loaded. Where's the loadedness in me asking you? Let me ask you this. Could you explain the loaded question? How is it a loaded? I want you to explain the technicalities of the question of how it makes it loaded.
Okay. The technicality behind a loaded question. When I was in boot camp, my drill instructor would walk in. The only thing you could say for the first 2 weeks was yes, sir, or no, sir. The drill instructor would walk in and say, am I keeping you awake? If your only possible answer is yes or no, how are you supposed to answer? What is the repercussions for answering a loaded question when either answer?
It's not a loaded question because hold on, a loaded question would have an implication in there, right? Whereas when I ask you if something's white or something's black, that's just an identification or an answer to a straight question. Not every question has multiple quick choice answers because it's a simple question. It's a question to try and bring us to a state of honesty. So if I ask you, if I print to a piece of paper and I go, is that paper white or black? And you go, oh, that's a loaded question. That doesn't make sense.
There's only two possible solutions. Either the paper is white or it's not.
Okay, cool. So it's not a loaded question, is it? That I'm asking you. I'm not asking you a loaded question. You're saying it's a. All right. You're saying it's a loaded question.
You're saying I'm being pedantic when I didn't answer the question.
You're talking over me, bro.
System, and I gave you Boyle's. I know, because all you're doing is just assuming things about me. I told you my definition of a closed system in accordance with Boyle's law, which I stated to show that P1 over V1 equals P2 over V2. Boyle's law states that provided the temperature remains unchanged within a closed system. Is there pressure and volume in Earth's atmosphere? Yes. To me, that means it's a closed system. And then you want to argue because Webster's definition defines closed system as something that I don't define it as. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know how to answer your question if you're trying to get me down the road of saying Earth is not a closed system. Does it have pressure? Does it have volume? Yes. Per Boyle's law, closed system. It's in the definition of a gas law.
Okay, so a closed system, in a closed system, that's what the gas law is doing. So it's not saying in Earth system, it's saying in a closed system. When the gas law was made, it's not about Earth, it's about a closed system. Do you not realize that? It's not on about Earth.
Okay, thank you. That is exactly what I'm saying. I'm not arguing the shape of the Earth. I'm simply using what I understand.
Who said you was? Hold on. When did I say you was?
You guys have hit me.
Hold on, bro. Stop. When did I ever say you was arguing that shape of the Earth? When did I ever say that? Or did I ever say you putting words in my mouth? Are you putting words in my mouth? Are you going to concede that you just put words in my mouth?
Okay, then I apologize, but please clarify, restate your question so that I understand.
My question is,
so I understand.
Right, you didn't like the fact that I asked you if I put you in a cell, is it and I close the door, is it a closed or open system? And that was it. There was no loaded question. There was no you not being able to answer it the way you wanted to. It's just a simple question. Completely irrelevant from any conversation you've had. And you said, if I go in the corner, I consider myself closed. And I find that disingenuous.
Yeah, you told me if the door's open, if I leave the door open, is it
I know. All right, let's start again then. So I understand. You want to talk about Boyle's law, and that's how you understand a closed system, and that's what you want to talk about. But Boyle's law is doing his thing. Hold on, Boyle's law isn't talking about the Earth when he does his calculations. He's talking about gas in a closed system. So there's nothing else affecting it. So we can talk about the actual laws of the gas. Okay,
That's
cool.
Exactly what I said.
But a closed system isn't the Earth. You correlated a closed system with the Earth.
Thank you.
But
I agree with that.
Okay, cool. So is that a mistake on your part then?
No, but that's the thing. I understand. You asked me to explain something the way I understood it. I did that, and then
Holy cats!
You know,
That's a no-brainer.
You have to let me. You have to let me explain, right? So you asked me to explain something the way I understood it. I used the definition of the gas law to explain what a closed system was in relation to being constantly bombarded with "show me something with the container." A container is probably a bad word because it doesn't have any of the definitions of gas.
I know it's about bro. But when you use the Boyle's gas law, right? Boyle's gas law wasn't using the Earth to get its formula. He was using a closed system, and a closed system is contained gas. You do realize that?
No, I understand. That's why I included the other two gas laws.
What are the other two gas
laws? All three gas laws. We can deduce Charles' law and Gay-Lussac's law. Were you there for that? And we can deduce through the use of the other two gas laws, all three of them combined, the trio of what I explained, where I can take the globe model and I can take the flat Earth model and explain to you with the.
All I'm asking, bro. All I'm asking. Oh man! All I'm asking you to do is explain what a closed system is in a gas. You're talking about a contained gas. That's it. Don't matter how many laws you want to invoke. You're talking about values that have been derived from gas inside of a closed system, which is a container. It don't matter if you change the word to closed system; it's still container, bro. Do you not realize that?
Right, but I see that's something that I'm not studying that. So when you're hitting me with that definition, it's like it's not something that I've looked up. I haven't looked up the scientific definition of an open and closed system. And
well, you're trying to insinuate that a closed system doesn't have a container, and that's why everybody wants you to justify what you think what closed system is. A closed system is a container, bro. Like you need to understand that.
Right, so we can get rid of we can get rid of the idea of an artificial container by simply saying a closed system is something that has containment.
Okay, I would agree with that.
Right, simple.
How many other ways should I agree with you? But you're saying I'm being pedantic by not.
I'm not saying that. I'm just letting you know a way that we can look at it another way. That's all. So,
right, but I'm
sorry.
Right, I've agreed with that definition over and over and over.
I've only just got you. Sorry.
I'm glad you like the song as well, Clip Villain. I'm glad you like the song, bro.
Dude, we're doing a track together. End of.
All right, we'll do something, man. I've got this guy here, right, and he's been trying to take away, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, which would be containment, and then just trying to say, well, because I use these Boyle's gas laws, which are derived from using closed systems, which is containment, and then trying to say, well, that's how we do it on the Earth, even though the Earth is an open system. So how can you use laws that are made? But you don't know what you're saying. I'm telling him what I've determined from what you're saying, even though you wouldn't admit that's what you said. What you actually said was,
you asked me.
All right, I might be misrepresenting you, but let me understand. I'm understanding you better than you understand yourself. That's what I think. So from what I'm getting from this guy, he's trying to say that the gas laws that have been used from closed systems are accurate to the globe model when the globe model is an open system. So that he's using closed system calculations and then trying to reify that to an open system, and he don't even realise it.
Right, so it's misapplication, basically. It's a categorical error.
Hold on. That's not what I'm trying to say. That's
what you're doing, though. That's what you're doing. But I'm just saying that's what you're doing.
You can find the fallacy. You can find the fallacy in the argument, but that was not my intention. That's not what I.
That's what you did, though, bro. It's like if my intention wasn't to punch the person behind the person was aiming at, but I did punch the person that I wasn't aiming at. You know what I mean?
You're the same as me. You were punching for analogies. You're the exact same as me, reasons.
Am I? You may not have aimed for the person in front of you and hit the person behind them, but you did hit the person behind you. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, that elbow did hit him in the face, you know.
I mean, I tried to make it simple.
Right, we're not trying to straw. Right, let's just make this clear. His reasons isn't trying to straw man you, just to make it clear, right? I get why you would think he might be. If you've just misapplied or done a categorical error almost, right? Let's try and work through it in a logical way, right? Let's make it, let's logically go through it. So what is it you think you were saying, buddy? Not reasons the other guy. I don't know his name, sorry.
Human being, his name.
Human being, yeah. So what is it you believed you were saying? Because I've only just come in, right? But,
Yeah, so I think the basic premise of my whole discussion with the team was that I'm kind of on the fence, and I try to avoid using things that have a lot of variables whenever it comes to providing evidence one side or the other because of the variables. You can't isolate those variables.
He didn't answer your question, did he? At all? He just didn't answer your question.
Of course. I'm not asking that at the minute. Don't. Whoa! You're not telling us how to run the room, mate. I'm just asking the question.
I have another sentence that I need to finish to give you the definition of the answer. I wanted to preface that.
Listen, that's fine, but the whole hold on that actually makes it take longer. You know what I mean? Just let it come to its conclusion, whatever's being said, and then we'll just carry on. And
Okay.
Carry on, bro.
So, all right. So from my experience, the one thing that I do rely on a lot is my experience with things, observable phenomena. So I can use gas pressure because the gas laws are gas laws for a reason because they're gas laws. I can use those, and I equate my observation and my knowledge of those gas laws. Look at the things around me, and I said if I'm standing on the beach with my toes in the water, the pressure around me is 14.7 pounds per square inch. It's right. If I go to Denver, it's like 12.7.
So when are you going to answer the question, bro?
No reasons. Let him carry on. Let him just get to the end of it. It's fine. It's fine. Carry on then, mate. Well, yeah, so your point is?
Okay. Holy moly. I didn't know it would be so hard.
I feel you need to re-answer the question.
Right?
It's not difficult.
But if you have right.
How did I misrepresent you? How did I misrepresent you? Please correct me on how I misrepresented you. That's what the question is, really.
Okay. So if I take the globe model and I apply what I know about gas to the globe model, it fits. But if I take the flat Earth model with an enclosed system, it fits. Now the pedantic option with the globe is that it has to be a closed system because there's meteors coming in and rockets going out. And I said, well, I don't know that. How can I prove that? I don't know that. I'm not going to put my faith.
I can help you out, yeah. I get what you're saying. Wait there. Listen, wait there, dude. 1 sec, mate. I'm not trying to talk over you. I can help you. I know what you're saying. This is the Eratosthenes issue, isn't it? So, with Eratosthenes, if we listen. Just listen to what I'm saying. Let it be logic. Let it come to its logical conclusion. So, with Eratosthenes, if we presuppose the light is local, or we presuppose it's distant and parallel, and presuppose the shape or surface of the Earth, we can have this thing fit in both. I get what you're saying. Gas laws work on both the FE sort of ideals and also the heliocentric model, right? Okay. So it's not giving you a fucking clear determination is what you're trying to say, right?
Right.
Right. So I can help you out there. So the antecedent relationship to gas pressure is containment. Therefore, the globe model itself doesn't have a form of containment. Yeah, we could say the gravity is apparently the way that this is working, right? We have problems with that, okay? We can't verify that is the cause that is creating the effect of keeping gases here. But one way we could also denote this as being an issue of how I can show you how it's not exactly the same as the Eratosthenes issue, the presuppositions, and how it can indicate to both models, right, is basically this. So also what we have here, like what you were saying, right, is this. When we have So we've got gas pressure and the gas laws and the way they work, right? The other issue with the heliocentric model is this. There are many individual parts, right, that are prerequisites in order to have even the gas pressure within inside of a closed system. So those prerequisites would be this. Gravity would have to, okay, be able to do all of the other things first that we can first debunk. So axial rotation, curvature of the Earth, right? The way that orbital bodies work in and of themselves, and then also we would also have things such as like the orbital tidal lock orbit of the actual moon itself on the upper echelon of the atmosphere, providing itself to be some form of a entropy aiding machine as it goes around the Earth in that top layer of the atmosphere. So what we need to have gas pressure here with gravity, if it does work, right? Even though we don't see gravity affecting gases whatsoever at ground level, okay? But then we could say that there's the work of the actual gases themselves in the form of relative density and pressure and Charles's law, Gay-Lussac's laws, whatever.
Gay-Lussac's law. Yeah, I understand.
So, but the point is this. We cannot say that we are creating a hydrostatic equilibrium on the top layer of the atmosphere when there are too many moving parts and gravity isn't a constant force as described anymore. It is a warping and bending, right? So we have too many conflations outside of, so it doesn't quite indicate towards both models. If we don't have the prerequisites in order to support the gas pressure within the open and closed system of the globe, then we don't have a similarity that is so easy to sort of say, this is like, this can indicate to both, right?
Right.
So what parts do we need to falsify to get to where the gas pressure things do not work on both ideals?
I don't
Think
know.
about that.
That's the problem.
Right. So what would we first need? What would we first need? We would need
containment.
We need containment, for one. We would also need proof somewhere, at least, right, that that basically gases themselves would be able to create a hydrostatic equilibrium if given a force of a pull down towards the Earth, when there's other forces that are being enacted upon them because they're in a solar system with lots of different vectors of gravity themselves.
And conservation momentum of the Earth spinning, going into the gas molecules, all the energy from the sun going into it. On an open system, entropy would increase and gas would disperse, bro. Like that's literally the second law of thermodynamics. One of the laws, bro. Second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I think So, I mean, in my frustration with that, I would say that the globe model, it's possible on the globe model, the way that it's explained on the globe model.
I get it. All right, we'll give you that. We'll give you that. Just for the sake of it, yeah, it may work, but there's no containment. They're saying that magic gravity is a container. Now they're saying that gravity pulls down gas when there's no evidence for that. You cannot prove gas being pulled down by being manipulated by gravity. There's holes in their game, bro. And like this is, you using calculations that are derived from a closed system, where the Earth is not a closed system. So you're deriving calculations from your gas laws and giving it and equating it to the Earth, which is an open system. So I never misrepresented you. I literally represented you accurately, didn't straw man you. And now I brought you to that attention. What are you going to say?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, we're agreeing on the same thing. And your rebuttal to me saying that they work on both models is that it's not possible because, again, the only thing that I tried to stress is that whenever I'm doing the validity tests to see what the shape of the Earth is, I'm not going to take someone's word for it. And I don't,
cool.
You want me to explain gravity and explain what it does. I'm not a theoretical physicist. I don't know. I can't tell you.
I mean, you can't even tell me if I close a door and I put it on a cell, whether you're in a closed system or not. So I don't know if you're going to be able to tell me anything. It's a simple question I'm asking you. I'm not. It's not false. Hold on. Bro, calm, bro. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. I'm not saying that. When I ask you if you're in a closed system or not, it's not like it's not a false dichotomy, or it's not a trick question or a loaded question. Is it closed or is it open if I lock you in a cell? That's all I'm asking you. It's not fucking what you were trying to make it out to be.
Yeah,
you said that I was trying to set. So why did you say all that stuff? It weren't necessary, was it?
Because you said I was being pedantic in the way that I'm responding. Well, how am I supposed to respond? You asked me for my explanation of what I thought. Here's what I think, and then you said your opinion's wrong. How can my opinion be wrong?
Because you said. I don't want to go through this again. I'm just going to say, look.
And until I realize that I was wrong in my opinion, and then I have to agree with you. And then
Frank, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. People in here, like Crackville and people that were speaking to you for the last 2 hours, they all sound frustrated because you don't seem stupid, but some of the conclusions you come to, where people are trying to explain to you a closed system needs containment, bro. It needs containment. It cannot have a closed system that's open. That would define that would change the parameters. It would be an open system.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I said that again. I agree with that.
So how do you have gas laws that work on the globe then, if it's an open system?
Okay, so now we're back to the original discussion on I'm in the middle of the rotor, but the laws work. That's the only thing that I was trying to stress. They work because they work.
How do closed system laws work on an open system?
Okay, so how do you want me to answer that question? Because I've said that.
You're telling me that the laws, you're telling me the gas laws work on an open system, but they're derived from closed systems. So how does a closed system law work on an open system? That's what I'm asking you over and over and over.
I know, and so the only answer I can give to that is the equation for the law is P1 over V1 equals P2 over V2. Is there P and V? Yes. By definition,
pressure and volume. How do you have pressure on an open system?
You're arguing with me. You're asking me to argue a gas law. You asked me for a definition. I gave you. Is there?
No, because you're telling me you're using. Listen, it's like me saying, this is what it's like saying. I'm going to use water in a cup, and then explain how and use that to explain water without a cup. You know, you're using water in a cup as an example, and then using that contained water, and then going into an uncontained water and saying they behave the same when they clearly don't, because the container has a dramatic effect on how that water works within it.
Okay.
So you're using one example that is closed, and you're literally subscribing it to an open system. So I'm asking you, how do your closed system gas laws work on an open system?
Okay. How do you want me to answer?
No, it's not about that. It's about logically working through this stuff together, mate. You know, it's not.
Yeah, I understand. It's about logically working through this, and I've given.
How does it work to you? Don't just say P over V. Don't say just P over V. How does that make sense to you?
Anymore? Because what you want me to do is understand that Boyle's law doesn't work because Earth is an open system. I agree with that. Or it's it's an open system. I agree with that. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
So you keep saying that it works on both systems because you keep saying it works on both systems.
No,
so you're still applying.
Okay. Okay. Does it? Okay. This is where the frustration.
Exactly, bro.
Hey, this is where the frustration lies. With this is it works on both, but it can't work on a globe.
So now you're saying it works on both systems, but it doesn't work on both systems.
That's what you're telling me.
No, you're saying it works on both systems. So I'm saying to you, how do your gas laws work on an open system? Because you're saying it works on the globe. That's what you're saying to me, bro.
That's reasons you're going about this wrong, right? So
right, but I have to be wrong, right? Because
no, I didn't say that. I said reasons you're going about this.
Okay,
in maybe the wrong way.
Let's use what I understand. We'll apply to a flat Earth model. I don't understand. There's so many variations of dimensions, so I'm not even gonna assume.
I don't think I'm going wrong. I think this guy's twisted.
What's that?
He said that I'm going about it the wrong way, but I don't agree because I think that
I'm not saying you're saying anything incorrect reasons. I'm not saying that.
I'm going about it wrong. Yeah. How did you go about it then? Can you show me? Can you show me how?
What am I missing?
Because you're saying it works on the globe, right?
It works on both.
Okay, so how do you use gas laws?
This is how we go about it. This is why I said you're going about it the wrong way, right? So, not you're going about it the wrong way. I'm saying let's just define why he thinks they apply to both models. And even though the flat Earth doesn't have an actual fucking model, no one's agreed upon anything.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah,
but this is what I meant by this reason. So, what is the denoting factor that allows for containment with these gas laws, which allows them to work on the globe model? What is it, buddy? Okay. Is it gravity?
Yeah, well, I mean, it has to be gravity because on the globe model,
Yes.
that's the only thing that would equate for the gases
containment.
to be layered the way they are.
So that's what I meant. Reasons is by maybe we're going about it the wrong way. Let's just call out what it is. Keeping it. Oh, you all right? Reasons, you all right, mate?
You okay, mate?
Reasons.
Hey.
Well, gravity can only be a container if all the gas goes where the gravity directs it. Some gas goes up, some gas goes down, some gas goes left and right at 90 degrees in opposition to another one, the clouds. So
Lemon Bird, I'm a
gravity can
big
be a
fan.
container because it's not all going where gravity's directing it. That's absurd.
Well, at which point do we get a demonstration of gravity sticking to water or the surface of dirt?
You know, you guys got me there with gravity. I'm not here to argue gravity. I can't do that.
Listen, guys, before this goes too far, listen, there's Reasons is already talking to this guy. We'll go one at a time if we're going to speak. I don't want to fucking shotgun and like machine gun this guy to death.
Yeah,
I feel like that would be unfair.
I didn't want to like.
Here, right?
I mean, yeah, it's Lemon Bird, yeah.
Hey, I'm a big fan, man.
It's cool, man. The only thing you're trying to say that gravity is making it a closed system, and that's how it's consistent with Boyle's law or the gas laws. Is that what I've determined? Because my leg popped, so that's why I screamed earlier. Sorry about that.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right, man. Just my leg just popped for no reason, man. Just like literally a bone.
I was about to ring you then as well. I thought you got stabbed up or something, brother.
Oh man, it felt like that.
Yeah. I was like, shit, I better ring
So what you're saying is the gravity is making it a closed system.
We're saying that's the thing that could account for it, but
yeah, but I don't know.
But I'm saying to help him along, we shouldn't just like put this as his idea, right? So to help him along as to understand why this is falsifiable, we should show him exactly how gravity is bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I did say this to him earlier that could, there's no evidence of gas being pulled. No evidence of gas molecules being pulled down by a force. Like, gas is omnidirectional at the surface level. At the heights in the air, it's a molecule in motion will remain in motion. So if a molecule goes,
they layer. They layer and they could be density too.
What does that mean?
Carbon dioxide. Well, carbon dioxide's heavier. So if I'm diving or something, carbon, because your breathing hole is below, so you have to venting the air in your helmet because carbon dioxide is heavier. So it kind of will.
Yeah. So can you show me gas being pulled down by gravity? Because that was the conversation.
I don't want to mess with gravity. I'm not here to do gravity.
All right. So gravity's the container, right? So that's where you've got to now. You've got to think about the container being gravity. Now we need to look at the container.
Yeah, listen, we have to go to gravity, dude. We're not asking you to argue for gravity. We're not asking you to do that.
I'm saying the only thing I'm saying is that the globe model, the force of gravity, if that's the explanation of why we have an atmosphere with a gradient, that works.
Right.
And if we take that
for a model, hold on, for a model though, not for reality.
Well, you can argue either way. I'm just saying it is what it is.
No.
So we have a container called gravity that holds down gas molecules. Okay, that's what we have. So we need to talk about why it works on a globe model. The globe model claims gravity is holding down the atmosphere, causing a gradient. Yes, so we need to go into that because that's the container. So we need to now work out, can gravity act as a container? So
Has he ever?
Go on.
I just wanted to something real simple. Have you ever looked at snow, human being?
Yeah.
How it conforms beautifully to your backyard. It'll show you the dimples, the rocks, the valleys, the hills, the dips.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the idea of what gravity should be doing to materials and things to the outside of this thing called the Earth, right? Now, why don't we see that in water or anything else? How come snow acts like that but no other materials?
Right, but my thing is gas.
No. Listen to me. Physically, but listen, physically, everywhere you see when snow falls, you see it right in front of your face. You don't need a big model. You don't need crazy amounts of mass. Whatever snow hits, it conforms to. The bottom of the snow and the top of the snow conform the same. That's the word conform. That's what that means. Now, they tell us that water is supposed to do that and every other thing, like air and everything else, but how come right in front of our eyes we see it happen? We don't need excuses, right? How snow conforms to things, but water isn't right next to the snow.
Dimash, it's too painful to listen to the background noise of machinery or whatever's going on.
Oh, I'm done. Sorry.
But
It doesn't bother me. I can hear him fine.
I think the gas point that he's trying to make, the point he's trying to say is that only snow does this, water doesn't do this, and neither does gas. Nothing conforms downwards. Water finds its level, snow conforms. That's his point, basically. But I think you know, I think that if you're thinking that gravity is contained gas, then is gravity an external force? No, it's not. So if a gas molecule is in motion, why would it turn around? It would need an external force, such as a barrier or something external. But gravity is always at play, so it would never be external. But they say you need a thing called escape velocity. So how they explain it is that when a gas molecule gets excited from heat from the sun, or let's say some disturbance in the wind or whatever, the gas molecules go up into the atmosphere, and eventually they run out of energy, apparently, and then they come back down because gravity wins the battle and pulls it back. But what you have to think is that these gas molecules in motion will remain in motion. They won't stop. Even if they run out of energy, they're in motion. So they should remain in motion unless acted on by an external force. There is no external force acting upon these molecules. So they should just escape out into space and fill the available space. Entropy should increase over time. You know, that's why it's contradictory to their own model. They need containment.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's, I don't know. I'm not there yet. Like, I can't believe that. I don't understand how that would even be possible.
What's Lemonbird's name on this at the minute?
Melloway or something?
Huh?
Melloway or something like that? Mellow? Yeah, mellow something.
No, right. So, dude, 1 second. I've just got to do one thing, and then I can I've got something else that might help you out. Fuck's sake! Can someone tag Lemon in live stream too, please?
Yeah.
Just tag Lemon and say, "Crack said,
yeah,
can you
there's
come
a
back?"
fucking big ass fire over here.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, fuck's sake.
Just tag, yeah, so I can see. You know what I mean? Wait, I'll just delete.
It won't let me.
Yeah, I'll delete that and then just try tag Lemon. So, dude, there's another way we can look at it as well. Just give me 1 minute and I can explain another thing about how the gas pressure thing doesn't work, sort of along the lines of what Reason's saying.
Your sodas go flat. Your sodas have carbonation in them, and they go flat because gravity can't hold the gas down in them.
Mate, he knows it.
Once you go flat, you never go back.
It's hard to unsee, the contradictions when you see them. And they will literally tell you that you're stupid, you don't understand the model, how do you know you're not an expert? Oh, how can all the people be wrong? It's like maybe just consider that this could be bullshit. Maybe this is what I've come to a conclusion. Maybe space isn't what they're saying it is, like a vacuum. Maybe there is a containment that we can't see, a see-through one. Maybe some other thing than what they're telling us. And that isn't far a stretch of the imagination. That isn't like believing some hocus pocus shit. It just means that maybe that space isn't what they're saying it is. Maybe there is a containment. Like, it's been the Earth round or flat for this argument, but it does mean that things ain't what they're saying it is, which means that it could lead you to open your mind to ask some more questions.
Right. Yeah, and I've been researching for quite a few years.
When people are doing it for hours and hours on end, trying to bring you to a conclusion about open and closed systems, bro. You shouldn't get so defensive and very evasive, because just let them bring you to any conclusion that they need to bring you to. It doesn't mean that you have to then believe everything that they bring you to. But if you're being very combative, you're losing out a lot of information, because these guys do know a lot of stuff. So if you follow the logical path, like, well, what they mean by closed is something that's closed. Yeah, okay, cool, closed. Like, it's not the end of the world. You feel like you should be very resilient, or whatever you want to call it, and there's no need for it.
We hate resilience.
I think the definition, if we can parse that, the definitions.
Some people listen. Not what we need to understand with this reasons is when everyone else started looking into the FE stuff, we didn't have to fucking bounce this stuff back and forth between individuals, right, in an argument. We didn't have ego involved because we probably watched a video about it, or do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, it wasn't like a battle of the minds or anything like that. So this really does add a bit of an element to it that's a bit annoying. So,
what do you mean?
Well, I'm saying, like, right, so when you... actually saying that, it's probably different for you. I don't know when you got into this argument, mate.
About 4 years ago.
Right, so you probably watched videos on it and came to these conclusions.
I thought they were all stupid, man. I thought, how the fuck can they think the Earth's flat? Fucking idiots! Like, I literally just thought, this is dumb. I'm gonna teach them a lesson, and I went in with the pure arrogance, with no knowledge. I went in thinking I knew the Earth was round, and realistically, I believed it, and that soon fell apart when I met people that were just literally when Nathan Oakley denied my my mountain observation. I thought that was a bit crazy. I thought, what's wrong with this guy? Is he blind? But realistically, if there is different things at play that I'm aware of, such as the atmospheric conditions, and when I learned about the atmosphere, the horizon moving due to the atmospheric condition, and then realised that therefore the things behind that horizon that are going to affect differently, and then I started to build on that knowledge, and I thought, oh, no wonder he just thought that. You know what I mean? But
how long did that take you to come to conclusions from when you started, bro?
About 3 years after that.
Right. So this guy's been in a few hours. Right.
I've been looking at this since 2015.
You've been at this for 6 years. How come you still think it's a globe, man? You'd be the first person.
What about mirror images?
Let's not be actually doing research then.
The more
have you thought about the images in water?
Fucking, I'm getting rumpus there, aren't I? Sorry, damn it, man. It's because Demet's got shit internet at the minute, I think. Signal. Right. What I'm saying is, the more you're invested in an idea, the harder it is to actually explain parts of it, and you know what I mean? Am I here? Right, yeah, sweet. Got disconnected then.
The Rock asked a good question, I think. The Rock asked you, how the fuck do you still think it's... well, he's on the fence, isn't he, really? So you don't really... It's hard to let go. And even I thought, I sympathise with him on that point, that there's a lot of arguments that work both ways, depending on how you look at it. And it's tricky, you know?
Right.
I got it in 2015 as well.
What did you say, Rock? What was it you asked? Or what did you say,
just saying, if you've been into this since 2015, I also got into this in 2015. How can you still believe it's a globe if you've actually been researching it for 6 years?
That's not entirely fair and accurate, though, at the same time, because of how invested were you, Rock?
Pretty invested. Like, my story is pretty similar to most people's, and pretty similar to Reason's story as well. Like, I had a buddy that started telling me about it, and I was just so pissed off. And basically, I tried to debate with him, and I tried to debunk him, and I did my own research. And, you know, the more I got into it, the more I realized he was actually right about everything.
Well, yeah.
It's horrible, isn't it?
Right. So, but the thing is he might have different... So what's your profession, Human, if that's fine to ask? You don't have to answer.
I work with science a lot. So I went from being a commercial diver to being a non-destructive tester in magnetic particle and liquid filtrant.
Okay.
So I do a lot with
Right. Would you say that it would be difficult for you to switch your paradigm currently in terms of how it would relate to your work and your everyday life?
Well, it sounds like it.
Really. I don't think it would have an effect.
But I mean, I don't mean that just that. I mean, would it, in your own mind's eye, I'm talking about, not just like how people would treat you. I'm saying.
No, I don't think it would have an effect.
I'm saying in terms of being involved in professional, measurable, different, fields of work, it's not a great things to have in your mind of like, oh, the Earth's not a globe, right? It's not conducive.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think there's a lot of stigma with social acceptance, but I don't really care what anyone thinks about me. I really don't have a social life. I work, and when I come home, I work more, and I have a lot of hobbies that I do that are kind of tailored to it.
How do you feel those people and individuals would respond to these sorts of views? Or,
well, I mean, the same way I did whenever I first kind of got into it.
Which is?
But NASA.
Right. Okay. I'm just trying to understand. Sometimes I ask people if you've got family members that are invested in this, and it makes someone a liar in your past. Like you've got a granddad who works in anything that would make him look like a cunt or a liar.
No, none of that. I don't have. I don't have anyone who would be.
How old are you?
I'm almost 40.
Right. So this is your whole life, basically, right? So, what I would say to you is this, buddy, right? What you need to understand is that you're mixing paradigms a little bit. And Lemon says this all the time. You have to be able to switch your feet over to the other paradigm. Even if you don't think that's the truth, for instance, if you're on the fence, you have to switch your feet to it and act as if that is potentially the way it is, because you've already got enough skepticism on the other side. And then once you've done that, you have to look back at all of the little pieces of info and data you've picked up through your whole fucking life. It's like when I say to people, if you're being honest with yourself, you have seen a horizon that is much further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer science feet, right? Anyone.
And
being honest with yourself.
My eyes.
Huh?
And I said I can't judge that, 1.22 miles with my eyes. I couldn't judge that.
Yes, you can.
But even, I watched the big debate about apparent horizon versus
apparent versus physical, geometric.
Yeah.
It has to be apparent, right?
Yeah, because that's what you can see.
Yeah.
And then, that goes into what I was saying earlier. There's so much debate about either or.
But that's what I'm saying. Listen. That's why you can judge that it's not 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? Because if it was a physical horizon that you'd ever seen in your life, right, it would because it's geometrical, it would necessitate every horizon you saw at the height of your head, roughly, would always be that exact distance away. So any differential that you've ever seen, you don't know it's 6 miles. You can't measure it 6 miles, but it isn't the same as the last time you saw it. It's sometimes double, whatever. Yeah, you can't measure it, but it isn't always within sight of the physical necessitation, right?
I mean, I feel quite sad, really, because everyone was being quite aggressive here. I tried to take a nice approach. Then you kind of showed a bit of awkwardness or whatever, evasiveness, and I started going, and then I started attacking you. But you do seem like a genuine nice person, and I do want to say that it gets frustrating trying to illustrate or trying to bring someone to a simple thing. Wasn't trying to trap you out. It wasn't a full dichotomy. It wasn't a loaded question. It was just I just want you to be honest with yourself. You trust your senses, because the world always beats you down and makes you think that you can't trust yourself. Like if I look at something and I see a door, I should be confident enough to say that's the door. It's simple. It's a door. Yeah. So when I ask you if I can do a cell, you should be able to say I'm in a closed system and not feel no way about that. But for some reason, I felt like this was a trap or this was.
Yeah, but I got taken when you said the door's open.
Yeah, I did. I kind of because I could sense that like I put you in a room that with the door open. That's an open system. Do you know what I mean? But then you was like, oh, if I walk in the corner, but forget about it. We know what a closed system is. We know what an open system is. Now we realise that the Earth is a potential closed system for gas. We know that gravity is supposed to be the closed system. We talk about gravity. We need some evidence of gravity being pulled down by this force or this non-force, which by Einstein is not a force, it's an effect of Benjamin research time, but in Newtonian in some way it's supposed to be a force. So we've got this non-force force being affected by this, gas being affected by this force, non-force, So the reason that is because when they need it to be a force, they'll imply it, and when ultimately it's not a force. So you have to understand the globe has these slight technicalities where they can kind of just make up situations where Coriolis works here, but it doesn't work here because of reasons. So this is what I said to you earlier. They have this pattern of tricks where every time you come to put them into a corner, they'll say, "Oh, well, technically, you know, I'm a closed system because I got my nose in the corner." But you know, it's kind of like, okay, is it? I thought you said that just for another reason.
Whenever you back, yeah, that's what I've heard that so many times on the 24/7. I've been listening for like the last week, and it said whenever we corner a Glober, they always go to, you know, something. And I want to feel like I didn't relate to that. You know, if you backed me up into the corner and you asked me my opinion, I gave you what my opinion was, and I don't think I was being deceptive in my answer.
Well, listen, this is why I slowed it down a little bit so that reasons could hear your tone and that, because when you're involved in it, it's different. I've come in from the outside and I think you are genuine. Just because it's taken you a little while to come to terms with certain parts, that's fucking fine if you ask me, buddy. I got no problem with that, right? You know, at the end of the day, right, what we need to understand at this point, so like, right, the enclosed system part again, yeah? With the Earth, gravity, gas pressure, okay? What else would be a necessitated thing? So gases have no inherent vector, okay, human? But gases press against the walls of the container, that's gas pressure as defined. But a barometer, when it receives gas pressure, so when we receive the rating of gas pressure from the middle of the air in open space, right? Right? How is it that is derived? That means that gas has to have some form of an inward vector at that point. Am I right?
Yeah, but I mean, when you're talking about gas vectors, like I don't know enough about that to answer yes or no.
Well, listen,
listen, that's not gas is going in a direction. Vector is just a fancy way of saying it's pushing in a direction, basically.
Oh, yeah, and then if I apply, you know, what I understand about the law of hydraulics, yeah, that would be true. I mean, it's going to dissipate to whichever direction is.
But to use hydraulics, we have to use, we have to use a form of actuator in order to use said liquid, in order that this creates a vector toward a directionality, right, which would be where its path of least resistance is, as opposed to going back against a thing that's more, has a lot more power behind it, right? So, so when we're talking about this inward vector, you can read the gas pressure of, 14.7 in the middle of the air, right, at sea level, anywhere really, right? You can measure that. That means that gases are like move corpuscular almost, right? I can't say exactly because they move rapidly, omnidirectionally, but they don't move inward toward themselves, right? They don't just seep into one another and start pushing against one another to create a pressure, bro. So my main point behind me saying this is this.
Okay, I understand.
For a spherical containment created by gravity itself, right, it would necessitate that at the top layer of the atmosphere, the gradient wouldn't be able to work, buddy. Our gas pressure gradient would be fucked. Why? Because you would have to have, even if it was gravity causing it, even if it was a slow, removal of excitement in gas particles due to Charles's law and cooling and all this shit, yeah, it would necessitate still a re-excitement and a vector inwardly downward from all directions, okay, from the top down, where we would see a pressure differential that would mean that we would have an area, a buffer zone, where the pressure would be higher, right? We wouldn't be able to have a perfect gradient. The gradient would be like layers that had like snakes and ladders, and the layers would be so chopped up, it wouldn't be a gradient. It would be a backwards and forwards gradient for entropy to be able to switch and swap up and down as well. You see what I'm trying to say? We need to create an inward vector, right? On the idea of containment coming down like a canopy, though, it makes perfect sense. Gas is introduced at ground level. They go omnidirectionally upward like a shotgun. When you shoot a shotgun in the air, the pellets from said shotgun, they increase, right, in proximity toward one another, right, moving apart from one another, okay, as they get higher in altitude, okay? So, but how do we have an inward vector here at ground level? Because it's not coming from the top of containment, because we can measure the pressure as we go higher up towards the top of the container. Well, a canopy explains this perfectly. Because now we've got containment left to right. We haven't got it in a spherical ball. We've got so now we can have transverse, horizontal across, bouncing back off containment, coming back, creating an inward vector. This is just a bit of speculatory, but I'm saying this makes more sense with a canopy. But when you have a 360-degree containment, and you have a gradient with lower pressure at the top, where the fuck is the vector coming back down, bouncing back off with a lower pressure part at the edges of it, where it is necessitated it has to bounce off from?
Yeah, that's what I agree with that too, though. And I think that's what was said earlier. So I agree with that. I don't know how that doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
That's why I'm in the middle. That's why I would consider myself middle of the road. Yeah.
So, Human, can I just ask one question? Is there anything else? What in this physical reality makes you believe you're on a globe? Take away all the educational input, everything they told you, everything you've seen on TV, just put that aside for a second. What is it in this physical reality that you experience that makes you think you might be on a ball?
Separate and apart from the gas pressure, it would probably be the celestial body, celestial movements. Probably the two solar poles or two celestial poles.
How do lights in the sky tell you anything about the shape of the Earth?
Right, but I'm not using the lights to measure the shape of the Earth. I'm just saying whenever I take a step back and look at what's the explanation for this thing and this thing, I approach that analysis as the same with the things I can't understand with the globe or that nature.
Oh, so you're kind of implying that the star trails in the sky mirror the ball underneath, the land underneath the stars? Is that what you're kind of implying?
Yeah, but flip that pancake to the other side, and my thinking isn't like I want to validate the globe. It's like, well, how does that make sense on a flat Earth?
Well, we need to see a mirror reflection above and below the equator. We don't appear to have.
You also hold on.
What was that?
You also have to remember that this thing isn't that thing. So when you guys or whoever keeps thinking, well, since they explain it on this model, that doesn't have anything to do with the other model at all. So just because this thing does this on one model, right, Human, that means this other model, so say a flat model, suppose it works 100 million% different. So how could we explain it by that if they don't even work the same way? You see what I'm saying?
We got to deal with the problems with the globe model. The star trails are not
right.
There should be a line going from the North Pole center star trail at Polaris, going straight through the Earth, 8,000 miles to the South Pole. When you see star trails that are at the equator with a pole to the north and a pole to the south, you see a line, but it doesn't go straight through the Earth like straight down. It's not an antipode.
They don't deviate. None of them go under the ground.
To do with the star trail, so there's problem number one.
Right. Something going above your head. I mean, you'd have to convince yourself that that's called orbit or a bird flying. I mean, you be the judge. You know what I mean? We can all make up stuff.
Perspective does weird things, especially if you have like a revolving star trail over your head that's going a great distance and say going down toward the level of the eyes, like looking down a hallway. It may cause the image to warp, reverse, and maybe give you a southern star trail that is, due to perspective, while the only true point is Polaris at the center of the flat plane. But we'd have to look into this more.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely interested in that.
Also, if you look at
the mirror,
concave punched-in mirrors, when you take past the focal point of the concave punched-in mirror, the image flips and reverses. So if you have stars being focused through, say, a concave punched-in glass dome, revolving overhead, perhaps that's doing some weird stuff too. The Faraday effect.
Well, plus the water.
Magnetic fields also twist light as well, so the Earth's magnetic fields may also have something to do with it. There's a couple possibilities here over a flat plane even.
The water surface also, Lemon. If the water surface is rounded, you're going to get a... If the water surface is level, you'll get a level image, like a flat mirror. If the water surface is rounded or curved, you should get a curved image, like Escher when he draws on those mirror balls. Have you ever seen that anywhere, Human?
I haven't seen that, no.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I do have a video that I could put in the chat showing a person putting concentric circles to represent the star trails on a piece of paper. and then moving a curved glass dome over it, and you're getting what appears to be kind of like a star trail to the left side of the curved glass dome that he's moving over the concentric circles, and kind of a world to the right side, kind of like the north and south polar star trails or whatever. So it may
Explain that
just be the
again.
curved glass dome perspective. Who knows?
Okay.
But still, how does that make you, think that you're in a ball and spinning?
Well, I mean,
My question to human.
Yeah, and we talked about the Coriolis earlier, but there's no way for me to analytically test rotation other than observation. If I go out and I look and I open my camera up to a long exposure, I do see that stars will move in the sky.
Well, this stuff can get pretty technical. We can try to keep it as simple as possible. Let me see what chat we're in so I can put this in there. But we can do some observations, but I think it's the interpretation of the observations over a flat plane versus, say, a globe that gets kind of sketchy. The main thing, like we said, we need curvature. Otherwise, we don't have a ball. And we don't seem to see that with laser tests, long distance photos. We're not seeing curvature.
Well, I've seen some, so I take it kind of face value. I've seen pictures that show Lake Pontchartrain, I think, is one example. I don't know if you're familiar with that. What's it called? The poles.
Lake Pontchartrain does appear to show curvature, but when you look at that same bridge from the side, it's flat. So did they test that Lake Pontchartrain picture for refraction? I hear that cold and warm water combines in the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. So that may lead to refractive effects with the temperature difference. You have warm water melting with fresher water. That may lead to refractive differences. So it looks like that picture may have been accepted as curvature without really testing for, say, refractive effects.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that once we start talking about refractive effects, I kind of tune out the debate, because there's like I said, there's so many variables that you have to consider and that are argued on both sides. Globe says yes, and the flat Earth says one thing or the other, and you're kind of arguing like for basically your opinion to accept one or the other. And for me, I'm just like, look, if it's that much of a debate, I'll just move on to the next thing. We'll pull up the next subject and try something. Because I'm not going to take, if there's so much debate about it both ways, I don't want to put my full faith in one side or the other.
And it's hard to reconcile with high altitude balloon footage that shows flat level land even at 100,000 feet. So it's just not consistent.
I'd like to do that. So let's discuss maybe radio. I don't know if any of you are familiar with radio waves.
Yeah, very.
And just radio wave propagation. But if you get your ham radio license, there's a section in there that goes over the ISS. So it's FCC regulated. It says you can talk to the International Space Station. I don't know if has anyone ever tried to do that?
You guys aware? I don't think anybody's tried to do that, as far as I can tell. So the ISS would be hovering over flat land, wouldn't it? Assuming it's up there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the definition, but they do have. There's a specific definition. Let me see if I can pull it up. But you know what? The chances of me finding it are slim.
Well, the only thing about satellites like the ISS or whatever is the question of whether or not globe gravity would slingshot it over a ball, or if it's hovering over a flat plane, assuming it's up there. So we've seen satelloons fall out of the sky attached to balloons. So perhaps it's just a balloon up there.
Yeah, and again, I think that goes to the debate on both sides. I've never been able to witness. I've never seen it myself, But I think Red's rhetoric, and I watch. I've done a lot of YouTube, so I've watched a lot of authors on kind of both sides to see, to try to soak up as much information as I can, both sides.
Because both sides can have satellites. It's just the nature of the satellite changes. So the only way that it's germane to the discussion is whether or not it's being slingshot over a ball, or if it has another propulsion mechanism, and by implication might be going over, say, a flat plane without globe gravity slingshotting it.
Right, and I think the debate there would be how does I don't even know when the ISS was.
Hey, Human, I just sent you a link. You should check it out.
Let me get. I've got a couple of programs up. Is this from Vlad?
Yeah, just check your private message.
Okay. All right. Yeah, but I have.
What was it you sent tonight? Can you DM it to me, please?
Yeah, so I did the drone thing, and then I just started with my radio. I'm trying to get as much knowledge and information as I can on that. I think I'm gonna try to see if I can talk whatever they say the audio up there. I think that'd be a good experiment.
Well, I put the Flat Earth Starter Pack, as I call it, in the chat. It's 200 proofs by Eric Dubay. You've probably already seen that one. And just a nice little friendly chat with David Murphy and somebody about the shape of the Earth. It's a good place to start, just to keep it simple. Get some long-distance observations, some questions about how this globe would, work, the validity of the globe as a model, that sort of thing.
Which channel did you put that in?
Livestream Voice Text 2. I also put the video of the dome being put over the concentric, quote-unquote, star trails, showing kind of a warped trail to the left and the right of that little glass dome, which might be what we're seeing just from above or beneath or whatever. And we're still learning about this flat Earth stuff, ourselves. It's a lot to take in. The main thing is we don't have curvature. So without curvature, no ball.
Yeah, plus that gravity thing being a force too. Like they're like, hey, can you have acceleration without a force? I'm like, sure. They're like, let me see. And I'm like, well, if you're sitting on top of something, right, like a table, and I just pull it out from underneath you, there was no force added, but you accelerated.
Well, that comes from a philosophy that says you don't have movement unless something else basically moving something else. Otherwise, I guess by implication, it just either stays moving the way it normally does,
or stays put.
But the thing is, you don't need to have the center of the ball pulling something for gravity. You could have a force from the medium that the object's in.
Yeah, it's about the resistance. Yeah. As soon as I remove the cup, the water can't be held. As soon as I remove the table, you can't be held, or the thing on the table. If I remove the ground, you know what I mean? There's still acceleration, but there wasn't a force added.
Well, if you put the egg in the water, it'll go down to the bottom of the cup. You put salt in the water, all of a sudden that egg floats.
You're changing the potential.
Right.
You're changing the electricity and the potential in the medium.
That's true too, but salt water does have a relative density that's a little bit lighter than fresh water. So 1 cubic foot of, I'm going off the top of my head, 1 cubic foot of fresh water will weigh 64.2 pounds. And salt water, I think, is around 61 pounds. So if you're a diver and you're salvaging, if you're salvaging something and it weighs an amount, you need to figure out how much water to displace to lift that thing, off of the bottom. And there is two distinct densities when it comes to salt water and fresh water. So,
did you talk about the electricity of the salt?
you can. I know that you can ionize salt water, and so it's a little bit more conductive than normal fresh water.
I can't really hear anything you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know if this makes it any better. I got my phone charging right now, but you can ionize salt water. I know that's a principle, and it's a little bit more electrically conductive than fresh water.
So what are you doing when you ionize it?
I think you're just you're just modifying the electron principles.
Oh, so you're playing with the electrical properties of it, right?
Right.
Okay, so it's really not it's not gravity.
Right, on that level, right.
On any level. On any level.
Very well explained with density and buoyancy as long as there's a medium there. The question is, are we in a medium currently? A background medium that is, say, electromagnetic, that we may not be able to see or, readily interact with, but maybe it's there like an ether or something. Density and buoyancy, then, instead of gravity, would be the question in a background medium.
And then, and I think with the electromagnetic, I'm not really sure how that would equate. I think through my journey, I've heard, any kind of, all kinds of stuff. The sun being magnetic, or there being an electrical charge of difference between the two, potential, all kinds of things. I can't wrap my head around the nature of electromagnetism controlling how, an object interacts with the surface of the earth. Because then if you had a potentiometer, you could evaluate the difference and then cause something to, create technology for me to hover basically, or float.
It looks like people have found ways to go anti-gravity, going with electromagnetism, sound, frequency. It looks like
I know sound is
that you
one of
really
them.
need to counter is the electromagnetic force. So perhaps gravity is electromagnetic over, say, a flat plane or something.
Right, and I've heard sound. I've seen a couple of sound. There's also some super cold experiments where they take things down to a relatively low temperature and make a little roller coaster. Other experiments and whatnot, but I try to take that and parse it into like, okay, well, I'm not negative whatever degrees, or I'm not going to grab
gravity
onto
appears to be a way to make us stick to a ball. There doesn't seem to be a naturally observed ball-making gravity force. Now, stuff goes down, but there's stuff that also goes up and floats. So it looks like we have a very contrived, inconsistent narrative where the same gravity that allows planets to orbit around each other makes us stick to the surface of the ball. That makes gravity this kind of occult, choosy force.
What do you mean by that? What would the difference be?
It can choose to have a planet hover around it without sticking to it, but it makes people like you and I, instead of hovering around the planet, stick to the ball. That's kind of selective.
Yeah.
You also need to have a pretty high degree of metaphysical thinking to believe that something like the sun, which appears to be an expansive body of heat, is somehow pulling stuff in with gravitation, when it appears to be an expansive body of heat going outward, not inward. This is
one of the other
pretty
things.
high degree of metaphysics.
Yeah, and with that, I think one of the things I analyzed is, you can use spectroscopy to analyze what the sun is made of, and it's hydrogen, predominantly. So then one of the roadblocks is, what's that?
Helium and hydrogen in vacuum.
Wouldn't it expand outward? How would it coalesce into a ball?
I have no idea there. That's part of the
metaphysics.
Gas is in
believe something that doesn't quite match reality with a high degree of faith and mystical woo-like philosophy.
Wait, does this guy understand about mass attracting mass and the supersedence of said mass attracting mass, or how both are actually needed for the paradigm of the heliocentric model, right? So what I mean by that, human being, can you tell me how the warping and bending of space-time, right, is able to coalesce masses together in order that those masses apply more pressure to the fabric of the space itself to create the emergent force of gravity, which is the antecedent to have the mass together in the first place to apply the
And then
pressure?
so that would be getting into Einstein theory of relativity, wouldn't it?
Yeah, versus Newton. It's both.
Newton. Yeah, and I'm not a gravity guy. I'm not a physicist. When we start doing math and math has numbers and symbol or letters and symbols, I like to.
Right. So, but my point is like for the idea of gas pressure without containment, or the idea of knowing what a sun is, or because gravity creates this idea, right, that somehow it keeps us in a lockstep with it, and we're somehow orbiting it, and we're also turning on our axis, and our gravity creates a vector of something towards us, but without pulling it towards us. It creates every single vector. It explains every individual process inside of the model that is needed in order to actually have this even work, right? But there is no scientific validation for this. This is the magic word, the be all and end all, right? It's gravity, right? This explains everything for them, but they've got no proof of the cause of this effect. They can't show you the cause and effect relationship. They can't do any of that. So it's got such a high burden upon what it's achieving, but it has no high burden on examining what it is at all. Like, we went really wrong when we went through, you know, we had the Sagnac, we had Michelson-Morley experiments, and at that point it was almost like, you know, Einstein was like, I'm going to do away with the idea of an ether. I'm going to do away with the and since then we've had little studies into electromagnetism. Electromagnetism, as far as I'm concerned, creates vectors. I've seen this. Electrostatics create vectors. You know, you rub a balloon against yourself, whatever things permeate toward one another, there seems to be a vector there, is there not? Like, the only time you can create, like, let me ask you, can you create a force that pushes, can you create a force that pulls? There's no, I don't know of any force that actually pulls anywhere. Like, a force doesn't usually pull, right? Ever. We can't find any. But if you could tell me one force that does actually pull, what would it be?
You know, and that I think we're in the realm of physics there again.
No, it's not. It's a magnet. A magnet is the only force that seems to pull and push.
Right. Okay. With equal opposition.
Yeah.
It's also very metaphysical to have a force that doesn't work both ways. If it pulls, why doesn't it push? You know, why is gravity, as far as I can tell, the only one-way force that goes in forever without going out? That doesn't make any sense. That's not even
the only way you get a vacuum is by two mediums, the exchange from one medium to the next. Therefore, space is not a non-medium.
Well, a vacuum still needs pressure to be maintained. So you need pressure for air pressure in a container, and you also need a pressure for a vacuum to be maintained. So the question that is begged is, what is containing the vacuum of space and allowing that vacuum to be maintained?
And the way I understand it is the vacuum of space is just an area that has little or no atoms, or there's just it's an evacuation of particles.
Right. If you take your hand and force it in the water like a cup, what's the water do? Fills your hand. It'll fill the cup. Whatever you push down in the water that's empty, it's going to try to fill it, right?
Right.
Exactly. That's the difference between the air and the water. Those two mediums, between the two, you're going to get a vacuum reaction. Therefore, space acts like that between the mediums. It's not what they tell you.
Well, that's why people tend to believe, in some cases, in an ether, saying that, you know, space needs to be a substance because nothing cannot exist. I put in the chat the video about the plot basically to bury the ether and use relativity to do it, because they had experiments where they assumed space was a substance that the Earth was moving against to provide an ether wind. Like when you move in the car, you put your hand out the window and you can feel the wind against your hand. That's basically the ether this thing that should be moving against the Earth, providing an etheric wind. And when they believed in that back in the early 1900s, last century, they got ether drift speeds in their interferometer experiments of 5 to 8 kilometers per second. But they had a big problem because that's too slow for the Earth to be moving around the sun. They need 30 kilometers per second of ether drift, not the 5 to 8 that they were normally getting. So they were in a real quandary. They had to admit that the Earth probably isn't moving, or abolish the ether and come up with relativity and pretend that it is. So they picked the second option.
And that's Michelson-Morley?
Michelson-Morley coupled with Michelson-Gale point to, at best, this substance of space, the ether, gently flowing over the Earth. That's the only way to consistently analyze Michelson-Gale, Michelson-Morley, Sagnac, the hundreds of ether drift experiments by Dayton Miller. That's the only consistent interpretation.
And so I think in through my studies of spectroscopy, I think the Michelson-Morley experiment was to determine if light needed something to propagate through. It's like air, like sound waves would need air to be heard. And if that's what I've read on the subject, is Michelson-Morley was attempting to determine if light needed something to be there in order to propagate.
Well, in layman's terms, the Michelson-Gale was trying to see if there was a 66,000 mile per hour speed around the sun based off of the ether drift speeds that they were using to have a wind buffeting against the Earth to tell if you're moving or not. You can't tell if you're moving without some sort of substance to move through to give you something like an ether wind, like your hand outside the window. So they were lucky if they got 6 to 8 kilometers or around there. It was too low. But with a similar experimental design and framework, they did Michelson-Gale and got within 97% some sort of 1,000 mile per hour speed around the equator. So the problem here is that you're not measuring 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, but you're measuring 1,000 miles around the Earth. That points to, at best, a substance that is moving very slowly over an unmoving Earth. Because if you were able to measure 1,000 miles per hour of something at the equator, you should damn well be able to get 66,000 miles per hour of that same something going around the sun. So the only consistent interpretation, yet again, is the Earth probably is motionless and at rest, with at best a gently flowing substance over the Earth. The video
I have a hard time with 1,000 miles an hour. You posted that in the live stream too?
Einstein, the Closet Geocentrist. It gets really good after an hour.
Okay. Yeah, let's see. Lemon Bird, I'm a big fan. I didn't know if you heard me say that earlier. I'm a big fan of yours.
Oh, thank you for listening.
Absolutely. So when, okay, the 1,000 miles an hour, and I'm assuming that would be the rotational velocity of at the equator.
They interpreted that as that, yes. But they had a similar interferometer set up. They could even have the same experimental framework saying there has to be some sort of substance the Earth is moving through to clock any sort of speed. It's very similar. It just didn't get the 66,000 mile per hour speed that we need to have around the sun for some reason. Probably because we're not moving. Robert Sungenis in this video, he's a geocentrist, which is like the Earth isn't moving, but it's a ball at the center of everything. I would go on to say that it's probably geocentric and flat.
Okay. Okay. And then I think the next hang up, a lot of information here, is the celestial bodies. And I know there's not a model, but what would the take be on just, if I go get a telescope and point it at Jupiter, I can see Jupiter.
It looks like a blob of light when you use your own eyes in a telescope. you got to go to NASA's CGI artist to get all the bells and whistles, making it look like a terra firma that you can land on.
Just a light in the sky. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think NASA has some explaining to do. NASA is a little hard to trust when they're on their spacewalks and water bubbles come up out of their spacesuits like they're in a water tank. NASA has a water tank that they do their maneuvers in.
Yep, and that's called the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory. Yeah, when I was excuse me, when I was a diver, I looked at working there at the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory.
Nice. You do deep sea diving?
I did. Yeah, I did at one point. My body's not as young as it used to be, but yeah, I was a commercial diver at one point.
NASA appears to be a little suspect. That's not saying that they don't tell the truth or they're lying or whatever, but we see harnesses tugging on their clothes and like they're trying to simulate weightlessness in space.
So they're lying.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hate to go that far and say lie. It's from everything I've seen, some of that stuff, it's there. I see videos. I want to say this again. I see videos both ways. You got proof for one side and proof for the other. And I think when it gets into a debate about semantics on is there a harness or is there not a harness, and I saw one where it was like, look at this guy's pinky, he's grabbing onto a harness, and I was like, I can't really make out what's going on there. It's interesting, but I don't know. It's just
it really makes you wonder. And then, even with the bodies in space, we're asked to make way too much of a jump and assume that this gravity sphere-making force is making everything else up there into a sphere. That's way too much of a jump. We don't even have curvature here on Earth. How are we authorized to make that jump up in space?
Well, I have seen the videos where they'll have a water bubble or a water, whatever. And if they let it out in if they're in free fall or zero gravity, it will conform. Excuse me.
With surface tension, the thing about surface tension is it will pull gravity into a little globule or a little ball, but it will only work at the small scale. When you get a huge scale of water, a huge amount of water, it will flatten out. And at best, you'll have a nice little surface tension layer on the top, but it appears to be flat. It doesn't appear to be a ball anymore. And you can still explain even that with a medium all around the water ball pushing in to make it like a water bubble under the water. So even that can be explained by a universal medium that's all around it, if you want. Surface tension, universal medium pressing from all sides, take your pick.
I have what to think about here.
I choose you, Flat Earth Pikachu.
What's that?
I said I choose Flat Earth Pikachu.
Water at rest in a container that's not flowing from container to container appears to be more or less flat on the top. It doesn't turn into a ball.
No, and it probably wouldn't even if it was falling.
Water's a liquid. A liquid seeks to fill the container first. It doesn't seek its own shape.
Right.
It seeks to fill the bottom of it. Follows the form of the bottom of itself, not the top. The top always seeks its level. Yep. Like it takes the shape of the container from the bottom, like a cup, a tea kettle, a pot, a pan, anything. Never at the top though. See, that's the problem with gravity.
Well, that goes along with the principles of gas as well. The gas will seek to fill the volume evenly, and that's where you get gas pressure. So that's what we were talking about earlier. Before you guys.
Against what? What's it going to fill against what? What volume is it filling against from what to what? Like what?
Volume. But because that was one of the things that I was talking about earlier.
In a fall, though, you think about it, like in space, like from where to where. I mean, think about that real quick. A big mass of water falling in space, a vacuum. How do you think that would really react? Just think about it. Like in actuality, if we had a big vacuum chamber in front of our face and somebody release some water in there, what do you think would really happen?
Well, and I've seen videos on guys with roller coasters and stuff, and they'll release, they'll have a tube with water with an amount of air at the top, and then whenever they get into a position of zero gravity, it will form an air bubble on the inside. But I can't tell you what would happen in space. It's one of those things where I want to remain subjective about what I can prove and what requires a thought experiment. But
well, at best, you'd probably have surface tension making small globules, but that mass would tend to flatten out the moment it's at rest and contained. It would not make a huge ball. If it did, it would be unstable, and it would break into small surface tension globules at best. Also, NASA's space photos are a little suspicious. There's one of Mars that has an Arctic lemming in the left side of the photo, which is a very terrestrial, earthbound animal that you would think wouldn't be on Mars unless they have a bunch of animals over there. You have the Disney dog Pluto layered into one of their pictures of the planet Pluto. You have Jeranism, another YouTuber.
I watched him a lot.
What was that?
I watched Jeranism a lot. I've done a lot, like D-Marble, Jeranism. I know Mark Sargent didn't put a lot of stuff out. I never watched Patricia Steer. Who else? Just a lot of, I kind of consume a lot of information when it comes to both sides. So yeah, I've watched Jeranism.
Jeranism goes over the templates that look like they have space ready-made in a CGI computer. They have ready-made templates for just about anything. It doesn't even look that they're authentic one-shot photos or pictures. At best, they're CGI renderings and composites that may not even accurately reflect reality.
I know a lot of that's up to artist interpretation, but one of the things that I kind of a little speed bump as well is the Blue Marble, the 19 whenever Blue Marble picture. And I heard one of the guys in the stream yesterday or the day before say that was probably photoshopped also. 1979 or 70, whatever. But just my knowledge of computers, I understand there probably wasn't a computer around at that time that would have been able to Photoshop.
Yeah, there was. There was.
The Blue Marble.
Oh no, there was.
Yeah, because if you look at and I think the reason why I said that is because if I went through and said, well, what did CGI look at that time? And I think there was Utah University that made a hand, and it looks.
Can I add to this a second? In the 50s, right, and the 60s, they could have easily produced that, easily, unequivocally. All right. So, what do you mean? So, like CGI wasn't capable of being achieved back then. These like the Blue Marble,
well,
right?
Yeah, I mean, with today's use of computers, let me explain a little bit. With today's use of computers, you have PLCs that control robots, and it's just a series of commands. But back in that day, they generally had pieces of paper with holes cut in it, and the light would shine through, and that's how most computers operated. The processing power these days is so much more advanced than the technology back then as well. A lot of computers were simply around just to be a big calculator.
Well, I just say that at best. What were you saying?
I was going to say, to say that it's computer animated I would think that would be a falsity. But if, who knows? I see a lot of moon hoax videos, and they kind of go over like how they would hoax the moon. And to me, it's like, okay, well, why wouldn't they just do that with that photo as well if they had the ability?
Well, we do see cut and paste Photoshop editing on the moon photo with the blue marble in the background of the moon photo, where they put like that flag on the moon or something in the foreground, and in the background you see off to the back right the blue marble of the Earth. You can see the square cutoff of the photo insert that they tried to put in there that make it look like a fake, deceptive, Photoshop job. So at best, you can just say that either it's CGI, cutting, pasting, and stitching in a deceptive way on whatever level, digital, regular photo, whatever, or curved lenses that add barrel distortion, pincushion distortion, whatever to the image. You can see them try to fake the Earth shot, and a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. They pick a round window, put a black insert over the window so that it looks like a small ball in the blackness of space. So they're already on record trying to fudge photos. So at this point, they could be telling the truth, but we would need a second opinion to verify it.
I mean, you're basically using the argument that we weren't technologically advanced enough to fake going to the moon, but so therefore we were technologically advanced enough to go to the moon. I mean, it doesn't really follow.
Yeah, no, and I think just with the way that computers evolved, I'm not saying that, I think computers at that time were used primarily as just computation devices. They didn't have a lot of the image processing ability that we do today. I mean, we still had computers. I mean, if that makes sense, and you can look up what the first computer, bit rate and baud rate, all the other accoutrements, but they were just used to be big.
Well, you're looking at it completely wrong. You're looking at it completely wrong. I'm sorry. So, right, the way it is like this, right? NASA, anyone could have created a blue marble so easily. Do you understand why? Because the way you do it is mixed media. I literally make images myself, right? I can produce fake images extremely well. Okay, I actually pride myself on being able to do this. I don't do it because it's fucking cheap, right? I always make it clear that it's fucking fake. Okay, but if I spent hours doing this shit, I could easily do it, right? So what you need to understand is that mixed media, I can get some acrylic paint. I can easily start to carve something. I can use many different types of materials, right? I can take a photo of said thing, okay? Then I can take a photo of something else. I can layer said negatives over one another. Then I can actually develop what I collected in these images layered over one another, right? This is how you used to do old versions of editing. You're thinking about it all digital. It's not digital, everything with editing, right? That's how we see it today. You need to understand that there are forms of editing in the past which were different, okay? And another way of looking at this is like this. Even if you only have to edit it a little bit digitally to tie certain parts together, that's why when we see like the moon shots, right, and we see the Earth in the background, why is that? Because they literally put a little square black behind it of something that they made a little model of or a painting, took a photo of it, and they applied that over the negative in order to develop this image from what you see there, right? You can literally take an image that's black at nighttime, overexposed even, whatever it is, you can create light, you can create whatever. And you cut out the little individual prerequisite parts to build up a picture. And people were fucking amazing at doing this. For single images, look at some of the CGI that actually was around in the 50s and 60s that used motion, right? So this was frame after frame of things changing, right? Light.
And that was animatronics.
Not just animatronics. I'm saying like literally like you take out squares and little pieces of strips out of a negative that have got nothing to do with what you're viewing, and you shine a light through it if you layer it over the top, and then you can create a black area where it's like daytime behind someone, right? Because it's the same fucking thing. It's layers the same way you would use on paint. And film was more advanced than people think. Film is has more megapixel qualitative when you quantitatively, when you try and like add up the exact amount of pixels that are, let's say, in a an old film camera. Some of them are like 80 fucking megapixels in equivalencies. This is insane amount. So let me I'll try and find a bit of information on the USA.
Yeah, I think when it comes to that, I put that in line with there's just too many variables for me to kind of be swayed one way or the other.
Okay. Well, maybe I should show you some mixed media editing. So 1960s. I'll try and. So, okay, what are some simple like? Worth noting that fast-paced editing techniques were in use as far back as the 1920s and beyond. It's not a recent thing by any stretch of the imagination, right? It took Hollywood basically a while anyway to assimilate these techniques, which were developed by more experimental filmmakers, right? Notably the Soviet Union, okay? The old way was called continuity editing. The editor's main concern was maintaining continuity between shots. Well, this is always a factor, right? You can't just ignore continuity, basically. It was eventually realized that cutting for emotion is a higher priority. So I do wonder, though, whether current day editing trends are more down to what filmmakers think audience want, as opposed to what audiences are actually willing to tolerate in cinema. But right, let me just... Right, so basically what they're saying here, right, is that continuity as well became an issue actually in 2000, right, where people started to get really shit at this. People in the past were actually a lot better at it, right? Right, so let's go into how this was edited, okay? Continue with Google. Sorry, all right. Piss off. Piss off. Sorry, I had to sign in very quick. Right, so how film and television editing changed since the 60s. Probably the technology is the biggest thing, right? Films used to be edited on film, the film itself. Now editing is primarily done digitally using computers, obviously, right? So what they're saying here essentially is that actually, if you had the ability in order to take images of things in ways that had the same essential graphical makeup as what you can with digital, right? So digital, it takes samples and excerpts the same way. You're doing the exact same thing, samples, excerpts. And you also basically splice the film physically, which takes time, obviously, but obviously this is why they got good at it as well, right? You have to understand this is why they were very good at it. So it's basically the same thing. It's all the same shit. It's just how much time you've got to put into it. And especially with still images. It's easier for stills because you don't have to have the continuity. I would have liked to be able to find an example of this being done, but I'm trying to find quite here we go. Right, so I found an example already for you. Okay. So if you check out the live stream voice text 2 for me, buddy.
Okay.
So here's an example.
Okay.
Of a film.
Is that Indiana Jones?
Pardon?
Is that Indiana Jones?
I don't know what it is, bud. But I ain't got a clue. See the difference, though?
Yeah.
Right. So it's not as crazy as one would think, right? When was that example from?
I believe that's the ending scene of the movie Indiana Jones when they're walking the whatever that thing is. Arc.
I'll let you know that where it's from. I don't know if that was from Indiana Jones or not. It doesn't actually state. Kind of weird. But yeah, so it's not all done digitally, is my point, buddy. You know what I mean? This isn't the way it works. You know, you can make a model of something, clay, and lots of paper mache and all this stuff, paint it with acrylics, take a photo of it from 3 different angles, right? And then you can literally like splice that together so it's like a stitched image, and then you can take an image of that with a more wide-angled lens, right? And then at that point you start to even attach depth to it, right? You can start to use exposure times and use different lighting in order for the camera to take in different amounts of light at different times when you're looking at stuff. You can make a fake moon shine, for instance, because when you did a long exposure shot, you painted half of the bloody model that you've made and sculpted. You can have it in a dark room, get a flashlight, you paint half of the thing with a flashlight, and it's a replica model of the moon. And this could look like the moon itself, this could look like the Earth, whatever you want, Try and find a better example.
All right. I hate to cut this short, but I'm going to have to take off here in a minute.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I did want to sort of try and find a better example, but it's a bit hard to do it on the fly. And this shitty. Oh, here we go. Here's another thing that's interesting to look at. So you say they probably didn't have computers and stuff at the time. They did. This is a board of the different equipment that they actually had at the time. So look, you can even have 4 rolls that can meld together. 6 rolls, sorry, in the 60s. See that?
Here, there.
Right, so 6 different films that can all roll together and be looked at through. So you can add 6 layers. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And then when you think about the rolls themselves, each frame by frame on those rolls, you can edit and put little tiny bits into each individual portion, right? So if they could do it in motion with continuity in the 60s, there's no problem with creating single individual frames, especially.
Yeah, and I think I understand that part. It's just trying to wrap my head around, and I really haven't even looked at the blue marble. I'll do some more research into that though, because like I said, I actually stay away from. Yeah, I stay away from NASA and the whole, because there's no point in even. I don't want to use them as a source of my information, just in case I cross-reference anything incorrectly. So.
Well, if you notice, even with the early NASA photos, you do have a horizon that's in half of the frame, but you don't really see a ball. You appear to see a flat horizon that at best is curved by what appears to be lens curvature, but you don't really see the Earth in one shot of the frame. For that, it appears that you need either cut and paste, Photoshop stitching and or CGI composite imagery. Because you can get a globe even with a fisheye lens by looking, just a couple feet off the ground if the, lens is distorting the image enough. So, at this point, this photo evidence is a little suspect. That's why the flat earthers tend to go with the laser tests that appear to be breaking the 8 inches per mile squared of curvature needed for us to even begin to believe that we're on a ball.
And I saw there was a link for Dr. I can't remember his name, but I'm going to watch that laser test.
Dr. John
I haven't seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet. And so I'm interested to see what that provides.
There's also the FE core laser test over 25 miles. Loads of missing curvature there. And just the regular photo evidence, the infrared where you can see up to 1,000 miles from J. Tolan and others looks like a flat plane. No curve, hardly. Other than the curvature of the lens, that is.
And just common sense on how a laser works. I mean, logic, just simple logic tell you what a laser does. I mean, for them to claim it does doing something else. I mean, dude, have you ever seen a laser do anything like that? You ever had a pen laser light? You ever see it bend? You know, just crazy shit.
Yeah,
like
when
they
I was
claim,
yeah, when I was in Iraq, we got to use a pretty powerful laser. So,
and it wasn't fucking bending. You know, like,
well, it was bouncing off stuff.
right. It bounces off. It might deflect. I mean, but it's not gonna bend just traveling through the atmosphere.
Well,
it's ridiculous.
Well, but then there is with laser tests with light. There is an element of refraction because it's going through the atmosphere, and I think those are the types of studies that.
But that's not the same as something bending, man. What they're claiming is crazy fucking talk. You know what I'm saying? If light did that, the military would never fucking use laser targeting. That'd be fucking ridiculous. Because if it's gonna bend after a certain distance,
use infrared, yeah.
You
have different, yeah. There's different kinds of laser targeting.
Right, they're using for different types of reasons, right? Of course, you have those for using for destruction, and you have those using for targeting. They're different types. One it doesn't have color; it's just light. Others, they provide a color source so you can see where it's going.
Yeah,
right?
there's infrared lasers, but I mean predominantly with the military, they're not miles away when they're lasing something. They usually got some forward observers that are pretty close that can smell what those guys ate for dinner before they.
Well, that's a different type of laser, but you have the ones that are on the battle destroyers, like the Ulysses that has one. That's used to blow shit up. That's not for looking at what somebody has for dinner. That's gonna fuck you up.
Yeah,
And
I
also
think
it's
that's something
inconsistent
about that.
for them to say that laser light bends and curves, but the same light that they're looking at through a camera lens all of a sudden is a straight, true shot to the photo and showing you, quote unquote, the curvature of the Earth. If it curves in a laser, you'd think that same light would curve in the camera too. It's just inconsistent.
Right, yeah, and that's I think that's a topic also with just light, with if there's any element of refraction, it's I know there's indexes and scientific ways to kind of draw those figures out, but it goes into you got to take someone's word that they did some math, but I do want to see the doctors because if I think they said he was they had a doctorate in basically light. And so
spectral photometry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, light emissions, and I'm really interested to see what he comes up with. And I'm a fan of spectroscopy. Also, some things I witnessed when I was diving, and I think when I was going to college, we did a little experiment. You take those 3D glasses that you get at the movie theater, you put those on and you look at it, and neon light, and you can kind of see the spectrographic analysis on a miniature scale through that. Also, it's pretty interesting stuff, pretty cool. So I'd like to see what the doctor has to say. But guys, I hate to cut this short. I've been on a lot longer than I need to, so I've got to complete some business here. But yeah, I want to thank you guys for your time and all the information. Hit me up with if you have any links of anything you want me to watch. Definitely send me some videos, and I will just kind of watch those as I get time, if that's okay. Yeah.
Hey man, take care.
Yeah, thanks guys.
Thank you, buddy.
once you've told your friends for a few months, a year, that's enough. I mean, that's long enough. A year is long enough for them to know that you're a flat earther. You're not changing your stance. It's up to them. If they don't worry about it, then so be it.
Right? Yeah. And I've tried with a couple of friends for years. You know, sending them information.
I told one of my friends I play music with recently. Hilarious. He didn't even flinch. So I don't know if he was a deer in the headlights or not. We'll see. But I agree with you, because sometimes I'm like, I don't even want to broach a subject with this person. Like, he believes what he believes, and like rather just like, I don't know. It's a strange dilemma.
And honestly, to come upon this knowledge and receive it and to dissect it takes a level of intellect. And shoot, there's some folks that we really don't need on the team.
Yeah, I know. I don't know, man.
So any good chats lately here about the flat Earth? Anybody come in today with heavy cogdis?
We had Pagus here. The second
old
in
shoe,
the series. You were on. That's right.
Yeah, I muted him. I did mute him. Yeah, he's carrying on, but he's just a ball believer.
Yeah,
heavy cogdis. He likes to be in here and spin everybody's wheels.
Yeah,
I know. Drace was giving him good information, but that guy's just not receiving. So, just like put him on mute and have him sit in the chat. Maybe he'll.
When they do that, they clearly think we're stupid. That's what they think. We are completely wrong. We're idiots. We're retards, and they just carry on. They must do.
Yeah, there was great information coming out from you guys. Yeah. So
you ought to try to get that clip from yesterday's stream. If it was on, it probably was on, I'm sure. About I asked him if he believed there was such a thing as objective reality, and he straight up just said, "Nope." So that was a good clip. That would be a good. It's amazing.
So what does he think then?
That's Vlad. That sounds like Vlad's amazing.
I know it does. Amazing.
Hey, I have a thought. With regard to my opening and learning about flat Earth, it was self-induced. Obviously, it did come by way of YouTube and recommendations back in the day. And it wasn't someone that came to me and say, "Man, let me tell you something. The Earth's flat." Maybe if someone did that, I would have put up a guard naturally, like, "Yeah, man, whatever. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. You're crazy." And then maybe Cogdis would have taken hold. But I think it's because it was my searching. Obviously, something prompted it, but it wasn't an individual. And so that might be where some of my challenges are. Is that like I not want to now, but back in the day, I wanted to share it with folks. Like, "Yo, do you know this?"
Yeah.
And sometimes that might put up a guard right off the bat because,
I thought immediately. I thought really, really quickly. What I first thought was immediately that everybody's going to want to know this. Man,
right.
Like, I don't know why I got to be the one. It was so stupid on my part. Oh my God. It was freaking ridiculous, man. I was so naive and I freaking blew people out. Just verbal diarrhea at first. Yeah, it was not fun.
Yeah, I introduced the flat Earth truth to someone on a plane. Now, this passenger was trying to sit in my seat. My seat was the window seat, you see. And when I got there, he was already set up sitting down, and I said, "Excuse me, you're in my seat." And he said, "Oh, am I?" I said, "Oh, okay." And then he got up, sat back down in his place. We sat down, and then the plane took off. We were having a drink now and a snack and that. And then I said to him, "Well, where you headed? Blah, blah, blah. What are you doing?" Turned out to be a volunteer worker in a Christian church organization. I said, "Oh, right." I said, "You know what? I've recently come into the truth about the flat Earth and that, So I ended up discussing with him for about an hour. flat Earth, and he asked all the questions, moon landings, everything, man. And then you know what he said? You know, you got something there. I said, well, it's not me. It's not that I got something. Look out the window. I mean, that's a level. Look at those clouds. They're level. That's the real life, okay? What we told at school, you can't prove, and you said it. Very interesting, you know? But he said, you got something there.
Isn't it also just an idea that, you know, we can never know the truth? Why would a person think that? Where did that idea come from that you can't know the truth? Well, the whole problem is that's exactly, look, when you look at the TV or and that's exactly where it comes from, because they set it up where they call it a debate on TV when it comes to these newscasters, the politics and all of the politicians and the voting and all of this, because you hear two sides and you never actually get to a conclusion. And so when you go to argue with people in your everyday life, that's exactly what happens. You don't actually know how to suss out a problem. You don't know where the positive claim lies and how to attack that or how to engage it.
Yeah.
You know, you just have two sides saying two things, and then you're left thinking, well, I have my opinion and you have yours and yours sucks. That's not how you think.
Yeah. It's almost like it's the same thing. It's like everything is relative. So that means all your, like, they believe everything is just what you think of it. It's so weird. And
yeah, I mean, the other cop out is you can't know everything, because sometimes that's the response I get from people that know me well. People who know me well, and from people that I don't know, they say, "Well, you can't know everything," you know, and they, you know, go up in a huff.
And yet, billions of years ago, the Big Bang brought forth evolution.
And just like the young man that just left and says, so what's your idea about gravity? You know, that's a preconceived position that he's taking to kind of minimize what our knowledge or truth is. You know, it's like, let's see what you think about this. Well, you know, he didn't even want to hear it. He didn't even want to hear what you guys did, what you just broke it down.
Yeah, you know what? Because he's only 14, and he's just uploaded that from the people he trusts very well. You know, his teachers. He's going to school every day. He's been, you know, and he's learned this for a long time. So when we say something like that, maybe he's paying half attention, and you know, but I'm sure he will come back. I'm hoping he does come back, and because, like we said, it's never been proven. Now he'll go to school probably and maybe discuss it. Maybe is that right, sir? Gravity's never been proven because he's 14. Yeah, he may do that.
I would rather get his professor to come in here than him again.
Well, yeah, obviously, yeah, that would be fantastic. That would be fantastic. His professor.
You know, it's amazing. As long as we've been, you know, going against the mainstream understanding of where we live, there's never been and never will be a real, you know, quote unquote pseudoscientist that will come forward. And of course, there's always these random debates, but far and few between. And they get their asses handed to them each and every time. They just limp away and they can never.
Yeah.
And then they claim we fight dirty because we're asking for proof.
Hundreds of thousands of years of evidence, man. Hundreds and thousands of years of evidence.
Yes. The other explanation, you're trying to make me say something that I don't want to say, is the other thing they say.
Well, hundreds of thousands of years of evidence define. That's why I'm going to say define evidence. If that's the kind of conversation we're having, well, define evidence for me. Okay? Does evidence mean actual factual, or does it mean conceptual?
Oh, so you don't believe in science? Oh, so you don't believe in science?
Which is exactly what it is, right? It's a method of establishing, like, that's what a hypothesis is for. So someone behind you can, oh, this is what you claim? Okay, well, let me see your hypothesis so that I can run the same test.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. I just trust science. And it's unfortunately that you guys don't, but I just trust science.
Science is not a religion to believe in it.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, I'm not a
Science is
scientist. Are you a
consistent.
scientist? What kind of degree do you have?
Are you a scientist? Yeah, are you a scientist? It's crazy, bro. It's sickening, actually. It's really sickening.
Yeah, it's kind of like the globe is a fact, but you can't know anything.
Anything that requires belief is a religion.
There it is there.
So science is totally opposite to religion.
It's just cause and effect, right? It's just figuring out what's causing the effect.
Yeah. It's a tool to establish how things function, work, or phenomena.
You see, when you make a statement where gravity has never been proven, I'm expecting a reaction of yes, it has. Okay, can you prove that then, please? But you don't often get that. You just get kind of nonsense coming out of their
No,
mouths.
they tried. They tried with Hugh boson. They tried to prove gravity. Then guess what? They couldn't.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, is that even
And
a valid
after
question?
that-
What?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Why do things fall down? Is that even a valid question? I mean, what
really.
what things are falling down?
Yeah.
Things fall down because they went up, and they went up because
Until
you
when? Yeah, until when?
right until you let
Yeah.
it go. Yeah, I mean,
Which thing?
It's a
Are
natural
you-
order, isn't it?
so I don't think it's a I think it's a trick question. I think because the similar question, right, is because it's talking about motion, right? Things are moving, and the only things that can move are things that are alive, right? That like we move because we cause, we're alive, and outside force, wind. There are these things that cause things to move, the leaves to fly around, and the birds move because they're alive. So I think the question is what causes things to move, but things in the sky, because the answer to the question has to do with the motions of the bodies in the sky. So that's what I mean. I think the question was flipped. First, you answer the real question, and then you
Yeah, I think you're
translate
right.
it to the ball model.
I think you're right because the apple doesn't fall because of anything other than the tree growing an apple.
Exactly. And it just disconnected from the tree that took it up. Right. The
Yeah,
apple is the tree until the tree let it go, right?
Yeah, there's no apple unless you have a tree.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
But then the answer has to do with the motions of the things in the sky. And then when we look at where this answer sits, it sits with these four fundamental forces that we call, and when we look at those forces, the only thing that's really practical that we can prove and work with is the electromagnetic force. And then we look up again at those bodies, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it seems like this is what they were trying to answer. What's causing.
You could make a hypothesis of something just as outrageous, but as impossible to prove. You could even say the tree is pushing the apples downward. I mean, that's basically what they're saying. That this thing that doesn't exist, whatever, I don't know.
They could just as well be saying there's magical pixies pushing everything down. When what really happened is that the tree grew until it had an apple, and then the apple stalk got too weak to support the weight of the apple because the apple is more dense than the air, so it fell.
Yeah, and that was probably all designed into the seed from the
Well,
very
it's no
beginning,
different.
which is
It's no
incredible.
different than you holding something in your hand and you letting it go, right? You lifted it from where it was resting because the apple is resting on the tree,
Yeah, the
until it
tree
was let
lifted
go.
the apple. It made the
Mhm.
apple up there.
Yep.
Yes.
So what force
What about the
caused the
trees?
apple to
What
fall? The force of the tree growing upward.
It's the
what
wrong
about
question. So the
the
question
apple?
is to lead you down the idea of gravity, but the real question was, I think, electromagnetism.
Yeah,
I mean, it's what the
conductivity.
answer is.
Yeah, what is causing the tree to move all of that matter up into the air, which then causes an apple to fall?
Right.
And why is gravity allowing the tree to grow in the first place?
And you know what else sucks about this whole thing? Understanding where we live and then looking at the moon differently, the sun differently, the sky differently, and so on and so forth, is that there's all this hidden knowledge that they're holding from us and not sharing at all. And I'm talking about folks that we are funding to learn this stuff, and that part of it is super whack.
Anyone
Yeah,
has
I
any
would have to
idea how
concur with that.
much
I
did
agree.
it cost this
Crime.
Mars rover landing? How much did it cost?
Well, I mean, I know I can't tell you that now. At least $3 billion or more.
Yeah, in
I do.
1800, it was 10 cents a trip to Mars.
I mean, how much it really costs, or how much they're
Yeah,
telling us it costs.
approximately.
Well, the Curiosity cost $1
Yeah.
billion. The Curiosity
Wow.
mission, which is still going on now, that was $1 billion.
Yeah, imagine that.
And what
From
did we
10
learn from that?
cents.
And what did we learn from that other than images?
Nothing really, yeah. And the images were grainy,
Nothing.
and we had what was it? The Arctic lemon in the pictures. Lemming, sorry.
Yeah.
Guys, we had better
Walrus
pictures in the
bones.
1920s. Black and white pictures, better black and white pictures in the
Yeah.
You
1920s.
know, Jonathan Nolan, when making the Batman, said the best thing is to keep it simple, because if you have too many details, it's going to look fake.
Yeah,
So I think that's also the idea, like Elon Musk said. It's real because it looks
they are
fake.
actually saying that ordinary people now have the technological tools in their pockets which allow them to debunk the fakery. So that's what they are saying.
You guys are trying to put a price tag on it. I'm pretty sure when I was watching the video the other day, they said that Perseverance, the robot itself, was over $10 billion.
Wow.
I don't think
Bring us a sample back. Bring us a sample of Mars back. Let's get enough samples for all of the education system.
That costs another $100 billion.
Isn't Mars just a ball of rust? Why would we want rust?
And then
They're just over there studying rust.
And
just
if
get
we pay
petrified
that,
wood.
it's going to be petrified wood.
Has anyone heard NASA's explanation for how they get their craft to travel 15 kilometers per second?
No.
Oh, I haven't either.
That's a funny one. Yeah.
My pastor sent me like a link to creation.com the other day, just with a little tag saying very informative reading. And has anyone seen creation.com, what they write about the flat earth?
No.
It's like the most basic grade 3 type. It's like they haven't looked into it at all. And they start going on about boats over the horizon and
Wow.
all that sort of stuff. So basically I went through, they have several points, like at least 30 or 40 points, but really on a basic level. I went through every single point and wrote down a whole paragraph or more to refute everything that he'd sent to me. And I just, you know how in Messenger when you can see that someone's read something? So it shows that he's read what I've written. And then the little 3 dots come up and he starts to write back. So I'm sitting there thinking, this is going to be interesting. This guy's a great pastor. Like, he really is. He's, you know, spirit-filled. And he's an older guy. He's been reading the Bible for 50, 60 years. Anyway, you can see the 3 dots writing. Then they stop. Then they start writing again. And I'm sitting there watching these 3 dots for like a solid 20 minutes. And eventually they just stop writing. And then that's it. For the last 3 or 4 days, he hasn't said a word to me.
That's about how it goes. I am truly convinced that, and thank goodness, you know, I'm sure we've all knew about the truth about where we live well before March of 2020. But I'm truly convinced that everyone that knows about this grand lie knows about the lie that they put us all under over the last year or so.
Yeah. That's the sad part is with this guy, he knows that COVID's a hoax. He knows that this is all garbage, but he just somehow is not willing to put this together and realise what God's true creation is. No matter how many 666s this heliocentric model's got in it, he just will not see it. And I feel like it's going to be his and a lot of people's downfall because it says in the scriptures that there's going to be signs and wonders in the sky and it's going to deceive everybody. And I've got a feeling that they're going, if you know the earth is flat and you know there's a firmament, when the sky rolls up like a scroll, it's going to make sense to you, you know, but it's not going to make sense.
That's going to be.
You're going to be easily deceived if you don't know how this world works.
Exactly.
Oh, you're just making that up, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sick of people telling me that like it doesn't matter.
Oh God!
You know, this is not important.
Just seeing
What's
things
important
that it's
is
not
we
there,
know
mate.
who Jesus was, and we're like Jesus. No. Yeah, but you've been blabbering on about how false doctrine affects everything. You know, the Catholic Church has got all this false doctrine and it destroys everything. But for some reason, this false doctrine doesn't destroy everything.
It's the scientism. People still have faith in science, called aka scientism, with these people in their lab coats. That's the pinnacle of humanism. This faith that we have in mankind's ability to, you know, find out stuff, you know, through man's, you know, exalted, sainted mind, as
That's right.
opposed to, you know, other forms of revelation.
Well, I'm very quickly learning through all this stuff that whatever, I think that 99% of Christians aren't even Christians, and 99% of people that say they're not Christians are likely followers of Yeshua, and they don't even really know it, potentially.
It is interesting to note that a lot of Neoplatonic Greek philosophy has infiltrated the church, which makes a lot of sense. You know, this man's logic, man's rhetoric and reason coming from the Greek world, because a lot of Christianity did come from the Greek world. And they did try to synthesize all their philosophical schools, Platonism, Stoicism, Christianity into one Neoplatonic synthesis. But the thing is, there are some Neoplatonic things that work with the Bible and some that don't, namely this pagan Greek ball.
Yeah.
Yep. So it was incorporated in. It was incorporated in with back at the very beginning. You know, about 500 years ago. That's what I call that. What I mean by the beginning. So it got taken in with all these other pagan beliefs that went in with the beginning of the church, right?
It's amazing how you can have a pastor that he knows all of the deceptions of the Catholic Church. Yet you can show him that the Catholics, they're the ones that came up with the Big Bang Theory. The Jesuits and that, they come up with the Big Bang Theory. They've got all the telescopes, man. One of their ones is called Lucifer. You can tell, and then you just get this blank stare like, no, I just can't believe it.
The serpent chapel they have. What about that thing?
Oh man, it's enough to drive you insane.
Oh, that hall of conference of the Pope. Yeah, in Vatican.
It's probably just a trend, you know. It's probably like a fashion statement, you know, type of thing. You're like, come on, mate. Yeah,
Demons and snakes are in. They're trendy. They're hip. You know.
Satan, the devil's got all these TV shows, man. It's probably, you know, people do that these days. You know, it's not like.
Yeah.
It's good to be bad these
I
days.
sold my soul to the devil. You know, they're just kidding around. I sold my soul to the devil. Oh, that's hilarious.
I mean,
Like it's so funny. Yeah, I know, right?
I really don't want it to be real.
But I've seen Hollywood stars.
Let's go around the table here, guys. How long we got left until this whole thing is over?
9 to 10 years. I mean,
9 to 10?
John Kerry and other people are saying, you know, we got 9 to 10 years to fight Corona or something like that. Like they already know their time is up.
No, the whole. Oh yeah, what do you mean for how much time the Corona thing? Like they're already. It's in.
No, until this Earth, this world, this system of things is done, completed, fire burns down.
That's gonna
Destroyed.
last another 100 years for sure.
100?
Gonna last a lot.
100?
Yeah,
Easily 100. Easily 100. Yeah.
I'm not.
You reckon
I'm
this
not
thing's gonna
even.
go on for another 100 years?
There's many prophecies to be happening.
As bad as we think things are now, they can be a lot worse.
Yeah.
Have you bled yet?
Things are
Have you
degenerating
resisted?
bad.
Have you resisted to the point of bleeding yet? There's all that, you know. It's like
Once the last Christian holdouts against the New World Order go down, America, Europe, they'll be unstoppable.
Well, it's because people are resisting truth. Like people are resisting listening to their brothers and sisters. That's why.
Well,
because
every
you're
day
afraid.
they are making changes. They are making math racist. So in 1 or 2 years, they will not teach math to children. What will be those children when they grow up? What kind of people will they be?
Shallow,
Yeah.
multitasking, unfocused, can't concentrate on anything
Smartphone.
type of people.
Touch the
all over
screen
the place.
people. Yeah.
Channel changers.
Yeah.
Virtual people.
Those people
Digital
stand no chance to the deception.
Sonny with the channel changes. I'm remembering years ago back when I would just sit there in front of the TV, veg out, and like I had cable like with who knows like 80 channels or something like that, and I just keep clicking the freaking channel button up till I cycled through all of the channels like 4 or 5 times, and eventually I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, there's nothing on. There's nothing on. I got 80 channels of shit. Like.
Yeah,
Turn it off.
nothing worth watching. Yeah,
Turn it off.
It's so stupid.
Pointless sports, satanic Illuminati programming, and fake news. That's
so
about
you
it. Maybe.
so you should see. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. Keep going.
I was going to say, because this just came up yesterday, because I never watch regular TV, and I actually have like a set of regular rabbit ears. And so now they're doing streaming through the regular antenna, streaming channels, just like the internet through the air, bro.
That's because they switched everything over to digital years ago. Yeah.
So now it's like, okay, so, and on the phones and everything now too, like my phone's saying unlimited broadband. Like, so they're just saying, we're going to give you all this.
Give us your data.
Yeah, give us all your data. Yeah. Immediately.
Only operates on the internet.
This is actually the Google NASA quantum computing he has a big thirst for data input, human data input. This quantum computer.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.